Chapter 1, Rebirth of the Scorned King. Rejection. It was funny, really. Muzan was very intimate with that word. Far too much for his liking. It followed him since the day he was spat out into this world. And from that day forward, it haunted him like a shadow. Always behind him. Always reminding him that he wasn't made for this world. From birth, life rejected him, but he forced his way into being. Forced the world to acknowledge his existence. The result of his insolence was that his body was far too frail. Bones too weak, blood too thin, and flesh so tender that even the faintest of cuts would spell out his doom. Every doctor within the country that was willing to see him had told his family that he would not live past 20 years old. Most people, when they were told that they wouldn't get to live past early adulthood, would shrink into themselves and allow themselves to wither away and die. But not Muzan. Muzan rejected that notion totally and utterly. His parents, bless their souls, had done everything they could for him. They fetched every doctor from across the world to try and help him, to make him strong, to make him a true heir to the Kibutsuji clan. But no matter what medicine those doctors gave him, no matter what combination of drugs that were forced down his throat, nothing would make him whole. His parents despaired at that fact and lost all hope for him. But Muzan refused to kowtow to fate. He would not die. So, despite his family telling him to give up and to accept his fate, Muzan continued to allow doctors to approach him. Each doctor gave a unique method to try and cure his ailment, but nothing would bear fruit. Nothing would heal his rapidly failing body. It got to the point that upon his 19th birthday, Muzan had begun to even accept snake oil salesmen to approach the door to see if they could heal him. Not even they could do it. On the evening of his 20th birthday, when his body had mostly failed him, leaving him bedridden, the last doctor in a line of snake oil salesmen approached him with a supposed cure-all medicine created out of a flower that was said to only exist on Mount Kumatori. That flower was the blue spider lily, which was known for having healing properties if fully consumed alongside a concoction of drugs. Muzan only ever consumed half of the drug before killing the doctor after being told that he had to wait an extra day to take the other half, and said other half had yet to be prepared. Because of his lack of patience, he had doomed himself. Or so he thought. Because when he killed the doctor, some of the doctor's blood had made its way into his mouth. Perhaps it was because of the doctor's blood mixing with the drugs and the blue spider lily that had turned him into what he became. Perhaps it was the gods punishing him for acting like a petulant child. But whatever the case might have been, all Muzan knew was this: he had become a demon. A monster of myth, a beast that wore the flesh of a human and consumed them by the dozen. A fate worse than death, some might say. But to Muzan it had been a true gift. No longer was he weak. No longer was he frail. No longer would he die at the young age of 20. He would live forever. Or so he wished. The sun scorned him. Humanity feared him. The life he wanted to lead was robbed from him. Coupled with the unquenchable desire to consume flesh, Muzan fled his estate, but not before slaughtering his entire clan, save for one child, and disappearing into the night. After all, it was his clan that had birthed him in that frail, weak state. They were to blame for his fate. Over the months, he learned that by consuming others, he would gain more power. So that was exactly what he did. He would consume, devour, and gain strength by night, recover by day, and repeat the process. For 5 years, he lived by those instincts, like a beast hunting prey, until one day he learned that he could turn others to his kind by sharing his blood. It didn't take long for Muzan to realize that he had become something more than a regular demon. While demons could not reproduce naturally, which he had attempted to do once or twice before eventually giving up, they could reproduce by having their blood inserted into either a corpse or a living person. Muzan would proceed to amass an army of demons who were loyal to him and him alone. Granted, his army was not meant to take over Japan, but rather, his goal was to strike fear into humanity, to show them that they were the weak ones, that they were the ones who should fear an early death, not him. To Muzan, it was the ultimate revenge. Humanity had birthed him a weak body and turned him into this thing. But instead of disappearing and becoming nothing more than a folktale, Muzan wanted to keep humanity on their toes, to make them watch their every step, to fear every shadow, and doubt their neighbors and family. From that day forth, Muzan Kibutsuji became the Demon King. For 500 years, from the Heian era to the Sengoku era, Muzan lived as he pleased, killing, eating, turning, and terrorizing towns. A group of people calling themselves the Demon Slayer Corp popped up around the Kamakura era and the Muromachi era to kill him and his demons. While a few of them had killed some of his weaker demons, none of them ever came close to those who he had dubbed the upper and lower moons, let alone himself. All except for one, and that man had two titles. The one the Slayers gave him and the one Muzan gave him. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the Sun Breather, the very first to invent breathing styles, the bane of Muzan's existence. The man who struck fear into the Demon King. The man who made the once proud and boisterous Muzan Kibutsuji a meek, pathetic creature, and forced him into hiding. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the great bastard, demon to demonkind, wretch and terrorizer of the Demon King and all those who would serve his majesty. The man who would eventually pave the way for a new era of demon slayers more powerful than the last, forcing demonkind to lurk in the shadows. He and those who followed him wove fear into Muzan's many hearts, prompting him to go even as far as turning Yoriichi's brother into a demon. Even when Yoriichi died, Muzan still feared him, still looked over his shoulder whenever he stepped outside, waiting for when Yoriichi would turn the corner and hunt him just as he had all those years ago. It instilled a great fear into Muzan, and that fear was what eventually led to Muzan making the worst mistake of his entire life. He created the second coming of Yoriichi. He created Tanjiro Kamado. Not literally, of course, but the simple action of killing the Kamado family out of paranoia due to their connection with Yoriichi caused a domino effect, which led to his current situation, his death. Muzan had been killed, his body poisoned and burnt by the sun, but not before throwing a final Hail Mary in an attempt to stay alive. He infected Tanjiro with his blood in a vain attempt to turn him into his successor, to create a secondary Demon King, one more powerful than the last, and usurp his body in order to achieve his lifelong desire of finally basking in the sun. And yet, despite his words of temptation, despite his desperation and his pathetic final pleas for mercy, Tanjiro rejected him. He purged the blood, and had somehow managed to cure himself of the infection using reverse-engineered demon blood, created by Tamayo. Muzan should have known that was what would have happened. Muzan should have known that Tanjiro would have chosen humanity over demonkind. And so, as he had so often encountered, for the third and final time, life rejected Muzan Kibutsuji. A man who feared death, only having ever wanted to live. A man who, despite his many, many faults, only wanted to have a chance at a normal life. Muzan's soul fell into the fiery pits of hell, the place where he belonged. All demons were sent to hell, ne'er to return to the land of the living. They were not even given the chance to reincarnate, for they had forsaken their natural-born lives to become monsters. He felt the fires of hell encircling him, closing in, the crimson flames caressing his very soul. It burned worse than even the flames of the sun. He tried to reach out towards the light as he plummeted further and further into the abyss, but to no avail. Muzan tried to scream, but no sound came from his mouth. His eyes, bloodshot and filled with a concoction of various emotions and feelings. Anger, sadness, remorse, hatred, longingness, widened the further he got from the light of life. It was ironic. When he was alive, he awoke on a bed of flowers ready to be cremated. In death, he was surrounded by the very same flames. The flames of death. His mind raced with various thoughts, but the one that kept circling back to him was a thought that he had never once had up until now. What would be his legacy, if any at all? Humanity never believed demons existed. Demons were seen as nothing more than fairy tales, even during his time alive. He lived as he had died, an afterthought, rejected by society and the world. His family, for as much as they had cared for him, never tried to get to know him. The Abuyashiki clan, the descendants of the Kibutsuji clan, despised him as much as he despised them. The only ones who would be left to tell his tale would die before they reached 30. Then it dawned on him. What would come of him and his memory? He would be forgotten in the annals of history. Everything he had worked to accomplish and achieve would be buried. His name, face, identity, and work would be left to rot. His very existence would never be remembered, and his actions would only become folklore for his country. And as he fell deeper into the fiery pits of hell, as his soul burned away into nothingness, the words of Kaguya wormed their way into his mind. I know what eternity is. Eternity is human feeling. Only human feelings last forever and are undying. My death will not be insignificant. If anything, it will only further boost their morale. For the first and last time, thank you, Muzan. Kaguya's final words ate at him, just as the flames of hell were destroying him. And while at first Muzan believed Kaguya was mocking him, the truth was rather simple. Kaguya had seen him for what he had been. A man who was lost and without a purpose, stumbling in the dark, trying to find meaning in life. Kaguya, despite his hatred, did not reject him. Instead, Kaguya tried to understand him, and in that understanding, he had found the answer that Muzan had been longing for. Kaguya, a human, had found an answer for eternity. Memories. Memories that would not exist of Muzan. The demon slayers had accomplished their goal. They purged him of life and eternity. The fires of hell crawled over his soul, dragging him deeper and deeper, smothering him, forcing him deeper into hell. No, this would not do. Muzan's arm breached the hellfire, heavily burned and covered in welts and rotting flesh. His claws hooked onto something, as he dangled off what his heavily damaged eyes could recognize as a small tear in the abyss. With a Herculean effort, Muzan swung his other arm toward the tear in the abyss that was hell, and tore it open more. He would not be forgotten. He was Muzan Kibutsuji. He was the Demon King. He was eternal. He was perfection. Muzan pulled with all of his might, ripping his still burning soul from the fires of hell, pulling himself toward the light he had made for himself. Just as he had been born in flames, he would be reincarnated from the depths of hell itself. Whoever said that demons could not reincarnate was a fool. They had clearly never met him before. He refused to be rejected. Damn you! Muzan roared, cursing himself as he pulled. His mutilated and burned body was crumbling, falling apart at the seams. If even just a sliver of his existence poured through, that was more than enough to grant him a second chance. He reached his heavily burned hand into the light as he could feel his skin tearing apart. Muscle tore and bones began to crack as the hellfire tried to absorb him back into the flames. But as his hand breached the abyss and touched the light, a wicked smile plastered itself on Muzan's face. The fires roared, burning brighter than before, but that was fine with him. From the elbow down, his arm broke off before sliding into the light. A victorious laugh echoed throughout the abyss as he was plunged deeper and deeper into the flames. I will not be forgotten, Muzan shouted, the flames overtaking him as he cackled victoriously. Did you see that, Kaguya? Did you see my triumph? Even in death, I am above you. And triumph he did. Because as that arm drifted about in the light, it began to twitch, shrinking down to the size of an infant's arm and healing, before that arm grew the rest of its body. A small, healthy baby boy. As that baby drifted toward another, brighter light, parts of itself began to change. Tips of fingers were replaced by sharp claws, and the baby's jaws strengthened to give it the capability to chew through human bones. The baby's teeth sharpened, and its sense of smell strengthened. Multiple hearts appeared within its body, all placed throughout in various locations, although smaller than the main heart. With that came multiple smaller brains attached to those hearts, a life insurance of sorts in case the main heart and brain was to be destroyed. Finally, the last change made just before the baby reached the light was a crucial change. One that would alter the baby from now unto forever, even more so than it was already altered. There was a common saying that every living being knew instinctively. The newer generation was always superior than the previous generation. It did not matter if it was a biological organism or a manufactured product. Advancements were always better. And this was no different. Because when Muzan died, and when his soul clung desperately onto Tanjiro as he had turned into a demon and conquered the sun, a bit of that power had passed down to Muzan. And that power had passed down to this newborn demon. The power to reject the sun's damnation. This newborn demon would be able to exist under the preview of the very thing that Muzan sought to conquer. And as that baby crossed over from the light of life into the world of the living, surrounded by the sounds of beeping machines and extremely bright light, the baby began to cry, a sign of life. The male doctor that held the baby in his gloved hands announced the baby's delivery, as the mother of the baby let out a tired cry of joy. The wet nurse carefully took the child from the doctor and passed the boy to its mother. The mother soothed the child, putting him close to her chest. The child, recognizing its mother's heartbeat, quietened down. The loud noises slowly disappeared, and the only thing the infant focused on was the breathing and heartbeat of his mother. And while the baby could not understand what the mother was saying, it did pick up one thing. A thing that sounded like a name. Izuku. 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 The infant's name was Izuku. It was often said that a name was what completed the soul. Just as this newborn infant had been created from the remnants of a man who had been the supposed pinnacle of life, this newborn's name reflected that previous purpose, even if it did not know that yet. It wasn't long after Izuku received his name that his eyes began to open. They were expecting something normal. But Izuku was not normal. Unlike so many children before him, Izuku's pupils were not soft and round like most human eyes, which was something that the doctors and the mother had expected. Izuku's eyes were sharp and cat-like, piercing and frightening. And what was even more bizarre was that Izuku's eyes were not green like his mother's, nor were they brown like his father's. They were a bright crimson red, the same shade of color as blood. Words were thrown, words that Izuku did not understand. But what he did understand was the strange, yet welcoming look on his mother's face. A face with bright green eyes, soft round pupils, and a youthful glow to her expression. Emerald green hair framed her face and draped over her shoulders, and her lips were turned up in a smile. Her mouth opened, and sounds came out that Izuku didn't understand. The only thing that Izuku understood was his name being spoke back to him. His clawed hand reached out at his mother, and as his mother stuck a finger into his tiny little hand, a curious sound fell out of his mouth, which prompted his mother to make a sound that echoed with joy. Izuku had only been alive for a few minutes, but as far as Izuku had been concerned, his mother was someone who he knew he could trust. And as far as Inko Midoriya was concerned, regardless of how her son appeared, and regardless of his eyes, she knew that Izuku destined for greatness. After all, that was why she gave him that name. His name, Izuku Midoriya, was supposed to mean that he was destined for greatness, like what all mothers wanted of their children. But whether or not Izuku, his mother Inko, or the doctors in the hospital room knew it or not, the reality of the situation and the implications of Izuku's birth had not dawned on them. Because for the first time in 200 years, a demon was created. Now, in the era of peace brought about by All Might, where the world had long forgotten about the scourge that was demonkind, in an era where Nichiren blades and their creation was long since forgotten by the communities that had once produced them, and in an era of quirks, demonkind would once again encroach on humanity. And this time, it would not go away. This time, it would not be forgotten. Chapter 2. Dawn casts a shadow on the unfortunate. Morning sun, bright and cheerful. Clear blue sky, white fluffy clouds. All the signs of a typical morning in the springtime in Japan with a small chance for rain. The sound of cars driving to and from work filled the busy streets within the city of Mizudafu, which was wedged between the cities of Tokyo and Hosu, while still being a part of the greater Tokyo prefecture. Everyday civilians would walk down the sidewalks, approaching the train stations to get to their wanted destinations, young and old people alike. Crowded streets with cars trying to get ahead of one another, only to fail and be stuck behind yet another seemingly incompetent driver. That was why walking was seen as the better way of transport. Multiple towering buildings of all varying purpose lined the sidewalks. Some were only a single story, others had multiple. Some were meant for business, others held apartments, and even a scarce few were abandoned due to the building owners neglecting them. Like most other cities, Mizudafu was home to several schools, but the one that was the most important right now was a little-known elementary school called Sunshine Elementary. The school wasn't really well known outside of those who lived in the poorer and lower middle-class ends of the city. Not that the children who went to that school noticed. The staff there did their best to teach the children, even if they were mostly unruly. Those who were aware of the school had called it the school for troublemakers, primarily due to the fact that those who come from it usually wind up being delinquents. It was primarily a coincidence, though, but it didn't help when most of the kids there were always running around and constantly causing trouble for the less involved ones. One such case was a young boy with dark green hair, minding his own business, playing in the playground sandbox. The boy was dressed in a yellow shirt, a pair of brown shorts, ankle-high black socks, and red and black runners. His skin was as pale as a ghost, though that was due to a genetic condition. His hands were clawed, and his crimson-red eyes were sharp like a cat's. He barely stood at 4 feet tall, and his aforementioned dark green hair was bushy and all over the place, like a shrub. Izuku Midoriya, which was the boy's name, sat in the sandbox, molding the sand to take the shape of a rough-looking tower that would eventually become a castle. All the while everyone else in his class was off swinging on monkey bars, sliding down slides, chasing each other in games of tag. A part of him wanted to join in on the fun, but Izuku knew how he would be received. He was an outcast. No one wanted to be friends with him because he was scary-looking. Most people weren't as pale as he was, even in a quirked society like the one he lived in. His claws were unusually sharp, so he found himself accidentally scratching people with them, which didn't help his reputation much. His eyes didn't help things either. They were always so intense, as one teacher put it, as if he was trying to glare a hole into something or someone. Even now, with his downcast demeanor, his eyes didn't really relax or mellow out. They were always in a constant state of pointed and alert. As a result, he was often left alone. Not because he wanted to be alone, but because no one wanted to be near someone like him. No one wanted to hang around someone who was so scary, which was dumb in his opinion. There was a boy with a reptile face in the 3rd grade right now, and Izuku thought he was scarier. Not that it particularly mattered anymore. Izuku had accepted a long time ago that he was going to be alone for a majority of his school life. Or at least that was what he wished to be the case. Just because he was left alone by people who he might have wanted to be friends with, that didn't mean he was left completely alone. "Oi, freak!" A high-pitched yet also rough-sounding voice spat behind him as Izuku looked over his shoulder. Spiky, explosive blonde hair, ruby-red eyes, cream-colored skin. All the defining traits of Bakugo Katsuki, of whom was dressed in a blue shirt with an explosive icon on the front and similar shorts to Izuku. "Get out of my sandbox." "It's not your sandbox, though," Izuku said, which prompted Bakugo to grab Izuku by the back of the collar and fling him out, causing Izuku to tumble for a few seconds and bonk his head against a nearby tree. Izuku hissed, a hint of pain in his voice as he rubbed the back of his head. He watched as Bakugo kicked over his work-in-progress sand castle, before laughing and running off. Izuku stared, watching with mounting frustration. It was always like this. Even when he wanted to be alone, Bakugo Katsuki was always there to put the freak in his place. That was all he was. A freak. He was a freak because of his appearance. What was worse was that the teachers never did anything to correct his attitude. After all, he was blessed with a powerful quirk, and it was their job to ensure his bright future. He had caught them saying that to each other whenever someone would mention that Bakugo was being a jerk. They had no intention of teaching him a lesson. Jerks, Izuku thought as he came to his feet, brushing himself off, rubbing his arm as the bruise that had begun to form disappeared. It had been something he had learned that his body could do when he was very little, around the age of a toddler when he accidentally cut his finger on a piece of paper, which was rather bizarre. See, Izuku's quirk was, for the lack of a better word, weird. He had clear mutations with his eyes, skin, and claws, even his sharp and strong teeth. All clear signs that his quirk would be mutant in nature. But then he also displayed transformation-type quirk capabilities with his regeneration. Although those two quirk types were often paired together, so it wasn't all that bizarre. However, it did get bizarre when you realized that neither his mother Inko, whose quirk allowed her to bring small objects toward her using a weak form of telekinesis, and his father Hisashi, whose quirk allowed him to breath fire, had nothing in common with Izuku's quirk. It was that detail, him having a mutant quirk, which caused his father to leave his mother when Izuku was 3 years old. Despite having similar facial features to him, and despite having the same hair growth, His father refused to believe that Izuku was his child. The only reason why they got child support from him was because a judge had ordered a DNA test and, shocked to absolutely nobody, Hisashi was his father. Not that his mother cared about that fact anymore. She had been done with him the moment the accusation came falling out of his face. Still, it was sad that their otherwise happy marriage had been broken apart by quirkism. Izuku felt slightly responsible for what happened, if not entirely. Not that he would ever mention that to his mother. The last thing he wanted was for her to be upset. She was already worried enough as it was, what with her having to consider taking up 2 jobs to support them. That was another thing about Izuku. He was more emotionally intelligent than most, able to pick up on minor things such as the twitch of an eye or a raising of the shoulder. It allowed him to get a better picture of the kind of person he was dealing with. It was why he was so frustrated with Bakugo. Every action he performed was out of malice, hate, anger, all aimed toward the poor fool who happened to be in his way. Yet he wanted to be a hero. What kind of hero would take their anger out against those who didn't deserve it? Izuku didn't know. But what Izuku did know, however, was that All Might would never act that way. As he walked away from the sandbox, knowing full well that if he went back to it Bakugo would turn around and heckle him some more, Izuku went back toward the building. The teacher, who had seen the altercation, simply stared and said nothing as he walked past them. One day, Izuku thought, his right hand balling into a fist. One day I'll show you. I'll show you all. The rest of the day played out like every other day. Learn basic language skills that Izuku already knew because of his mother and his ability to pick up on things quickly, quiet reading time, and watching the daily show and tell. It was some kid named Kasuka's turn and he was showing off his limited edition Endeavor action figure. When school was let out, Izuku walked home. Not because his mother forgot to pick him up, but because they didn't have a car and his mother was more than likely just getting home from work. Either that or she was just arriving at home. Besides, the elementary school was only a 5-minute walk from the apartment they lived in. His mother had enough trust in him and enough belief in him that he could get home safely. The apartment building that he lived in was 12 stories tall, each with 3 apartments on every floor. The building itself was a muddy brown color, and it was one of a group of 3 buildings. He lived in the first building. There was an outdoor staircase that took the person climbing it to the desired floor, which for Izuku was the top floor. Upon reaching the top floor of the apartment building, he walked down the outdoor hallway/balcony, his expression blank as he approached his apartment door, 1204, and looked under the welcome mat sat in front of the door. There, sitting under the mat, was a golden key. Picking up the key and inserting it into the front door, Izuku twisted the key to the left and upon hearing a click, Izuku removed the key and slipped it back under the mat. Opening the door, Izuku stepped inside of the apartment and closed the door behind him, locking it just as his mother instructed that he do if he ever found himself home alone. He once heard that it was bad for a child below the age of 13 being home alone, but more often than not, that was his reality. Not because his mother didn't care, but because his mother cared too much, so much so to the point where she'd pull double shifts to make sure they had enough money to survive. In times like these, when he had a feeling his mother would be running late, Izuku would eat whatever leftovers there was, watch the TV until his mom came home or for a few hours, whichever happened first, then go to his room and teach himself how to do higher forms of education. Why did he do that? Because he loved to learn. He loved to take notes. He loved to study. When he was born, the doctors had said that he had extra brains and extra hearts, not functional but also harmless. However, he was convinced they did do something because he had always wanted to learn. Even when he was a baby, according to his mom, he was always watching shows that were more learning-based than the normal slop that someone like Bakugo would watch. His favorite hero was All Might, then again everyone's favorite hero was All Might, but after that his favorite hero was 13, the space hero. Why? Because on top of being a hero, she was an astronaut and often taught lessons on TV. Those lessons were about physics and other extremely high-caliber material reserved for final-year students in high school. Yet, Izuku always loved tuning into those when he was a toddler. Not that he understood what they were saying because of his infantile mind, but it was a start. He attributed that early development in his attitude part of the reason why he wanted to learn so much. Because he was exposed to it. It also helped that his mother was always on him to learn how to speak, how to walk, and how to play. A perfect example of this was that he was ahead of everyone in learning how to write. He could write whole paragraphs with, admittedly, only a few mistakes, but everyone else was still learning basic hiragana. Meanwhile, Izuku was leagues ahead of them. Once he was able to write a whole paragraph in hiragana with no mistakes, he'd be allowed to learn kanji. As for the apartment that Izuku lived in with his mother, it wasn't all that big. There was an entry hallway that broke off into a miniature closet that held coats and shoes. Ahead of that, there was a joint dining room and living room split down the middle, with the dark brown fabric couch being the dividing piece. Across from the split living room and dining room was the kitchen, which was adorned with several cupboards, a stove with an oven, a fridge with a freezer attached, an aluminum sink, and, of course, with some counter space. There was a hallway off to the right of the kitchen, and in that hallway was a bathroom with a standing shower, and beside the bathroom was his mother's bedroom. Across from his mother's bedroom was his bedroom, but aside from that, there wasn't much else about his apartment. It wasn't much, but it was home. Taking his shoes off at the front door, Izuku stepped past the divot between the entrance and the rest of the apartment and ran to his room. His bedroom was what one would expect from the room of a child. Posters of his favorite heroes, a toy box filled with action figures, a dresser for his clothes, and a single-sized bed with All Might-themed coverings. There was also a desk off in the corner with writing and drawing supplies. There was a can full of pencils, a stack of papers, and a can full of colored pencils, all of which were kept to the left corner of the desk. Izuku made a beeline to his desk, pulled out the chair, hopped up on it, and sat down. Every day after school, he always dedicated at the bare minimum a half an hour of practicing his hiragana and kanji, with at most giving himself an hour. Then, until his mother would come home, he'd draw whatever came to mind. Although his last few drawings were strange. Izuku was a talented drawer. He wasn't the greatest, he was only 5 years old after all, but his drawings were still good for someone his age. He was comparable to the drawing skill of a talented artist in the 2nd grade, which, mind you, was better than the other kids in his grade. He wasn't drawing stick figures and scribbling. He had basic fundamentals and he knew depth and perception. He wasn't amazing, mind you, but he could draw a decent enough cityscape for a kid his age. That was beside the point, though. His point was the last few drawings that he had been doing were bizarre. It depicted a battle. It was in Tokyo, and all the buildings were drawn to look like something from the early industrial era of Japan. In the drawing, several brightly colored individuals wielding blades fought against a man with many mouths on his body with flailing thin tendrils. He had drawn that exact scene for the last 6 times he had come home. It had been burned into his mind, and he had no idea why. But with each attempt at drawing it, he was able to flesh out more details. He wasn't great, and some of the parts were still sloppy, primarily how the people looked, but when he put his pencil to paper, he felt as if he was drawing out something that he had witnessed. It was odd, and it bothered him. So he reasoned that if he drew it out, it would go away. But the image persisted, alongside the aching feeling of failure. He didn't know why that was, but it was extremely annoying and frustrating. Time slipped through his fingers as he finished the landscape of the scene in his head when he heard the front door close, followed by his mother calling out to him. Putting his pencil down, Izuku leapt off the chair, a smile on his face as he opened his bedroom door and ran over to his mother, who was standing in the entrance. Inko Midoriya was a lot like Izuku, at least when it came to her hair. It was bright green with black roots, and it reached down to the center of her back, flowing out like a waterfall. She had cream-colored skin and emerald green eyes. Her figure was cut slim, and she was dressed in a black business suit and a matching black business skirt that stopped just below her knees. His mother worked at the manual agency as a receptionist, a new hero agency based in Hosu, which was a quick bullet train ride from Mizutofu. Prior to that, she had worked at Genius Office as the same thing, but was laid off after 7 years of working there. It wasn't because of anything that she had done, but because it was expensive to go back and forth, and Best Jeanist knew that it would have been better if she had gotten a job at a different agency that was much closer to home. He had even gone out of his way to hook her up with the manual agency, since it needed a receptionist. It was awfully kind of him. "Mom!" Izuku exclaimed, wrapping his arms around her torso as he crashed into her, nearly causing her to go off balance. "Whoa, Izuku!" Inko cried in shock before catching her balance and embracing him. A soft giggle escaped her lips as she lifted Izuku into her arms. "Sorry for being late. I was caught up in work." "It's okay." Izuku, can we have dinner soon? I'm really hungry. Yes, Izuku, we can have dinner soon. Inko lowered Izuku to the ground, ruffling the mop-like hair on his head. Let me get settled and I'll make some delicious katsudon. Yeah. With help of Izuku, dinner was severed in no time. Katsudon, one of Izuku's favorite dishes since he could chew solids. After a brief thank you to Kami for allowing them to eat that day, they both dug in. It's said that, between the ages of 4 to 6, children will begin to experience their quirk come into being. Sometimes they need a trigger to awaken for the first time. Others simply exist as they naturally would. When Izuku was born, his quirk was more pronounced than others. His ability to regenerate, even if only a tiny amount, was significant since those kinds of quirks were extremely rare, although it wasn't all that flashy or interesting, a cause of ridicule beyond his spooky appearance. However, what no one, not even Izuku, knew was that it was just the beginning of his powers. That said, a catalyst would need to happen in order for him to discover said powers. And that catalyst was now. As soon as he finished eating his beloved katsudon, his stomach growled, as if upset. Inko looked at Izuku, eyebrow raised as Izuku covered his mouth, his pupils dilating. Izuku! Before Inko could get up and walk over to him to see what was wrong with him, Izuku bent over and vomited, barely digested food and bile spewing all over the hardwood floor as Inko rushed over to be by his side. It wasn't long before he was finished, when not even a second later, Izuku passed out in her arms. Chapter 3. Thusly, the moon rises upon a new epoch. Change. Change was something that Izuku didn't like. Simply put, he liked the way things were. End of discussion. Patterns, information, knowledge, logic. It all lined up in a nice and orderly fashion that made it so that he didn't have to alter a thing. Even at a young age, he had already grown to despise change. And it was because of his hatred of change that caused him to be shocked at his current, unknown location. A sensation of doubt and confusion filled his mind, plaguing him with questions he didn't have the answers to, which was yet another thing that he loathed. There was a gap in his memory. He couldn't quite remember what happened prior to blacking out. All he remembered was that he had been about to sit down and have dinner with his mother, when suddenly he threw up and then, nothing. Now, here he was, sitting in a hospital bed, the light of the moon shining down on him through the window he was sat next to. The white sterile curtains were drawn back, and the window itself was cracked open just a smidge to let air flow into the room. Why am I here? Izuku wondered, looking around his surroundings. 5 other beds were in the room with him, though they all had curtains drawn around them. He was the only one who didn't. He couldn't guess as to why, but it didn't matter. Not to him anyway. Over to his left, there was a small table and on it was a note. It was written in hiragana so that he could read it, and the handwriting belonged to his mother. Hers was the only one that looked a little scratchy, aside from his classmates, of course. If you wake up late at night and I'm not there, I'm talking to the doctors on the 1st floor, and you're on the 3rd. Be patient. I'll be back soon, love, Mom. Izuku blinked. Was he sick? No, he wasn't sick. He didn't feel sick. Anyway. What's going on? Izuku never got sick. Not when he was an infant, not when he was a toddler, and not in recent memory. Hospitals were for sick people, and unless something changed, Izuku shouldn't be here. Izuku looked down at himself, blinked, then frowned. He didn't feel ill, though he guessed he wouldn't know what to look for or know what being ill felt like. Although, if he had to guess, it probably didn't feel good. After all, ill was a term used for something bad. He learned that in language class. He looked over to the moon, of which stared down at him from the inky abyss. It was like a massive eye, wide and unwavering, observing him, judging him. Izuku had always admired the moon. It was like looking at a familiar friend. He felt safe under the light of the moon. Unlike the light of the sun, which was harsh and demanding, the light of the moon felt like a soft blanket, or a gentle touch from someone who was filled with compassion and care. He and the moon, in some bizarre way, he felt as if he was connected to it. He had heard tales of how the moon was actually the true form of a god. Tsukuyami no Mikoto. He was the brother god to Amaterasu Amikami, and was responsible for the sea and storms. Izuku wasn't one to believe in gods. He saw them as nothing but folktales for others to find safety in. But Tsukuyomi felt real to him, as if the real-life deity shone down on him, as if it was trying to tell him something. Alas, he knew he was too young to understand it. This was why he loved learning, so he wouldn't be confused about every little thing that plagued his curiosities. Though he supposed that was why he was born as intelligent as he was. It was painful at times, not being able to think like Bakugo or Matsuda, not being blissfully unaware of how boring the world really was. Sometimes, a part of him wondered if he was perhaps cursed. Izuku. His mother's voice cut through his thoughts like a precise knife, and before he could register anything, she quickly embraced him, catching Izuku off guard. "Oh, my precious Izuku, you're all right. I was so worried." "Ah, Mom." Izuku squirmed for a few seconds, only stopping when he heard her sniffling. "Mom." "I'm sorry, Izuku. I should have known. I'm so sorry." "Huh." Izuku leaned back, a prompt from him for Inko to let him go, which she did. "No, what?" "I was afraid you wouldn't be aware." Another voice, this one belonging to a stranger, spoke out as Izuku looked over his mother's shoulder. The voice belonged to a man of slim build, wearing a white lab coat and blue scrubs underneath. He had a pair of thick black frame glasses alongside a small comb-styled black mustache with matching black hair that stopped just below his ears. The man was slightly taller than his mother, and he carried himself with an air of professionalism that unnerved Izuku just a tad. His arms were behind his back, and his expression was borderline somber, as if he was about to deliver dire news. "Who are you?" Izuku questioned, his eyes narrowing slightly. He didn't trust the man. Granted, Izuku wasn't one to trust easily, given his circumstances. It was something that the man seemed to recognize immediately, clearing his throat. "Young man, my name is Dr. Junichiro Hazamata. I'm a quirk specialist, and my quirk allows me to see through walls. It is simply called X-ray vision. Firstly, I should inform you that you've been asleep for well over 3 days," Dr. Hazamata said, catching Izuku once again off guard. 3 days? Yes, it was caused by malnutrition or, if that word's too big for you, simply put, you've been starving. As Dr. Hazamata said that, Izuku couldn't help but scowl in frustration. "But, Mom feeds me every day." Izuku was puzzled. How could he have been starving? It didn't make any sense. His mother fed him daily, and he ate 3 square meals a day. It didn't make even a lick of sense. None at all. "Yes, she does. However, with your mother's consent, while you were asleep, we ran some tests on you to figure out the root cause of your malnutrition," Dr. Hazamata explained before pulling something out from behind his back. The object in question was a see-through bag of blood with a cap on top of it like a water bottle. "You must be hungry, right?" Izuku's stomach audibly rumbled, prompting Dr. Hazamata to chuckle. "I'll take that as a yes." Dr. Hazamata stood next to Inko, glancing at her as she nervously nodded. "You see, during those tests, we found that your body rejects all forms of food, raw or cooked." Dr. Hazamata paused for a moment, before standing next to Inko, flanking her left as Izuku kept a trained eye on him. Then he continued, "In a last-ditch effort to save you from starving to death, one of my co-workers, Dr. Hiroichi, decided to feed you various kinds of blood. After many attempts at feeding you many different kinds of blood from varying sources, there was only one kind of blood that worked. I'm here to prove my hypothesis." Dr. Hazamata handed Izuku the bag of blood. As Izuku stared at it, a single eyebrow raised in curiosity. As he stared, he couldn't help but feel tempted to rip into the bag, as if something was shouting at him to consume the fluid within as if it was liquid gold. Caution coursed through his veins as he blinked. "You want me to drink this?" "Yes, if you throw up after you've consumed the bag, then it will be marked as a fluke. However, if it is wrong, things could be even more dire than before. Should you not throw it up, then things will be less dire, although it will cause you problems in the future." As Dr. Hazamata said that, his voice contained a hint of worry. Izuku looked to him, then to the bag of blood. Blood? Izuku didn't know what to think of blood. It had always fascinated him to some extent. Whenever someone at the school would get a cut or a scrape, he could smell it from a long distance, usually about 10 to 15 meters away from where he was. He didn't know why that was the case, and never really bothered to care about it either. So, when he took the cap off the bag of blood, Izuku didn't expect to be assaulted by a sudden fragrance that could only be defined as something alluring, like freshly cleaned laundry, or his mother's cooking, or the sweet smell of freshly baked mochi. Izuku could feel himself drooling, which he quickly wiped away with his free hand. He wasted no time, putting his lips to the bag as he downed the whole of it in one go. He made sure none of it spilt over, and by the time he was done, Izuku felt refreshed. Inko looked mortified, and Dr. Hazamada looked intrigued. Unbeknownst to Izuku, his eyes were glowing. Granted, it only lasted for a few seconds before it vanished. It tasted like what he imagined pure bliss distilled into a food would taste like. He was on cloud 9. Never in his life had he tasted anything as good as this. Not even Katsudon could compare. He licked his lips, his eyes frantically looking from left to right to find more, but much to his displeasure there were no more bags around him. "How do you feel, young man?" "I feel..." Izuku didn't know how to reply. Energetic? Amazing? Euphoric? What was there to say? "Better?" Izuku replied as he felt something within him stir. He felt strong, like he could punch a hole through a wall with ease. "What does this mean, doctor?" Inko asked as Dr. Hazamada hummed. "It means that not only does your son possess attributes of a transformation-type quirk with his regeneration, but his body has also somewhat mutated. His body seems to only accept blood, specifically human blood." How am I supposed to get him blood to drink?" Inko exclaimed, worry written all over her face as Dr. Hazamada frowned. "When you get home, I suggest that you sign him up for the blood reciprocate drive. Pro hero Vlad King set it up to help those with blood-related quirks. Every month, you'll get 30 bags of blood for a fee of just over 20,000 yen, paid monthly. It should keep young Izuku sated," Dr. Hazamada said as Inko frowned. She looked hesitant, and who could blame her? She was already strapped for money as it stood, so paying for another expense was something she couldn't truly afford to do. However, given that she would have to buy less food from now on, it could lighten the budget for something like this. "I don't have much of a choice," Inko thought, looking over to Izuku, who was absently squeezing his hand into fists repeatedly, as if amazed by something. She had desperately wanted her son to be normal as one could get in a quirked world, mind you, but still normal. This development threw that completely out the window. She thought back to her mother, and how she chided her when she told her mother that she was going to be running off with Hisashi. Before she had married Hisashi, her name wasn't always Inko Midoriya. It had been Inko Soriyama, and she had been a part of a rather wealthy clan of talented swordsmen and women. Inko, however, never had any talent with a blade, so she decided to be a simple stay-at-home helper. Her father was disappointed in her, but her mother had shared the same talent with a blade, or more rather lack thereof. When she met and eventually married Hisashi, her father wanted nothing to do with her, casting her out of the clan and forbidding her or any of her children to so much as even look at the estate ever again. A harsh punishment, but the Soriyama family was steeped in tradition, and were staunch upholders of it. Apparently, from what she could recall of what her father had said, they were descendants of a once mighty clan that hailed all the way back from the Heian era. What that clan's name was eluded her entirely, but in the end, it didn't matter. It was unfair, but then again, so was life. If only she had their help, maybe things would be easier. But as it stood, she was on her own. Her ex-husband was a whole continent away, and had accused her of cheating on him due to Izuku's quirk. Her family had banished her, and no one in her family wanted to talk to her. Mitsuki already had her hands full with her own son, and all of her other friends weren't exactly overflowing with money. A sigh escaped her lips as she looked over to the doctor, nodding. "Very well. Good. Now, all I need you to do is sign the release form downstairs, and you'll be good to go." Not too long after Inko did as she was told, and after a short walk to the train station to take the train home, sitting near the doors of the train, she glanced over at Izuku, who was transfixed on the moon. She wouldn't deny that she was extremely worried for him, but that was to be expected. She wasn't a fool. Inko was well aware of the bullying occurring at his elementary school, and had more than her fair share of angry phone calls to the school for not doing their job. But this was going to be worse. When his peers realize he's no longer bringing lunches to school or partaking in snacks, questions are going to be asked, be it by other children or faculty. Knowing Izuku, he would be blunt and forthright, and that will only make things worse. Forget being bullied for being weird and standoffish. Rumors would spread that he would bite people to consume blood. He was going to become a prime target for bullying. Kami forgive that he fights back, because that would make things even worse. The last thing she wanted was for Izuku to be a loner, but things were shaping up to be that way. Getting off the train, the rest of the walk home was done in silence. When they finally got home, Inko made it a point to call the drive and sign her son up as soon as possible. She paid the upfront fee, and was assured that she would receive a box of donated blood within the next 12 hours. She also called her work to schedule a day off, which had been a struggle to do because her boss tried to guilt her into coming in. After it was all said and done, she turned to look around for Izuku, who was seated on the couch watching TV. Inko sat next to Izuku, who glanced at her, before looking back to the TV. He was watching another one of those educational documentaries which, now that she thought about it, her son was never normal, was he? Izuku had always been driven to learn and absorb knowledge, a trait he had inherited from his father. Although, there was also the fact that Izuku was more inherently knowledgeable than most kids his age. He was also cold, not as emotionally open as the others, which didn't help with his reputation. It made Inko wonder if he was a sociopath, or if he was simply antisocial. Another thing I should probably get him checked for. There was also another thing she would have to do. She had to get into contact with her family somehow, and see if their family had any history of blood-related regeneration quirks. She knew it would be difficult, but she had to know if this came from her side, or if this came from Hisashi. If it did come from Hisashi, then she had even more reason to not want to have anything to do with him. Looking toward the documentary, it was about the medical properties of plants. Specifically, the episode had been about the blue spider lily, a plant with the perceived supernatural ability to grant intense genetic healing properties if consumed correctly. From time to time, as the documentary carried on, Izuku would glance over at Inko, then back to the documentary. There was a curiosity in his eyes. After the 7th time he did so, Inko sighed. She had sat next to him for a reason, after all. Izuku, we need to talk. It's about my need to consume blood, isn't it? Yes, Inko replied curtly, her tone serious. You cannot, for any reason, tell anyone aside from the teachers. Yes, Mom. Do you know why, Izuku? Izuku didn't respond, having gone back to staring at the TV. Inko sighed, crossing her arms. I know you're being picked on at school. Izuku, Inko pressed, causing Izuku to freeze, slowly looking over to her, shocked. How? I never told you anything. Mother's intuition, Inko said, turning to fully face Izuku as she put both her hands on his shoulders. Izuku, it's not healthy to shut away your feelings, or to keep things from me. Even if you think it will stress me out or make me worry about you more than I already do, or no matter how dire it may be, I need to know. As your mother, it's my job to help you. Izuku looked down at the couch cushion, embarrassed. Okay, Mom. Inko frowned. Izuku, I mean it. You can talk to me if something or someone is bothering you. I know. Inko's left eye twitched, inhaling sharply before exhaling. That means, Izuku, you have to tell me who it is. Izuku then looked back up at her, his face devoid of any meaningful expression other than a blank stare, before opening his mouth and saying, Everyone. Inko blinked. What? Everyone. Everyone at school. Teachers, students, everyone. Izuku paused, looking at the ground for a second, before looking back up at Inko. My teacher, Ms. Kawakami, is the only one who tries. Everyone sees me as a freak. The other staff refuse to step in when Bakugo picks on me. Today, he used his quirk on me and gave me a nasty bruise. Healed, but still. Other students also pick on me, but Bakugo is the worst. Inko stared. She had no words. Katsuki was picking on Izuku? Katsuki used his quirk on Izuku? Motherly rage began to boil in her blood, and it took everything in her power to not drop everything, call Mitsuki, and berate her for not reigning in her unruly son. But Inko was a patient woman. She could wait until tomorrow. That being said, she needed to know more. Izuku, how long has this been going on for? Since the beginning of the year. And slowly, that patience was starting to wear even thinner. Was Mitsuki dense? Did she know and not do anything about it? No. Mitsuki wasn't like that. She hated bullies, so defending one would be entirely out of character, especially if it was her own son. Inko banked on the fact that Mitsuki didn't know. Do you want me to handle it? No. What? Now Inko was confused. Izuku, why? All I'd have to do is call Mitsuki and she will only make it worse. I would be a snitch and Bakugo would make my treatment 10 times worse. Izuku replied, sighing. As nice as it would be, I'd much rather put him in his place. What do you mean by that? Inko asked, confusion lacing her tone as Izuku balled his right hand into a fist. When I drank that blood, I felt slightly stronger than before. Not by a lot, but it gave me an adrenaline rush, and even now, I can tell that my power has increased, Izuku said, before calmly slamming his hand down on the wooden coffee table in front of them. When he did, a small crack appeared in the table as Inko's eyes widened. So, he also gained extra strength when he drank blood, on top of it being the only thing he could consume? But, more importantly, never do that again, Izuku. That table cost me over 100,000 yen. Sorry, Izuku apologized, bowing his head as Inko sighed. Nevertheless, it was good to know. Now, Izuku, when you mean put him in his place, I hope you don't mean you're going to hurt him, Inko said as Izuku raised an eyebrow. But, he hurts me. Why shouldn't I respond in the same way? Izuku asked, tilting his head as Inko smiled. Because, Izuku, two wrongs do not make a right. However, that doesn't mean you have to endure it. You could simply embarrass him if you truly want to get back at him. You don't have to resolve conflicts with violence. As Inko said that, Izuku looked over at the TV. For a while he stared, not saying anything as Inko waited. He was thinking. His eyes gleamed a certain way when he was pulled into deep thought. After 5 minutes passed, and the documentary went on an ad break, Izuku finally responded. Yeah, I suppose that could work. Inko let out a sigh of relief. Truth be told, Inko was concerned about Izuku's mental well-being. With how he thought and with how emotionally distant he seemed to be, Inko was worried that he would become a villain. But Inko would like to think that she could be a good enough parent to prevent him from heading down that path. And as the moon shone in the sky, its pale blue radiant light casting a shadow down upon the apartment building that the Midoriya family resided in, a haunting chill overtook the night. Whether Inko knew it or not, fate had different plans for the happy family of two. A storm was approaching. It would not be a literal storm. It would not take the form of lightning or thunder. It would take the form of something else. Something small. Something seemingly benign, but in reality was the exact opposite. It would not be a physical thing either. Merely it would be an idea. What that idea was, however, would not be important for a long time. And before either of them knew it, 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 4. Izuku's Ordinary Life. Time was a fickle thing, ever marching forward to the beat of the eternal drum, never stopping for anyone or anything. A stalwart soldier, obeying its sole command to keep moving. For that reason alone, Izuku often wondered what would happen if one day, time stood still. What would happen? Would anyone know if time had stopped? What if it stopped right now? Would he even know if it happened? Most likely, the answer to that question was no. Sitting at his desk, staring down at his completed English test, Izuku frowned. It was too easy. Then again, perhaps that was his own fault for being too smart. Compared to everyone else at Aldera Junior High, he was considered as intelligent as someone in their first year of college. It made a lot of people in his class jealous. Not that Izuku particularly cared on how they thought. If they wanted to be jealous, then that was on them for not studying. He looked around the classroom. Izuku sat in the 4th row near the back, specifically in the middle of the row on the right side of the classroom nearer to the windows. Everyone else still had their heads down, struggling to complete their work. Even Bakugo, who was in front of him in the third row, was struggling, grunting and cursing. English was never his strong suit. It wasn't much of a shock. Despite being the pinnacle in all of the school, even Bakugo had his faults and issues, discounting his personality, of course. Izuku picked up his test paper and approached the teacher's desk with it in hand. The teacher looked up at him as he approached, and for a second, he saw the man shudder. That was to be expected. One look at Izuku would give anyone that impression. Izuku was odd. While he wasn't exactly the most bizarre-looking, he reached that perfect blend between normal and bizarre. For someone of Japanese descent, Izuku was eerily pale, as if any prolonged exposure to the sun would cause him to burn up in an instant. His eyes open wide, and his pupils pointed and sharp with a menacing crimson-red color. Despite being dressed in the typical Aldra Junior High uniform, a black button-up blazer, matching black pants and shoes, it still didn't give him the appearance of a schoolboy. Rather, to those who viewed him, he looked like a horror monster disguising himself as a schoolboy. Most schoolboys smiled. Izuku never smiled. Most humans blinked frequently. Izuku rarely blinked. Most people brought food to places that didn't serve it. Izuku didn't even eat, as far as the rest of his class was concerned. Izuku Midoriya was odd. Despite all of those oddities, Izuku behaved like a regular person. Izuku was polite, and no matter how he was treated, he either ignored said treatment and carried on with his life, or politely requested it to stop. He never went out of his way to be violent, and despite his freakish appearance bordering on the uncanny valley, he never acted like what was expected of him. "I'm finished the test, Mr. Adachi." The teacher gulped, taking the test away from Izuku and placed it in the completed bin. Izuku's eyes glanced over at the time. 3:10 p.m. Glancing back, Mr. Adachi nodded, taking the silent question and nodding. Without so much as a word, Izuku walked back to his desk, gathered his pencil and pencil box, before making his way out of the classroom. Izuku Midoriya was not normal. He was more robotic than human. His ghoulishly calm demeanor, his emotionless voice, his far too rigid stature, his maturity being more than most adults. Izuku was expected to act more like a child. But the problem with that was that Izuku didn't feel like a child. He wasn't childlike, and he never had been. Even when Izuku was 6 years old, which was 6 years ago, making him 12 now, he had felt double his age. Even more so now, he didn't feel like he belonged, and it reflected in his test scores. He aced everything. He had top marks in his academics, in physical education, and even in the very few extracurricular activities like art, he was compared to some of Japan's famous artists from eras past, especially with the particular otaku/anime style of drawing he and most others favored. Izuku had even started his own manga that updated weekly. It was a shoujo romance manga about two girls who had been pining for one another, but had no idea how to express themselves, and wound up inadvertently in a love square with the two male leads, who had feelings for each other's girl, and it sort of devolved from there. It was ironic because Izuku didn't have romantical feelings, and yet his manga, of which had started publication when he was 10, had consistently hit the top 20 rankings in its particular category. The best part, at least to him anyway, was that no one knew it was him aside from his publisher, as he went by the pseudonym Michikatsu Tsujikuni. As for why he picked that alias, he didn't exactly know. It simply sounded familiar, and that had been the end of that. Walking down the halls of his school, hands in his pockets, his messy bush-like hair swaying back and forth as he walked, he began to plan out what he was going to do when he got home. Studying first came to mind. His mother wasn't going to be home for a few hours due to her increasingly demanding work schedule. His poor mother. He hated seeing her overworked as much as she was. He had heard there were ways for him to gain some extra money online. He knew where to look, too. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to acquire some money. That can wait, Izuku thought as he came to his destination, the front of the school. It was there where all the lockers were, split into 6 rows, with said lockers being split into 2. Izuku's was the first one near the entrance in the 5th row, on the top portion. Inputting his combination, he unlocked the miniature locker, put away his pencil kit and adjusted his school books, before closing the locker and snapping the lock shut. Over by the entrance, there was a shoe cubby. His shoes were near the front, and after slipping off his school shoes, he put on his pair of home shoes just as the bell rung. The reason as to why he liked getting a head start was so that he could avoid the drama that came after school dismissal. Being the top student in the entire school allowed him to get away with it, and he abused it to his advantage. Stepping out of the building and down the small flight of stairs, Izuku walked into the bright morning sun. He shielded his eyes with the back of his hand, avoiding the sun's harmful UV rays as he looked into the sky. It was cloudy with clouds appearing gray. That meant that rain was a high possibility later. Midoriya, wait up! Izuku paused mid-stride as he looked over his shoulder, before straightening his posture and turning back to face the entrance. Izuku Midoriya was many things. He was odd. He was an anomaly compared to most of the other students. He didn't fit the mold assigned to him. He was an outcast. But the one thing that Izuku wasn't was a loner. A girl around his age jogged toward him, long, flowing black hair trailing after her. Amber eyes with similar irises to his met his gaze as a devious smile ensnared her visage. Cat ears sat atop her head as a black tail bobbed in the wind. The girl was dressed in the female variant of Aldra Junior High School uniform. It consisted of the same thing as the boys, swapping out the pants for a thigh-length skirt and black stockings. Before Izuku could say anything, the girl's tail snapped out toward him, wrapping around his waist and pulling him into an embrace that he had not expected, though in hindsight he really should have. The girl squeezed, her arms wrapping tight around his body as he heard her giggle to herself. Izuku frowned. He was never a fan of physical contact. The only person who could get away with it was his mother, Inko, and, well, the girl currently squeezing him like a clingy girlfriend. Which, for the record, they were not a couple. He had no interest in such things. The girl in question just so happened to be a very clingy person, much to his dismay. Please, let me go. Nah. Neikime. Gotta say the magic word. I'm not saying it. Say it. No. Then I'm not letting go. Izuku sighed. He didn't want to do this, but he supposed he was left with no other choice. He was able to get his left arm free, something that Neikime hadn't noticed, as Izuku's hand reached up to the top of her head. Knowing full well the effect his next action was about to have, a small mischievous smirk took up his visage, and then, he began to scratch behind the left cat ear on her head. The second that he did that, Neikime tensed. Her face flushed red as involuntary purr fell out of her lips. As he scratched, Neikime practically melted into him, purring like a domesticated cat, as if lost in the sensation. Izuku had to hold himself still so as not to fall on the pavement. Finally, after a few seconds on continuously scratching behind her car ear, Izuku stopped, stepped back, and caught Neikime just as she begun to fall. You're a jerk. I asked you to stop. You didn't. I simply responded as I said I would. You're still a jerk. I know. Good. Mine. Neikime Natsumi. Her quirk was called Cat. It gave her the appearance of and abilities of a cat girl from those weird pre-quirk era visual novels that he had heard some of his classmates talk about called Nakapura, and he had heard some of her classmates call her Parchan in reference to it, which made her extremely uncomfortable. Curiosity got the best of him, and he decided to look into Nakapura, thinking it to be nothing more than a wholesome game about cat girls. And it was that day that he had learned why it was that Neikime hated the nickname. Because, upon further research on the matter, he wished he could turn back time and prevent himself from ever seeing that. It was a perverted game about cat girls, a restaurant, and intercourse. Lots of intercourse. Why would someone make that? Were people really that weird in the pre-quirk era? Or perhaps it was made by a degenerate? How did the game get funded? Who did the art? Why did it make him feel flustered when he saw it, and why did he immediately think about Neikime? Was it because she had been compared to the characters? First of all, that was gross. Second of all, he had no idea that the human body could act like that. He hoped to whatever god or gods that were out there that it was all a cruel joke because seriously, why was it still allowed to be purchased? He knew the inner and outer workings of the human body, both male and female, because he studied biology due to his innate desire to learn. So, to see it in such a perverse way made him want to puke on several occasions, not because of the acts portrayed, but because of how hyper-unrealistic it was and how grotesque it could get at times, because seriously the human body in any of its various forms was not supposed to do any of the things he saw there. Did they do no research on how it worked? Why? He also learned on that day that no matter how much bleach one used to try and clean one's eyeballs, it did not take away memories of traumatic things such as what he bore witness to on that late Friday night, and it prompted him to destroy the laptop given to him by his mother, for it was cursed and he refused to touch it ever again. In order to avoid being punished by his mother, he lied and said that someone at school broke it. Whatever the case was, Izuku didn't quite know, but he remembered being severely upset at the universe that day, and since then, he had never looked at Google the same way ever again, having viewed it as having betrayed him. The next day, he reported those students to the headmaster for harassment and sexual harassment, citing the comments, the source of the comments, and the information of what it refers to with Nakheim by his side. Those students had since been expelled and blacklisted from the district. That aside, thanks to her quirk, Nakheim had enhanced stealth, flexibility, sense of smell and hearing, and she could elongate her tail like a lasso. She was also extremely fast, with a top running speed of over 45 kilometers an hour at top speeds, going from 0 to 45 in 3 minutes. He reasoned that she could get faster if she trained, but due to her lack of a desire to become a hero, she didn't see the need to. While they were at the beach over the summer holiday last year, Izuku found out that she also hated being submerged in water of any depth, could not swim, and had 9 lives, though he wasn't sure about that last one, as it had been an assumption on both their ends, and neither of them wanted to find out if it was true. Nakheim was like the little sister that Izuku never had. She was kind, doting, and protective of him despite the fact that it wasn't necessary. She was loyal to a fault and defended him from his bullies, as she would refer to them. Personally, he referred to them as pathetic whelps with no destined future, though he supposed it was a bit of a mouthful, so bullies worked just fine. Okay, can you let go now? Say it. Wow, she's stubborn today, Izuku thought, sighing. Fine. Hello, kitten. How are you? Izuku shuddered from cringe the second those words came out of his mouth. Nakheim snickered to herself, letting go of Izuku. It was only at that moment that he realized he had garnered an audience of people, all of whom staring at them as if it was weird. Which, to be fair, it was. As soon as Izuku looked around at the gathering crowd, they all turned and began to move in the opposite direction of him. It was both a blessing and a curse to be dubbed the creep of Aldra Junior High. People wanted to judge, but the moment you gave them an ounce of attention, they want nothing to do with you. I love it when you call me that. Makes you look like a dork, Nakheim said, covering her lips with the tips of her fingers, a teasing gleam in her eyes as Izuku turned around, continuing toward the gates of the school. We're going to be late to the train if you keep this up. Ah shoot, Chihiro is going to be mad at me if I'm late, Nakheim exclaimed as she bolted for the gates. Izuku smiled, watching her leave. Shaking his head, Izuku followed after her, attempting to match her pace, treating it like a race of sorts. Even if Izuku was a tad on the antisocial side, Nakheim had been one of the increasingly few people who didn't mind being around him. Of course, there were a few other people, but they were from different schools. He wondered how they were doing. He knew that they struggled with their own set of issues, too. He just hoped they hadn't gone off the deep end yet. One of his friends, who was 2 years older than him, was already dangerously close to snapping, though. Hopefully, she'd turn out all right. He brought her diet samples of his blood bags every time he went to talk to her. Seeing her smile made him smile, so that was all that mattered. Apparently, she had a crush on a boy named Saito, although Saito seemingly had no interest in his friend. Whatever the case was, he just hoped that nothing bad happened to her. By the time the two made it to the train station, their little race ended in a tie, though Nakheim was left out of breath. Meanwhile, Izuku was doing just fine. Nakheim leaned over, catching her breath as her tail drooped, as did her cat ears. Damn, Izuku. You're getting faster by the day, Nakheim said through labored breathing as Izuku shrugged. What can I say? I'm just built different, Izuku joked. Nakheim wheezed. There is no way you just said that. Neikime barked, laughing like a lunatic as Izuku felt a streak of pride surge through him. The cackling came to an end as they entered the train station proper, finding the line that would take them both to their desired location. Boarding the train and sitting next to one another, Neikime pulled out her phone, scrolling through Chirper, a truly repugnant website in Izuku's opinion. Izuku was never really that big of a fan of social platforms, like Chirper, Clapchat, FaceScroll, Nanogram, or Strifecord. He never understood why people didn't just go outside and speak to others like regular people, though he saw the convenience of being able to talk to anyone, anywhere across the globe. Still, he much preferred to speak in person. Oh my god, Izuku, did you see the leaks for next week's chapter of I Really, Really Love Sakura-chan? I can't believe Mayuri and Sakura kissed. Ah, finally, Natsumi exclaimed as a bead of sweat trickled down the side of Izuku's face. Are you kidding me? I thought Fuyuki-san told me she patched the leakers. Damn it. Izuku thought, frustration evident with his right eye twitching slightly. I see. Oh, come on. Can't you see how exciting this is? I mean, it was an accident and completely not on purpose, but still. Finally, 80 chapters in and we finally get something. Ha! Take that, Miyatsu shippers. Wait, people ship Mayuri with her teacher? What the hell? It was awkward enough to find out that Neikime was a fan of his manga, but to find out that the fanbase surrounding it was shipping a child and an adult? I hate people. Is that a popular ship? Izuku asked as Neikime turned to face him. Oh, my god. Do you read I Really, Really Love Sakura-chan too? Kinda. Neikime squealed with excitement as the train came to a stop. The announcer came on the speaker and said that the stop was the one that Izuku and Neikime were looking to get off at. Exiting the train with their stuff, making their way out of the station as Neikime blabbered on and on about what her favorite ship was, the main couple pairing that Izuku was intending to canonize once the story got to chapter 180, assuming that Manga Jump kept publishing him, of course, to all the reasons why Mikashi and Junkara shippers were the spawn of Satan. By the time they made it to the apartment complex that Izuku lived in, Neikime finally finished her rant, sighing as she did. That's why I ship Mikura because, I mean, they're obviously going to get together. Please tell me you think I'm right. Yup, Izuku said dryly. She must never know I'm the mangaka. Izuku thought to himself, keeping a mask of tranquility over his slowly furthering frustration. Good. As Neikime said that, she gave Izuku one final hug, before turning to leave. Alright, well, gotta go. Chihiro is gonna yell at me if I'm late. See ya, Midori. Izuku watched as Neikime ran off in the direction toward her house, which was a 20-minute walk from his apartment complex. Turning toward it, Izuku sighed. I should be expecting about, I think 30,000 from Manga Jump tonight for this week's chapter. I could use that for a better suit. As Izuku thought that, he reached his apartment, grabbed the key under the mat, entered the apartment, closed and locked the door behind him, put his backpack on the hanger where he always left it, then made a beeline straight to his room. Izuku Midoriya was many things. He was a student. He was a good, if not sometimes odd-behaving son. He was a smart, intelligent individual trying to make his way through an oftentimes confusing life. But, as Izuku walked into his bedroom and opened up his closet, he smirked, pulling out a pale blue Oni mask tucked within the recesses of his bedroom closet, alongside a box. Upon opening the box was a black yukata with various floral patterns. A smile took up his visage. Quickly getting changed into the outfit, Izuku dug deeper into the box. Within was a simple tanto that he strapped to his waist, alongside a pair of elbow-length white gloves. Walking over to the bathroom, Izuku took a brush to his hair after wetting it to straighten out the curls, before quickly doing his hair up into a chignon. As quickly as one could do that, anyway. Once it was all said and done, he slipped on the mask, opened his window and Herculean physical strength, leapt from his window into the air and across the street to atop the roof of a nearby building. As the sun stretched out into dawn, the clouds turning their milky orangish color to match the sky, underneath his mask, Izuku smiled. By day, Izuku Midoriya was a regular student. By dusk till dawn, however, Izuku Midoriya was not Izuku Midoriya. He became the moon-sent, an infamous vigilante who struck fear into villains all across Japan. And tonight, he had one particular city that he had heard buzz about not too long ago. A city steeped in villainy and ripe for the picking. Chapter 5. Pathological Facade. Heroes. The concept of them sounded childish. Big, strong, powerful individuals whose sole goal was to protect the innocent and nothing more. Pure idealism that ignored the complex reality of humanity. So, instead of directly addressing it, they brandished smiles, spewed slogans, and developed brands in order to keep up the guise. Everywhere you looked, there was always something talking about heroes. Heroes this, heroes that. If one wasn't born into a society had been so hero-obsessed, that individual would lose their ever-loving mind. Government churned out slop meant to do the job that many generations ago would have been handled by the police. But sometimes the bigwig heroes like All Might, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, Crust, and Wash couldn't help due to either being busy or by simply way of not being on duty. Of course there were other heroes besides the ones that had been listed, but they would take too long to list. So, when the big-name heroes weren't around to help the everyday populace, a different kind of hero would take a step into the limelight, even if they weren't chosen by the government for that kind of thing. Even if their version of heroism wasn't exactly the same kind that was taught. They were heroes, just the illegal kind of heroes, which, while sounding oxymoronic, was true. The heroes of Narahata City weren't really heroes at all. They were vigilantes, illegal heroes labeled as villains due to their activities being, well, illegal. But that never stopped them. After all, having a fancy license and being given permission to do the right thing was antithetical. Of course, there were times where that label was misapplied to those who were villains, who simply used the guise of being a vigilante to do their nefarious things, which made distinguishing vigilantes and villains harder and harder by the day. Izuku wasn't particularly bothered by being labeled a villain. While Izuku had never killed someone before, truly he didn't want to, but if he was forced to make a choice, he had seen articles labeling Moonsent a villain. It made sense. Vigilantes and villains were seen in the same light by the public. Only on very few occasions is a distinction made. Vigilantes also worked in groups. Typically, anyway. There was one particular group known as the Narahata Vigilantes that Izuku had done some research on, and had found that they, along with the help of Eraserhead, took down a massive villain with multiple arms handing out Trigger to the populace. But what was Trigger? Well, Trigger was a quirk-enhancing drug. It did exactly as it said on the tin, enhanced quirks. However, depending on the variant, it could have multiple different side effects. One of those side effects was losing one's sense of reason, and also lessening the blood flow in an individual's body. Overdoses on Trigger happened by the thousands every day across the world, which sounds like a lot, and it was, but in comparison to the global 15 billion human population, it wasn't all that much. While stopping the flow of Trigger wasn't on Izuku's to-do list for tonight, it was something he always tried to keep an eye out for. No, his real reason for being in Narahata was because he was hunting down a fellow vigilante. Someone who was going by the name of Stendhal. His reason for hunting down Stendhal was because of his tendency to kill the villains he faced. While it was typically a trait that Izuku didn't care much to hyperfocus on, Stendhal killed any villain, even those who were simply robbing a store for food. That, to Izuku, was unacceptable. Yes, killing villains who want to harm those for the sake of doing so, Izuku viewed as normal. Even if society at large disavowed heroes doing it, that's what vigilantes were for. To help the public in less than legal ways without breaking the major laws. But Stendhal was something else. Stendhal killed for the sake of killing. He was no better than your average serial killer, and Izuku was not a fan of that. To use the title of vigilante to simply kill those who didn't follow the law to a T was beyond unforgivable. In Izuku's eyes, Stendhal was nothing more than a villain. A true example of someone who the public and police at large would make as the perfect example. Standing atop one of the many high-rises within Narahata, Izuku stood, hands covered by the larger sleeves of his yukata. The evening chill had finally come to embrace the villain-encrusted city with building lights shining to make up for the lack of natural sunlight. It was times like these that Izuku was glad that he had night vision due to his quirk. Izuku Midoriya's quirk. A topic that a lot of people, primarily his classmates, had a vested interest in primarily because it was all over the place. Regeneration, night vision, enhanced reflexes, increased physical strength, speed, and durability. All of it powered by the consumption of blood, never to dwindle, although his classmates weren't aware of that part. That was why Izuku had opted to call his quirk Blood Boost, at least on paper. For those who didn't read his documents, his quirk and its nature were purposely vague. After all, his mother told him to keep it a secret, especially due to how stigmatized blood-related quirks were. While Izuku never really cared much for being a hero, it wasn't because he believed that heroism itself was bad. More rather, it was because he viewed the system as flawed. Looking out into the city proved that point. Most heroes were dubbed limelight heroes, meaning they only worked during the day. They were fakes. False heroes who refused to do any of the dirty work, only doing it when they knew people would be watching. Meanwhile, at night, people suffered. Granted, not all of them were fakes. Heroes like the Wild Pussycats were normal. So was Team Ida-10 and various others that Izuku didn't care to mention. But there were also a lot of fakes. He counted Endeavor as one of those fakes, but Izuku was nowhere near the level of power to even stand a chance against someone like Endeavor. Tangent aside, as Izuku overlooked Naruhata, a sigh escaped his lips. Tonight seemed relatively calm. Now, where is my contact? I thought that I had. Yo, Moon Scent. A voice, high-pitched, called out as Izuku sighed. Looking over his shoulder, he was met with a rather interesting-looking individual. They were a girl just a little older than himself. Over her eyes was a black mask, painted on, and her hair was tied up in a pair of puffy pigtails. She was dressed in a devilish black and pink-themed one-piece leotard alongside a black super miniskirt, with a tiny heart-shaped opening in the center of its chest, and a smaller one located on the small of her back, above which were two tiny bat wings. She also wore a reddish-pink bow tie around her neck, a pair of silver pearl earrings, black elbow-length gloves, and on the belt portion of the super miniskirt were 3 hearts that sat in the center. Alongside that, also wore a pair of black knee-high boots, and to complete her get-up, she had pink lipstick on to match her hair. "Hello?" Izuku began, turning to face the girl, who had a smile on her face. "Popstep, correct?" "Yup. Gotta admit, when I was contacted by someone claiming to be the Moon Scent, I didn't believe it. You're kinda a legend here, you know?" Popstep began as Izuku blinked. "A legend? Aha!" A cheeky grin took up her visage. "Personally, I don't see it. I mean, from what is known about you, you're just a kid, right?" "So are you?" Izuku retorted, prompting Popstep to pout. "Lies. I saw you at school the other day," Izuku stated as Popstep blinked. Wait, wha? Pink hair, blue eyes, except your eyes are pink right now. My guess is due to contacts, and your voice is the exact same," Izuku noted, a small smirk behind his mask as Popstep's shoulders sagged. "Darn," Popstep huffed, before blinking, realization gleaming in her eyes. "Wait. Oh my god, I go to school with the Moon Scent." Popstep practically squealed. Why? Was Izuku really that popular as Moon Scent? As Moon Scent, he had been responsible for capturing upwards to 10 villains, over 24 thugs, and prevented several robberies across Japan. He had started when he was only 10 years old, around the same time he began his manga. So he had assumed that while he gained some street credit, he didn't exactly think he'd be known in Naruhata. "I don't understand. Why are you excited about meeting me? I only contacted you because I heard you knew your way around Naruhata. I wasn't even expecting you to be someone from my school. I simply recognized you due to your hair," Izuku said as Popstep brushed the comment off. "Forget about me for a second." "Wait, actually don't forget, Never mind," Popstep said, clearly frustrated. "I didn't know you were this dull." "Dull? And dense, apparently," Popstep pointed out, jabbing him lightly with her pointer finger. "You've got motion, dude. People respect the hell out of you here. Even mentioning your name causes some of the regular crooks to freeze up. You've got a tanto, right? I've heard rumors you've cut out someone's throat with it once," Popstep said, miming a thin line across her neck as Izuku recoiled. "No, I've never killed, and I don't plan to." "Phew, that's a relief," Popstep murmured. "Welp, I'd give you a tour, but I've got one of my shows to go do. If you want, I can take you there," Popstep said, a twinkle in her eyes as Izuku frowned underneath his mask. Naive, fame-obsessed, and annoying. My least favorite combo, Izuku thought, frowning. No thanks. I'm not a fan of pop music. With that, Izuku turned and leapt off the roof of the building. Popstep, both shocked and a little mortified, ran to the edge of the roof. She looked down below and saw Moonscent as fit as a fiddle. No injuries or anything. A sigh of relief followed suit. The last thing she wanted to witness was someone killing themselves, doubly so just before a show. As Moonscent ran off into the night, Popstep had to wonder what exactly it was that he had wanted. One simply didn't contact her out of nowhere just to ask for a tour. There had to have been another reason. Or maybe she was just overthinking things. Although, she had to wonder, how did Moonscent get her contact information? Did he guess? Or did someone else hand it over to him? Confusion quickly took over her thoughts as she scratched the side of her head. It didn't make a lick of sense. Oh well, he's just a kid, so it doesn't really matter. Although, I should probably make sure my phone isn't tapped. Leaping off elsewhere, Popstep hummed to herself. Going from building to building, she couldn't help but get the feeling that someone was off about Moonscent. She didn't know what it was, but just being near him gave her the shivers. I should probably let the geezer and crawler know. I don't know why, but I get the feeling that we'll run into him again. XXXX. Come on. Just give us what we want, damn it. A bulky-looking man snarled, staring down a young woman who looked to be in her 20s. She had dark brown hair, matching brown eyes and cream-colored skin. She was dressed in a white shirt and black leggings, just casual attire and nothing more. She had just left home to get groceries and a few things for her boss. Just her luck to get ambushed by a drunkard. I don't have what you want. The woman snapped back, sneering as the burly man scowled. Oh, but you do, little lady. But you do, The burly man spat, reaching out to grab the woman by the neck. The woman recoiled and was about to reach into her back pocket for some pepper spray, when suddenly, without warning, a hand grabbed the burly man's wrist, preventing it from moving as the burly, drunken man grumbled in confusion. Excuse me. A calm yet young-sounding voice spoke out, as the woman looked to her right and saw quite the peculiar sight. The person in question was small, probably only standing around 4 feet tall, wearing a pale blue oni mask with their hair done up in chignon. They also wore a black yukata with various floral patterns, and were seemingly wearing white gloves. On their hip was what appeared to be a sheath for a tanto, and from the looks of things, they seemed very restrained. I believe that lady told you to leave her alone. Did she not? Let go of me, you little shit. The burly drunken man growled, trying to yank his hand out of the individual's grip, but it didn't budge. Eh? That is quite rude. Perhaps you would like to try again. I said, let God of me, you little shit. The burly drunken man slurred, slinging a punch at the individual's face, only for them to tilt their head to the left and completely dodge the punch. They then grabbed the drunken man by the other wrist and effortlessly flipped him over themselves, the landing being rough enough to make the man gasp and pass out from shock. Some people just don't have manners. Quite disappointing, the individual said before looking over to the woman, their expression covered by their mask. Are you all right, ma'am? Why, yeah, I'm fine. He didn't touch me or anything like that. I was actually going to spray him with some pepper spray before you came along, the woman said as the individual hummed. I see. Tell me, what is your name? Tsukachi Makoto. A pleasure to meet you? Moonscent. You may call me Moonscent. Ah, I've never heard of a hero going by that name, Makoto said, tapping her chin as Moonscent chuckled. That's because I am not a hero. I am a vigilante, Moonscent replied as Makoto did a double take. You're a vigilante. Oh, that makes more sense. Although, aren't you a little young to be running around like that? Perhaps to some, but I've managed this much for over 2 years. I'm perfectly fine, Moonscent replied, dusting themselves off. Before I let you go, however, I have to ask. Have you heard of anyone going by the name of Stendhal? Sorry, kiddo. I don't know anything about anyone going by that name, Makoto replied, bowing her head as Moonscent sighed, seemingly disappointed. Very well. I understand. Have a safe night. And with Moonscent leapt away up to a nearby rooftop. Makoto had to admit, for someone seemingly so young, they had quite a lot of power if they were able to leap from the street to the roof of a 10-story tall building. Although, she had to wonder what parent would allow their child to run around dressed up as a vigilante. Then again, they were probably unaware of such activities. Nothing for me to worry about. Now, what was it that Captain wanted? XXXX. Munson's here, Knuckle Duster grumbled, seemingly annoyed. Great. Another psycho. Knuckle Duster, what was there to say about him? He was a tall, extremely muscular man with a bodybuilder physique. He was dressed in a long hunter green trench coat with a simple wrap around black mask. Underneath the trench coat, he wore a tight-fitting black muscle shirt and a pair of khaki jeans, black boots, black gloves, and a pair silver knuckle dusters, hence the code name. He seemed fine to me, Popstep said as Knuckle Duster scoffed. Yeah. Up until he tries to stab you with that tonto of his for thinking you're a thug who wants to beat up on people. Knuckle Duster grumbled, rolling his shoulder. Guy's got a few screws loose. Pretty sure he's a kid too, which ain't a good thing, Knuckle Duster said, crossing his arms. I've fought him once too. He's slippery, fast too. We're about even playing field in that regard, but I'm physically stronger. Wait, you've fought this Moonscent guy? A boy with short black, dressed in an all-might hoodie with biker protective gear on his arms and legs, alongside a pair of red lace-up sneakers, asked, tiling his head with confusion written all over his face. Who even is he? Currently, the group of three were stationed in a nearby alleyway, with Popstep and the boy standing next to one another, whereas Knuckle Duster stood across from them. They were taking a bit of a breather from their patrol around Narahata when Popstep showed up and mentioned she had news about the contact, mentioning who it was. He had never seen Knuckle Duster's expression twist to annoyance like that before. Whoever this Moonscent guy, Master doesn't seem to like him much. Wonder why? Is it really just because he ran away from a fight? The boy thought as Knuckle Duster huffed. No one knows. He showed up 2 years ago, started kicking ass and taking names, and declared that he was going to clean up the streets of Japan online. Sounds like he's way over his head if you ask me. A good idea but not enough power to do it. Met a lot of people who were like him and all of them ended up being deranged or die young. Sad to see, honestly, Knuckle Duster said, huffing. But if he's here, he's gotta have a reason. What kind of reason? Like, the bad kind? Popstep asked, a hint of concern in her voice as Knuckle Duster frowned. Dunno, but wherever he goes, there tends to be bloodshed. While he hasn't killed people before, at least as far as the public is aware, he isn't exactly reluctant to use his tonto to fight. Coupled with his strength, speed, and reflexes, he's not a fun guy to fight. So if you encounter him, do so with caution and only engage if I'm nearby. Don't want you kids to get hurt, 'cause he doesn't discriminate. Knuckle Duster commanded, his tone leaving no room for an argument. But if he's a kid, wouldn't it be easy to just knock him down and tie him up? The boy asked, scratching the back of his neck underneath the hood as Knuckle Duster shook his head. Don't underestimate people just 'cause they're young, Koichi. That's how you get killed. If there's one thing that I learned in this type of business, it's that kids are cruel. Especially ones who think themselves unbeatable. Knuckle Duster stated, his tone serious. Now then, you two can go back out if you want. I've got some business to take care of. Just don't get too in over your heads, 'kay? Gotcha, both Popstep and Koichi exclaimed. Koichi had to admit that being a vigilante while stressful was fun. He had a hobby, a few new friends, and life was starting to look up for him. But little did he know that tonight, things were going to take a drastic shift for the worse. XXXX. Ack! A strangled voice cried out as a lean man with spikes coming out of his back fell to the ground, blood dripping down his nose as a bruise began to form. Izuku had to admit, out of the two people he had to deal with today, this guy was the most annoying. Behind him, there were several spikes that were shot out at the wall, cracking the brickwork. Had any of those hit Izuku, it would have ruined his yukata, and it cost him quite a lot of money to get, so if it got damaged in any way, he wouldn't be a happy camper. Izuku looked down at the spiked man, the man's tongue lolling out from the side of his mouth. It was tipped black. Trigger. That explains the spikes, Izuku thought, frowning under his mask. Izuku stared at the tongue, scowling. Scoundrel. As Izuku said that, he went to reach for his tanto, but stopped. No, don't do that. Severing the tongue would cause a fatal bleed out. Just because he threatened to damage my yukata doesn't mean I have the right to kill him. That was one of Izuku's major problems. His lack of inhibition toward killing others, especially when he was out at night as Moonsent. He didn't know why, but there was something about hunting people that made him want to kill, like an instinct that was getting harder and harder to ignore by the day, especially when it came to those who did misdeeds. Looking over his shoulder, he glanced at the unconscious man behind him, the spiked man's victim. He wasn't dead, but he was injured. Reaching into the pocket he had stitched into the interior of the yukata, Izuku dialed 119 and reported the two unconscious individuals, gave the address of the neighboring building, and specified the left alleyway before hanging up and leaving. He had to admit, most nights weren't this active. Typically, in any other city, he wouldn't have to worry about several villains showing up in a night. But Narahata was different. Well, I guess it wasn't called the City of Villains for no reason. As he leapt from building to building, Izuku caught a glimpse of something in the distance. It was a fight between a massive, rocky-looking villain and some guy wearing an All Might-themed hoodie. The man was dodging from place to place, avoiding getting hit several times. He's losing, Izuku thought as he looked over to the sidelines. Popstep was also there. Are they a team? Izuku narrowed his eyes as the crawling, sliding guy got caught in a pothole and was seconds away from getting pummeled into the dirt, when suddenly, a man with a blue-tinted katana showed up, blocking the punch and protecting the other man. His hair was styled in a ponytail, and he wore a red mask over his face. He was dressed in a red and black tracksuit, with a bulletproof vest over his chest, alongside bulletproof knee pads and elbow pads. Attached to the front of his vest were 6 switchblades, 3 on the left side and 3 on the right. As soon as he came into view, Izuku instantly recognized who he was. Stendhal, I finally found you, Izuku thought, sneering underneath his mask. However, looking at his current situation with there being multiple people, and 2 of which who would back him up if he needed it, and it happens to be in a very precarious situation for me if I were to engage, Izuku thought, landing just near the scene of the action, and from this distance he could hear just about everything, deciding to observe for now. Down at a parking lot where the battle was taking place, Stendhal had to admit, of all the places to witness a villain attack, a basketball court was not the first thing that came to mind. But then again, most villains tended not to care where they attacked. Which was precisely why he utterly loathed all forms of villainy. It was why all villains would one day learn to fear the bite of his blade. However, his main reason for engaging the villain wasn't because of the villain. No, more rather, it was because someone needed to be protected, fellow meddler much like himself. The way he saw it, anyone who willingly went out of their way, license or no, to protect the citizens of Japan was a true hero in his eyes. Therefore, it only made sense to aid his fellow cohorts in case they needed aid. He would accept the same from them too, should the need arise. Quite tough, aren't you? Stendhal mused, switching his stances with his blade as he set himself into a wider stance, his muscles seeming to bulge slightly, before he unleashed several slashing attacks toward the rock-skinned man in various angles, from left to right to up and horizontal up to 8 times, in the same repeating pattern. Blood-breathing, first form, hack and slash, Stendhal calmly announced, overwhelming the villain. The blade cut through the first layer of Rocky, catching the villain off guard. Grah! The villain exclaimed, as Stendhal continued his advance, never once letting up. He reached for 2 of his switchblades, clasping them between his pointer, middle, index, and pinky fingers, forcing the blades out, before throwing them toward the villain's face. The blades lodged themselves into his exposed cheeks, although the villain effortlessly knocked them out, snarling before lunging at Stendhal. Stendhal, for his part, sidestepped the charge, glancing over his shoulder. The boy, Stendhal thought, only for his worries to be alleviated, seeing as he was nowhere to be seen. Primarily because he had gotten underneath the villain, ramming into his legs hard enough to make him trip. However, just before Stendhal could strike down the villain, the sound of sirens echoed out. It's the cops. A pink-haired girl called out as Stendhal sheathed his blade. How unfortunate. The villain took that as his cue to pick himself up and bolt, further frustrating Stendhal. No matter, I'll track him down later. We'd better hightail it out of here too? The pink-haired girl exclaimed as the boy in the hoodie looked over to Stendhal, rubbing the side of his head as he spoke. Thanks for the save there. Who are you, exactly? Stendhal smirked under his mask. The name Stendhal, another meddler like you. Just as he said that, he leapt away, using one of the nearby signs to get atop an adjacent building. These skills that he had read about from his family's old scrolls had come in handy once again. He had been training said skills for well over a decade, and had decided to use them to purge the streets of filth like that villain. Although, as annoying as it was, finding the materials to restore the blade that was left behind by his ancestors was difficult. Thankfully, he had found some in an antique rock store. Finding the right tools, though, was even harder, and he had nearly given up, had he not run into a blacksmith during his out-of-city travels. The town he had visited was called Nichibatsu Town, which literally meant Sunset Town. It was a tiny place with very few homes, although its main tourist location was a blacksmith ran by a man named Kokori, who was said to have lived there with his family for generations, with Kokori being the latest. When Stendhal had approached him with the blade, the man was positively beaming, saying that he had been waiting for this day before taking the blade and the scarlet or with him. Stendhal had no idea what he meant by that, but whatever the case might have been, the man agreed to repair the katana, and even did so free of charge. The repairing process took well over a week due to how damaged the blade had been, and he had just barely enough material to fix it, but by the time the blade came back it was sharper and was of better quality. The material, scarlet or, according to the scrolls his ancestors left behind, was found on Mount Yoko, which was on the southern side of Japan. One of these days, I'm going to have to go there if I want repair my katana should it break, Stendhal thought as he leapt from building to building, keeping an eye out for the villain. Just as he landed on another building, he heard a tiny thud from behind him. Looking over his shoulder, Stendhal tilted his head to the left, confusion on his face. Behind him was a small individual. They were dressed in a black, floral-patterned yukata, with a pale blue oni mask covering their face. Their dark green hair was done up in a chignon, and on their hip was a sheath for a tanto. They landed with precision and practiced style, which immediately indicated to Stendhal that they weren't someone to be taken lightly. "Can I help you?" Stendhal questioned as the individual huffed, not out of being out of breath, but seemingly out of annoyance. That could mean either one of two things. They were a meddler like him or they were hunting him. And if they were hunting him, he would make sure they would never live to regret that mistake. Stendhal, killer of villains or better yet, notorious serial killer. Your quirk, Blood Curdle, allows you to paralyze those whose blood your tongue comes in contact with. You primarily fight using a katana and other bladed weapons. It took me a while to find you, but now that I have, I believe it's time that someone puts an end to your rampage, the individual stated matter-of-factly as Stendhal narrowed his eyes underneath his mask. Ah, I see. Yet another person who doesn't understand. Very well. For interrupting my hunt, I shall deliver upon you a quick death, Stendhal said, unsheathing his katana as the individual unsheathed their tanto. Do not misunderstand the situation, Stendhal. It's you who will be dying tonight. Chapter 6. Expectations versus Reality. Combat was something that Izuku never truly excelled in. This was a facet of life that he simply did not care for, so one might wonder why he decided to become a vigilante if he wasn't good at fighting. The answer was quite simple. He wished to be better. It was not out of arrogance that he desired to get better either. Rather, his penchant for learning extended to physical education as well, and understanding how to fight would allow him to get a better understanding of how humanity as a whole functioned. It was one of the many reasons why, when he got the free time he watched the recorded battles that heroes got into. It was to study how the human body functioned, how its muscles would bend and contort to get the optimal angle for an attack. Truly, the human body fascinated Izuku more than anything else. So, when Stendhal launched an attack at Izuku, an upward slash that cleaved up through his chin all the way out of his frontal cortex, he had to admit that he was frustrated that he didn't see it coming. Stendhal had moved like a blur, and struck even harder than he could have possibly imagined. It was clear to Izuku that he had gotten way in over his head. As Stendhal flicked the blood off of his blade and resheathed it, Izuku could feel the condescending glare emanating off of him. "Now die, for your foolish mistake." As Izuku hit the ground, hitting the cement with a light thud, mulling over his blunder, blinking as his face repaired itself, he was left to figure out how Stendhal moved as fast as he did. Was it pure training, or was it something else? What was it that made Stendhal so fast? Izuku needed to find out. He desired to know more about him, his curiosity overtaking his common sense. But before he could get up, he could already hear Stendhal retreating. No, he wasn't getting away that easily. Not when Izuku had become interested in knowing more. Leaping up from his prone stance before jumping into the air and hovering slightly above Stendhal's head, Izuku delivered a devastating spin kick to Stendhal, sending him flying down from the roof of the building they were standing atop of down into the streets below, leaving a small crack in the asphalt. As Stendhal slowly stood up, rubbing the side of his head, confusion quickly filled his mind as he looked around to see who had been responsible for such an attack, only to realize it had been the same individual who he had just cleaved into the face of with his blade. What? But how? Stendhal thought, confusion giving way to frustration as he stared into the fractured pale blue Oni mask. Now that he could see underneath the mask, even if it was only slightly, he bore witness to an unnerving-looking eye, pointed, glaring, and vacant of any real emotion outside of annoyance and curiosity, as if what Stendhal had done was nothing more than a brief obstacle to him. It was made even more confusing when there was the noticeable lack of a wound on the admittedly young-looking individual's face, as if his blade had never struck true. If that won't wound him, then perhaps this will, Stendhal thought, cool, calm, and collected. Gripping his katana, Stendhal assumed a more offensive stance, as the individual wordlessly charged forward. Noticeably, his tanto was nowhere to be seen. That meant that he left it on the roof, a rookie mistake, but a mistake that Stendhal planned on capitalizing on. As the individual cleared the distance between themselves and him, Stendhal lunged forward, using his open stance as an opening. Unsheathing his blade and shrinking the gap in less than a second, Stendhal narrowed his eyes underneath the mask, honing in on his target, before thrusting his blade through the young man's chest twice in rapid succession, puncturing both lungs in the process. Fifth form, Pulse Fang. Blood spewed from the wounds and from Izuku's mouth as he staggered back, clutching his chest whilst the wounds healed. But Stendhal didn't let up. He kept going, not wanting to lose his momentum, performing the same attack he had done on the larger villain from earlier, with 8 precise slashing strikes aimed at Izuku's body. First form, Hack and Slash. The overwhelming series of slashes carved into Izuku's flesh, a hiss reverberating from his lips, blood coating the street as Stendhal kicked Izuku in the stomach, sending him to the ground. Stendhal watched him fall, blood flowing from his wounds as gravity took its course, before he fell onto the road with a sharp thud. Stendhal stared down at the yukata-wearing boy, his eyes narrowing under his mask. He watched as the slash wounds began to close up. If he hadn't already believed that the young vigilante had a regeneration quirk, then this more than proved it. That means, given enough time, he'll get back up and start hunting me again, Stendhal thought, scowling. But just because he can, doesn't mean I'll let him. Stay down if you know what's good for you. I haven't the time, nor the want to battle fledgling like you. Stendhal paused, humming. Your quirk gives you regenerative capabilities. That's the only explanation for you to still be alive. It is a shame that it is wasted on someone like you. Stendhal raised his sword in the air, pointed the tip of his blade right where Izuku's heart would be located, before plunging the blade down. Izuku choked, blood spilling out of his mouth as it leaked from under his mask. Without fanfare, Stendhal removed the blade from the young man's chest, staring down at the body. It no longer moved, perfectly still as all dead things should be. He waited 1 second, then 2, and after 3 seconds passed with no sign of moving, Stendhal relaxed. Good. One less nuisance to deal with later. And then, after sheathing his blade, and without bothering to stick around, Stendhal leapt away, using the surrounding signage to boost himself up to the nearby rooftops. He still had a villain that needed killing, after all. But as he left, he couldn't help but feel off. Something was truly wrong about that boy. Something dark, and whatever it was, Stendhal didn't want to encounter it again. Not that he believed he'd have to. After all, he stabbed the boy in the heart, so there was no way he could come back. Right? Of course. What am I thinking? That boy is dead, and better for it. This world, this cruel, hollow world would eat him up and spit him out. That boy lacked true conviction, and so I did him a mercy. Stendhal thought, troubled by his thoughts all the while. XXXX. Knuckle Duster, otherwise known as Iwao Aguro, was just having one of those days. His day job's paycheck was late. There were no good villains to fight, and to make matters worse, his daughter was still missing, his wife was still in a coma, and everything just wasn't making for a good day. Walking down the streets of Narahata, he was itching for a fight. A good fight, not a crappy one. The only good one he had as of recent was against that large fellow a few days back. That fight. That was a real fight. He was dreaming of having another fight like that, and hopefully it was soon. Granted, he didn't want it to be too soon. He was still trying to get over being rattled by the last big guy, the rock-looking dude. He heard that the cops were calling this pop-up villains instant villains or something to that effect. It made sense, seeing as how instant they'd pop up. Iwao also knew that it was the trigger that was causing it, specifically the variant known as Idio Trigger. It was a very potent, dangerous kind of trigger that not only enhanced one's quirk, it blinded their sensibilities, making it difficult for them to think rationally. He had seen totally perfect and normal lives ruined by it. Much like any other kind of drug, it was insanely addictive. While he had never seen an overdose before, he had heard horror stories from doctors at the hospital his wife was staying at. How the affected individual's quirk goes haywire, and they have no choice but to kill the person in order to save the lives of others. It was tragic, horrifically so. It was why Iwao hated it so much. He never understood why anybody would use Idio Trigger or any kind of trigger, for that matter. It was dangerous, and at a young age schools warned about its uses and the danger it represented. Bah! People are stupid, but the people who sell it even worse, making victims out of clueless kids or those easily tricked. Worse than scum, Iwao thought, adjusting his mask. His reason for being back on the streets was because he had finished visiting his wife in the hospital, and it had filled him with a sense of frustration that he needed to unleash on some stupid villain. That was his only reason for being out again. Although he also couldn't lie to himself. He was worried about Popstep and Crawler. They were just kids after all, or well, Popstep was. Crawler was basically an adult, but even then, he acted like a kid, so he still counted. I wonder how Crawler and Popstep are doing. They better not be gotten into any. Iwao's train of thought halted as he stopped dead in his tracks. During his time as vigilante, he had seen a lot of messed up, terrible things. He had seen murders, he had seen kidnappings, he had even stopped a couple of in-progress rapes. But what he saw, sprawled out on the side of the road, while not anything new, had made his blood turn cold. Rule number 1 about Iwao. Never hurt children around him. He was a father, for crying out loud, so that was your own funeral if you wanted to be that dumb. Rule number 2 about Iwao. If you challenge him to a fight, you better make sure that you know what you're doing, or you're going to lose a couple of teeth. And finally, rule number 3 about Iwao. If he ever caught the person who attacked, brutalized, or murdered a child, he would find them and he would kill them. What he saw in the side of the road was Moonscent, laying in a pool of his own blood. Iwao knew that Moonscent had been a child, no adult that small and a voice that immature would throw themselves into this line of work. That, and with every other factor lining up, he had long ago deduced that Moonscent was, at most, a middle schooler. So, to see Moonscent in a puddle of his own blood was worrisome, and it set off all of his parental instincts. Without saying a word, Iwao ran over to Moonscent, stopped everything that he was doing, and inspected the young kid without doing too much. He still had a pulse, a faint one, but a pulse. He didn't appear to have any wounds, but the corners of his mouth that were bleeding told him otherwise. His mask was cut, which revealed a very childlike face underneath, which all but confirmed his suspicions. Who the fuck would do this to a kid? Iwao cursed mentally, picking up Moonscent carefully. His first thought was to take him to the hospital, but that most likely wasn't a good idea. After all, Muzan was a notorious vigilante, and he was known for wearing that exact mask and yukata. But even still, what was more important, the kid surviving or his street cred? The answer was blindingly obvious. Iwao booked it. Frankly, he was being stupid, he knew it, but that didn't change a damn thing. Iwao knew some basic first aid, but given that the kid didn't have any external injuries, that meant he probably had internal injuries, which meant that the only people who could help would be trained professionals. However, just as he turned the corner, Iwao had to do a double take. Before, not only was the kid no longer in his arms, but behind him, he heard the sound of feet touching the ground. Sharply looking over his shoulder, Iwao saw Muzan, standing, cracking his neck from side to side as he wiped at the sides of his mouth. Damn it, I've lost him, Muzan grumbled as Iwao scowled. Oi, kid, the hell, you're injured, what are? No, I'm not, Muzan interrupted, turning to face Iwao, although I appreciate the concern. The hell, Iwao thought, confusion taking over his mind. The hell you aren't. You had blood. I'm aware I was bleeding. However, my healing factor is the most potent there is. My wounds are fully healed. While I am ashamed that I lost my target, it won't happen again. Although I was massively outclassed. I knew Stendhal was strong. But Stendhal? Who the hell is that? Iwao butted in, crossing his arms. Muzan looked over to Iwao, his one eye narrowed. A serial killer masking as a vigilante. He wields a katana and has several throwing knives on his person. Knuckle duster. I am aware you are strong, but do not go after him. His quirk paralyzes those whose blood his tongue comes into contact with. He is my prey, and no one else's. Muzan spat as Iwao tilted his chin up, his expression one of disappointment. Kid, that's no way to think. You want to help the weak. What kind of stupid question is that? Of course I do. Then don't go calling people prey, for one. For two, if that Stendhal asshat is what did that to you, you ain't anywhere near his level. Throwing yourself at a wall won't break it. You gotta know what you're doing. First, Iwao stated bluntly as Muzan looked down at his right hand. He seemed frustrated, but that was only natural. Kids always believed themselves to be invincible, and this kid was pretty damn near close to that. If he could recover from internal injuries like that, he must have gained some kind of god complex. The best thing for him right now was to break it. But at the same time, he didn't want to pummel Muzan into the dirt to get his point across. You need to train. I figured. That's the only next logical step, Muzan said, before looking back at Iwao, nodding. Thank you. Your words, blunt as they might have been, were kind. I'll be taking my leave now. In a blur of motion, Muzan was gone, although Iwao had seen him leap into the air and atop another rooftop. He frowned, bordering on scowling. Something wasn't right with that boy. He didn't know what, but whatever it was, it almost seemed inhuman. No kid, not even one with a hyperintelligence quirk, spoke like that. No kid's voice sounded that mature. Especially one so young, at least from what he could garner based on what was underneath the boy's mask. Something wasn't adding up. Iwao never was the conspiracy theorist type, and he never would be, not unless that conspiracy made sense, but Iwao had a feeling that Muzan was more than what he let on. And what that something more was had to have been dangerous. XXXX. Keen Hachisuka had to admit, out of all the people that she had the fortune of running into, Stendhal and Muzan were not the ones that she had expected. But, all the same, the more people fighting one another and causing havoc, the better. Sitting atop one of the many skyscrapers within Narahata, Keen adjusted her eye patch, a buzzing noise murmuring just underneath. The current body she was possessing belonged to a runaway. She didn't bother to recall her name, Tamao or something along those lines. It really didn't matter. Just a face and a body that she could live vicariously through. This body, in particular, had short orangish-brown hair, cream-colored skin, and had visibly sharp teeth. The clothing choice, though, Keen could make on her own. Therefore, she wore dark green and white varsity jacket, underneath which she wore a white button-up shirt, a short pale skirt, and yellow and black striped stockings, with brown slip-on shoes. her favorite attire, primarily because it allowed her to lure in unsuspecting morons to turn into instant villains. Although, right now, the person who she had the most interest in had to be Muzan. She had been watching him from afar during his battle with Stendhal, and, much like number 6, had a regeneration quirk of some kind. One that seemed to allow him to avoid death, if having been stabbed in the heart wouldn't kill him. Although, it also seemed to give him enhanced strength and speed. Her first initial thought was that he had multiple quirks, but she quickly dismissed the notion. All for one would have mentioned something about a recent experiment, and tell them that he had sent reinforcements to the area. Ergo, he couldn't have multiple quirks. That meant that there was something more to Muzan. Something that Keen desperately needed to know. Wonder what that quirk could do under the effects of trigger, Keen mused, smiling. Of course, he wasn't the only one who she was interested in. There were others, but if she could get him alone and secluded, inject him with idio trigger, and watch the chaos ensue afterward? That would be interesting. Standing up, Keen cracked her neck from side to side, easing the strain that she gained from looking down all evening. She had already made up her mind. This week, she would learn more about Muzan. Tomorrow, she'd have one of her bees follow him around out of sight, find where he lived and find his school, and during it, inject him with idio trigger just to cause havoc. Besides, it was in schools where the best tragedies could happen. As she walked down the stairs along the side of the building, Keen couldn't help but giggle. Yes, truly, this was ingenious. And the best part? Nothing would be traced back to her. Nothing at all. That was why Keen loved causing havoc like this. She loved making people hurt, loved causing problems, and most importantly of all, loved to watch people die. Humans were nothing but insects. Humans ruined the natural order of things, so it was only fair to kill them for fun, to cause them as much pain and suffering as possible. Keen was a direct result of humanity's hubris, an experiment to give animals quirks. This was all self-inflicted. Even if the others who were a part of the experiments wanted nothing to do with her, including that damned chimera, she would make everyone pay attention to her. After she was done toying with Muzan, she would destroy Narahata. She would make sure that Narahata would be a message to humanity. And that message would be clear as day. You're all weak. Chapter 7. The Annoying Buzz of an Insect. It had been well over 3 weeks since Izuku had gone to Narahata. In that time, he had taken Knuckle Duster's words to heart. If he wanted any chance to fight Stendhal, he needed to know how to fight. He needed to get a grip on basic combat skills, but also street and performative. There was just one problem. His mother couldn't afford to send him to any of the martial arts schools, and his wages as a mangaka wasn't earning him nearly enough to afford a monthly membership at any martial arts school. So he improvised. He watched videos online and practiced in parks. He would practice combos on trees, do physical exercise following a calisthenics routine, while also using the money he made as a mangaka to pay for a monthly gym membership, because those were significantly cheaper than any martial arts school. His only problem was not knowing how to test out his newfound capabilities. Not without going out again as Muzan. He wanted to. He had been behind on his hunt for Stendhal, but for all he knew, Stendhal could have already been dealt with, which would sour his mood. That being said, it wasn't as if he was all out of options to test his strength. Izuku knew one person who would love nothing more than to fight him. Currently, it was after school. Nakheim had already gone home, which gave him the excuse to linger around after the bell. Aldra allowed students to be on campus grounds for up to 2 hours after school. A lot of students didn't take advantage of it, but Izuku had in the past. Just like his previous school, he had a mental map of every facility, every room, and every nook and cranny. Aldra, to him, was easy to navigate, as if looking at the back of his hand. He also had a habit of noting every habit of those who he had labeled as interest individuals. The list was a very small one, but it consisted of 3 people: Nakheim, Hanayama, aka Popstep, and Bakugo. Nakheim always left school the first second she got. Hanayama stuck around in the theater area to practice her routine. But the most important one for his current uses was Bakugo's. Bakugo lingered around the front gates with his friends, read as cronies, so that they could go to the arcade in downtown Mizudafu, which bordered on two cities, Hosu and Tokyo. That was where Izuku was headed right now. As he did, the wind blowing harshly, a sign of an incoming storm, Izuku couldn't help but feel as if doing what he was about to do was a bit of a meat-headed idea. Izuku never really played into the humiliating Bakugo card often. In fact, he never did outside of intellectual disputes. His reasoning for it was rather simple. Izuku would be the brains and Bakugo would be the brawn. Izuku was never one for combat. But his want to hunt Stendhal necessitated that he needed to get better. And who else better than to help would be the same person who he had convinced that he had been weak. Before Izuku even got within 6 meters of Bakugo, he turned to sharply glare at him. His annoyance was palpable, his shoulders tense, and his right palm already crackling with sparks. Good. That was a good sign. Oi! The hell do you want, freak? Bakugo barked, his glare intensifying. Not that it bothered Izuku much. Staring blankly, Izuku adjusted his collar slightly. It had been annoying him before speaking. Bakugo, I wish to spar. Bakugo stared at him as if he had gone insane, balking all the while. The fuck? You? The scrawny freak? You want to spar? As Bakugo continued, he scoffed, brushing Izuku's request, as if insulted. Fuck outta here with that bullshit. Me? Spar with you? No thanks. Bakugo spat, turning his back on Izuku. Well, there goes plan A. Time for plan B, Izuku thought dryly, frowning. What's the matter, Bakugo? Afraid that you actually might lose? To that, Bakugo slowly looked over his shoulder, his eyes gaining a bloodshot tinge to them, his lips upturning into a slight snarl. Excuse the fuck outta you. The hell did you just say? Izuku smirked. Good. He wanted that reaction from him. That meant he fell for the bait. Technically, he was stooping to Bakugo's low right now, but he wanted to try out his new capabilities on a moving target. What better way to do that than to the one guy who had spent most of his life bullying him? I said, are you, the great Katsuki Bakugo, afraid of losing to, as you put it, the scrawny freak? Because that is what this seems like to me? Izuku replied, his voice calm, never once wavering as Bakugo snarled. Oh, that's it. You're dead. Bakugo moved faster than Izuku had initially expected, but he was able to make up for that by knowing what it was that Bakugo always liked to do first when it came to fighting. And that was thrusting forward with his right hand to pop an explosion in his victim's face. Izuku sidestepped the attack, got in extremely close to where Izuku's fingers were barely even an inch away, and then he struck at speeds that most people couldn't possibly keep up with. The speed and force of the blow was enough to leave tiny shockwave impressions across Bakugo's clothes and skin, making him spit up saliva all over the ground, staggering back as he began to wheeze. The 1-inch punch, Izuku thought, but he refused to let up. Giving Bakugo a chance would simply mess things up. So, Izuku capitalized on his moment of weakness, lunged forward, and instead of going for a punch, keeping his momentum, Izuku did a spinning round kick. The sides of his shoes slammed into Bakugo's arm and knocked him over. Bakugo groaned and snarled, slowly coming to his feet. You shitty freak! Bakugo roared, snapping forward as he palmed Izuku in the stomach, followed by a point-blank explosion. Izuku was sent flying into the brick fence around the courtyard perimeter from the force of the blow, the brickwork cracking under pressure. Bakugo lunged for him, but Izuku was smart enough and able to recover fast enough to dodge to avoid the follow-up explosion. As he slipped to the right, he kicked Bakugo's feet out from under him, causing him to face-plant into the fence, before Izuku grabbed him by the hair, pulled him back, and flipped him over his shoulder to land on the grass. Then, with a definitive stomp to the chest, Izuku held him there as Bakugo squirmed. Stay down. But, of course, because this was Bakugo, he refused to back down. Launching an explosion upward that Izuku narrowly dodged out of the way of by dashing to the right, he caught a right hook to the face, followed by a delayed explosion that sent him to the ground just as Bakugo was getting up. The small burn on his face rapidly began to heal, as Bakugo sneered, looming over him in such a way that his entire face seemed to be covered in shadow, his eyes seemingly glowing red, and his sneer reflecting razor-sharp teeth, like a monster staring down its next meal. Fucking freak. Thinking you can step to me. Who the fuck do you think you are, you wannabe loser? Bakugo snarled, and only then, when Bakugo was done spewing his repugnant garbage, did Izuku use his position to kick upward and send Bakugo backward, giving him enough space to stand. Shit! Bakugo spat, blood leaking from his lower lip. You asshole! You busted my lip! Bakugo growled, staring at Izuku, who seemed to be fine. Bakugo blinked, confused. How could he be fine? Didn't he just sling an explosion at his face? He knew how powerful his explosions were, especially from that range. That should have left at least a bruise. But there was nothing. I think that will be all, Izuku said, brushing off his sleeves, rolling his shoulder. Thank you, Bakugo. I learned a lot from this. And as Izuku said that, he brushed past Bakugo, hands in his pockets as all Bakugo could do was stare. What the hell was even that? No, seriously? What the hell was that? Since when could that freak heal from his injuries? Or, maybe, come to think of it, he had never seen a single bruise on him since the day he had met him. Not a scratch, not a scrape, not a bruise, not a thing. What the hell? Bakugo needed to know more, but he honestly didn't know how he was going to get that information. He sure as hell wasn't going to ask the freak. Maybe he just jumped the bastard at some point. Yeah, that would work. Off in the distance, standing across the opposite side of the street, lurking in an alleyway, Keen had a smile stretching across her face. She had been stalking Moonscent since she came to Muzutafu, and had learned quite a lot. He was boring, constantly studied, and was a mangaka. His quirk seemed to have a mix of regeneration, some kind of strength enhancer, and enhanced defensive capabilities. She had also seen him drink blood, and only blood, meaning that his quirk was blood-related. She had seen all of those kinds of quirks on the effects of Trigger. They got stronger, healed faster, and some even died as a result due to quirk overload. But that explosion quirk from that dusty blonde boy, that would be so much cooler, Keen thought, an excited buzzing noise rumbling underneath her eye patch. She'd have to wait, though. Lunchtime would be the best chance she'd get, so tomorrow. Tonight, though, she had other plans. Rokuro wanted her to look into something for the villain factory, so tonight, she'd have to wait to unleash anything big. Stendhal was also busy, too. He had decided to head to Esuha to hunt down a few villains before he went after his next assigned target. Something came up, apparently, and he deemed it more important. Whatever. It doesn't matter, just as long as chaos rips across Japan. I don't care, Keen said before giggling. She was half tempted to send out a trigger bee to jab that explosion guy mid-fight, but he wanted him to be in a bigger place with more people before she did that. After all, the most casualties was what made for the best instant villain, as the police were now calling them. Instant villains. What a tacky name, Keen thought as she slinked back into the alleyway, frowning. The media always found a way to suck out the creativity of her ideas. Oh well, at least it isn't something lame like pop-up villains. And as she walked into the alleyway, she had failed to notice that Izuku had been staring in that direction the whole time, eyes narrowed. He had never seen that girl before, and for her to be staring at the direction of the school. Suspicious. Izuku knew immediately that whoever that girl was, she was a threat that he, at some point, would need to tackle. But, for right now, he was content to leave her to her own devices. The bite of Munson's blade would evade her for now. For now, he was focused on Stendhal more than anyone else. Stendhal would be his first and only kill. He knew the saying that, after the first, you can't stop, but Izuku had enough self-control to avoid slipping into the same trap that Stendhal fell into. And so, Izuku walked away, making his way back to his apartment. He had ordered a new Tanto online with a false ID, and it should arrive soon. His mother had gone to Jaka City for a business meeting, so she wouldn't be back until tomorrow. Which meant that it was time for Moonscent to come back to the streets of Narahata. XXXX. Narahata at night wasn't particularly any different from any other city. Just like any other city, crime rate spiked, but that wasn't against the norm. Soga Kugazaki had seen his fair share of crime. He had committed some as well. Sometimes robbed, other times he did more questionable things. Shakedowns, for the most part. scaring and threatening someone into doing something bad if they didn't hand over cash. That Popstep chick was one of them. All he wanted was a couple $1,000 to buy a couple smokes. He was never serious about what he said he was going to do. He wasn't a freak. He wasn't like all those other punks. His friends, Rapt and Moyuru, they weren't like that either. They were just a couple of strung-up youths looking for a quick paycheck. They weren't freaks either. Maybe it was because of his standoffish demeanor that he knew full well that people saw him differently. Saw him as a villain. His appearance didn't help matters either. His spiked, dyed hair, his clothing, his smoking habit. It was why when he was walking to meet up with that chick who gave them that drug, Trigger, for the second time that month he was going there to finish business. Permanently. She got his friends hurt. She got them into trouble. She got them beat up. She was going to pay dearly for that. Soga checked his phone, frowning. This was the meeting location, and the chick wasn't here yet. His eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to ditch the place, a pair of footsteps echoed out from behind him. Soga looked over his shoulder, scowling. There she was. Ginger hair, pale skin, dark brown eyes, and that obnoxious outfit. "Oh, your friends aren't here? I thought you said all of you were going to show up," the chick said, her voice sickly sweet, like honey on bread. "They ain't a part of this no more," Soga spat, his eyes narrowed in a glare. "You got a lot of nerve actually showing up. You know that?" "Why's that?" the chick said as Soga sneered. "You said that shit wasn't gonna cause problems. Just give us a boost. You never said it would cause us to lose our wits." Soga spat as the chick scoffed. "It's an experimental drug. Forgive me for not knowing what would happen. Besides, that batch was faulty," the chick replied coolly, before a smirk took up her visage. "Say, have you heard the rumors? HMN? There's a serial killer on the loose. He's been taking down crooks left and right, and since you guys were on the news labeled as a part of the whole instant villains trend happening, he might just come after you next," the chick said, putting on a face of faux worry, something that Soga saw through instantly. "You should tell them. That scary psycho's gonna come after you." Then, a viscous smirk took up her visage. "And you're gonna need what I got to help you out of this mess." Soga's sneer was so filled with rage that he could barely contain himself. Several veins popped out on his forehead, threatening to burst as he glared daggers at the chick. "Then I'll deal with them myself. Without that shitty drug. I only came here to end things. I'm done with this shit." "Oh, is that so?" the chick said, a curious hint to her voice. "Ha, that's crummy. Though, I guess you wanting to protect your friends is a true sign of decency. Maybe you aren't that bad after all." "Enough?" A quiet, clipped tone of voice rippled throughout the alleyway as Soga's eyes widened. There, standing behind the chick, was a man in a red mask and jumpsuit getup, with fold-out knives lining his chest, alongside a katana on his back, the blade gleaming in the moonlight, reflecting a crimson hue along the edge. "This charade has gone on long enough. You hide behind falsehoods, and for it I will cut you down." "Soga, you sure you don't want my help?" the chick said, her tone venomous. This was a trap. He should have figured it was. Why the hell didn't he put two and two together? "Bah, piss off," Soga spat, thin blade-like claws ejecting from his knuckles. "I'll take you both on, without that shitty drug." "Borangy," the chick said in a sing-song tone of voice, putting both hands behind her back. "You're no fun, Soga. Forcing my hand like this. Oh well, guess I gotta make things interesting. You don't mind, do ya, Stendhal?" The masked murderer, Stendhal, said nothing. He simply got into a position where he could strike at Soga with his blade, and Soga knew at that moment that he was screwed. He had seen people who knew how to fight, how to properly fight, and Soga knew full well that he wasn't like that. But Stendhal? He knew what he was doing. Panic filled Soga's eyes, his expression turning from stone-cold seriousness to fear as he took a step back. The chick grinned as a horde of strange-looking bees flew out of nowhere. Time to make things interesting. A wave of bees with syringe bottoms flew out toward Soga. He covered his face, protecting his eyes with both of his arms, waiting for them to attack. But nothing came. The only sound that followed was the sound of a blade slicing through the air. A gasp of shock fell out of the chick's face as Stendhal muttered something. Soga opened his eyes and looked in front of him. A small, child-sized individual adorned in a black yukata with floral patterns stood in front of him, wearing a red oni mask over his face. The boy's hair was tied into bun with 2 sticks keeping it in place, and in his right hand was a tanto. All around him were dead bees, sliced in half with eerie precision. Though his expression was masked, the bloodlust oozing off of him was more than enough to send chills down Soga's spine. For someone so young to have that kind of aura. To think, now you target civilians, Stendhal. Disgusting, the boy said, his voice dripping with malice. You, I pierced your heart. You should not be alive, Stendhal said matter-of-factly as the boy tilted his head. You stabbed a heart. But what about my 6 others? The boy replied, flicking his tanto free of any insect guts. I already alerted my contact that you're here, and they're bringing their friends, too. One of which includes Knuckle Duster. Tell me something, do you wish to deal with 4, potentially 5 people at once? Or will you take my offer of temporary mercy? You? The chick hissed, glaring at the boy with nothing but contempt. I thought you were cool, Moonscent. Moonscent? This brat's Moonscent. Soga, though, confusion swirling in his mind as Moonscent turned his attention to her. I am not talking to you, trash. I suggest you move along. Moonscent spat as the chick sneered. Fine, I'll take 2 for the price of 1. The chick spat as more bees swarmed toward Soga and Moonscent. Moonscent used his tanto to cleave through dozens of the bees in an instant, but even he wasn't able to keep up with the sheer amount of them all at once. Eventually, a few slipped by and stung both Moonscent and Soga. For Moonscent, once the drug entered his body, it raced toward his brain trying to find a quirk factor to amplify, only for a sea of strange, blackened blood cells to race toward the drug and demolish it within seconds. When the drug did nothing for Moonscent, Keen was taken aback. There should have been an effect by now. But nothing happened to him, Keen thought, her expression laced with confusion, before turning to look at Soga, which was when her expression turned into sadistic glee. Oh well, at least I got one of them. Moonscent looked over his shoulder, flicking the bee off the side of his exposed face, before looking up at the mass of skin and quills behind him. Soga let out a roar of fury, which in turn culminated in Keen laughing. Have fun, you 3. I'm gonna bounce before anything else happens. And then, she was gone, stepping onto a few bees and flying off. Moonscent glared at Stendhal, readying his tanto as he gripped the hilt of his blade. You truly are an odd one, Moonscent, Stendhal said, inhaling as he spoke. First, you mention you have multiple hearts. Then, a drug that is meant to boost someone's quirk factor has no effect on you. It makes me wonder, just what are you? Moonscent sneered underneath his mask. He had no idea how long it would take for his backup to arrive. He could hear Soga's ragged and furious breathing behind him. He was moments away from charging like a wild animal. Your name is Soga, yes? Yeah, Soga growled. He seemed to have control. Good. Then let us dispatch of this filth, Moonscent said, raising his tanto. Backup will arrive soon, but until then, it is just the 2 of us. Whatever. This bastard is mine, Soga roared as Stendhal huffed. So, you reveal your true colors. Fine by me. Then it's time to die, Stendhal declared, as they all lunged at one another. Chapter 8. Seething, blood-curdling rage. When Stendhal lunged forward, he did not target Moonscent. He targeted the one named Soga. He reasoned that once he dealt with Soga, then Moonscent would be next. But he made a critical error in not targeting Moonscent. The moment Stendhal prepared to slash at Soga, Moonscent interjected himself between Soga and the strike, his tanto rising to cross blades with Stendhal's katana. Whereas before the strike would have sent Moonscent flying like it had in their first encounter, Moonscent matched Stendhal in physical strength, perfectly blocking the blow. What? It should not have been possible. There was no way for someone so young to match the physical strength of an adult. Not even in a society of quirks. As sparks flashed between the clash of blades, Stendhal had barely any time to react to the massive, razor-sharp, quill-covered fist that Soga threw his way. If Stendhal moved his blade, his hand would be gone. So, he took the punch head-on, the fist slamming into Stendhal's mask as it sent him flying. Stendhal flew through the air, flipping uncontrollably before landing on the ground, tumbling along the pavement before skidding to a halt near the end of the alleyway. His head throbbed in pain as he growled under his breath before collecting himself. For as strong as he wasn't particularly durable. He was what some might call a glass cannon, able to dish out damage but unable to take it very well. That being said, he was not going to allow the brute, who was currently charging at him with reckless abandon, to do that again. Steadying his blade, Stendhal calmed his breathing, before adjusting his stance with his blade, the pommel just inches away from his right shoulder. As Soga drew closer, and just as he was 3 feet away, Stendhal struck. Blood-breathing second form, vein splitter, Stendhal thought, lunging forward with a thrusting motion. The tip of the blade caught within Soga's right bicep, and as it did, Stendhal sliced diagonally across his arm and down from the top right side of his chest down to his abdomen, blood spewing like a fountain. Soga roared in pain, echoing out into the night sky as Stendhal smirked underneath his mask. A wound like that would be fatal even to someone with trigger in their system. But even still, he did not forget about Moonsent. Quickly turning on his heel, he blocked another strike from Moonsent's Tanto, a piercing attack that was aimed for his throat. "Quite bloodthirsty, aren't we?" Stendhal said, his tone mocking. Moonsent said nothing in reply, and just before Stendhal could say another word, Moonsent used the friction from his impact of Stendhal's blade to flip backwards, and have the heel of his foot come into contact with the top of Stendhal's head. Stendhal barely had the chance to register the impact to avoid slamming into the ground mask first. Using the force of the blow and the direction of where it was taking him, Stendhal rolled like a ball and repositioned himself behind Moonsent, who, when he landed, quickly turned and blocked another strike. "In the last 3 weeks you've clearly improved," Stendhal commented as the two exchanged blows with their blades, sparks flying from each impact, but with Stendhal having the upper hand, pushing Moonsent back with each strike. "Alas, it will afford you nothing." On the next strike of their blades, Stendhal found an opening, smirked under his mask, and adjusting himself accordingly, Stendhal took the opportunity. Blood-breathing, fourth form, arterial reap. Slashing his katana downward toward the upper right-hand side of Moonsent's body, he purposely missed to force Moonsent to prepare a block, before rising his blade back upward, carving into the lower left-hand side of his body, severing the iliac, gastric, before finally diverting to the brachial arteries, all in one fluid motion. Much like what happened to Soga, blood spewed like a fountain. Unlike what happened to Soga, who was starting to stand up, glaring daggers at Stendhal, Moonsent kicked Stendhal in the stomach, sending him backward a few feet as the cut healed over in the time it took to blink. Blood stained Stendhal's blade, Moonsent's blood, as the aforementioned boy charged forward. He considered using his quirk, but decided against it. He did not need his quirk to best a prepubescent child. Beneath the mask, Stendhal could sense the killing intent coming off of him. Most people fell to arterial reap, but Moonsent and his pesky regeneration was proving to be difficult. Stendhal thought back to what he said about having multiple hearts, or at the very least alluded to having multiple hearts. Most mutation-based quirks didn't cause that drastic of a mutation. But then again, if the rumors of quirks becoming stronger every generation was true, then it made sense. Up until that trigger B did nothing to him. He still hadn't an answer to the question he asked Moonsent. What was he? Was he even human? Nonsense, Stendhal thought, steadying his blade as he blocked a downward slash from Moonsent. What else could he be? Stendhal reasoned, continuing to block strike after strike as Soga finally regained his composure and rushed forward, flanking Stendhal's right. Stendhal quickly disengaged from Moonsent to attack Soga, only for Moonsent to finally land a blow. Moonsent's Tanto lodged itself just under Stendhal's uppermost switchblade, piercing just above his lung as Stendhal hissed. The blow distracted Stendhal as Soga slammed his right fist into Stendhal's stomach, claws included, piercing his intestines as the force of the bunch of was enough to send Stendhal flying out of the alleyway and into the empty street proper. Stendhal collected himself, steadying his breathing. From the scrolls of his ancestors, alongside learning about breathing techniques and how to create one's own, on top of that, there was the technique known as total concentration breathing, which hastened blood flow and increased one's physical capabilities. Stendhal hadn't used it yet, but considering his wounds, and considering the fact that he was losing, he needed the extra boost in power. That, and with the threat of backup coming for those two, he knew that if he didn't dispatch of them, things were only going to get worse. As Stendhal breathed deep, he immediately felt the effects as his veins surged. His heartbeat accelerated, and much like the effects of adrenaline, he felt the pain from the two wounds he had gained bleed away into the back of his mind. Just as Moonsent and Soga walked out of the alleyway to meet Stendhal in the street, Stendhal lunged forward, cracking the pavement underneath his feet. He targeted Moonsent first, seeing as he was the most important threat at the moment. Stendhal had been moving so fast that neither Soga nor Moonsent could react. Mid-lunge, Stendhal prepared his blade. This move was only used when in desperate need to end a battle. If stabbing his heart would not kill Moonsent, then severing his head would have to do. And so, without a single note of hesitation, Stendhal readied his katana, and using his blurring speed, mere feet away from Moonsent, he unleashed it. Blood-breathing, 8 form, final hemorrhage. The scene played out in his mind like a painting. Blood seemingly channeled all around Stendhal's blade, coating it, surrounding it in pure crimson, as with a single, solitary horizontal slash, Stendhal's blade carved through Moonsent's neck, severing his head from his body. Soga's eyes widened. Moonsent's expression of horror was masked by the face of an Oni overlapping his. And just as Stendhal landed the attack, Popstep stood on the edge of the building, hands covering her mouth, eyes wide with horror and disgust. She was the first between herself, Crawler, and Knuckleduster to arrive. And it had been too late. Stendhal paid the new arrival no mind as Moonsent's body crumbled to the ground like a ragdoll, his tanto skidding across the pavement. His attention then shifted over to Soga, narrowing his eyes as he ducked under a sloppy right hook. Continuing his momentum, Stendhal followed up his last attack with another as Soga prepared a block, only for Stendhal to sneak behind him in the blink of an eye, and upon seeing how exposed his back was, struck like a serpent eager for prey. Blood-breathing, 7th form, vascular coil. Stendhal thrust his blade into Soga's back, piercing through his chest and stabbing his diaphragm, ripping the blade out and kicking Soga to the ground as a pool of blood began to spill around him. The entire time, Stendhal kept his composure. 2 dead bodies. 2 villains scratched off the list. One his true target, and another that had stuck his nose in a place it didn't belong. But Stendhal knew that this was not going to be the end. He flicked his blade clean of the blood and sidestepped the incoming attack from above. A flash of black and pink registered in his eyes as he steadied his blade as a familiar sight took up his vision. The skimpy attire was recognizable to anyone familiar with the street performer, even as lame as it appeared. "Popstep," Stendhal hissed. "You do not belong here. Leave while you can, or you shall be next." "You killed a kid, a literal child," Popstep raged, clenching her right hand into a fist. "You'll pay for that." "Then you can join him," Stendhal roared, lunging forward faster than Popstep could react, eyes wide as Stendhal readied his blade. Just moments before he performed the first form of blood breathing, something knocked into his legs, nearly sweeping him off his feet as he did a backflip. "I admired you, you know," Crawler said, disappointment coating his words. "To think you were a killer. But I won't let you hurt anyone else. That's what a hero is supposed to do," Crawler shouted, keeping low to the ground as Stendhal narrowed his eyes underneath his mask. "Then you should know the importance of ridding the world of trash like those 2 villains. You 2, you are pure of heart. Turn back now, or else I will be made to force my hand." Stendhal tried to reason, but it was no use as Crawler surged forward, as well as Popstep, who leapt into the air. Pincer attack. A wise choice. Too bad it hardly mattered. Just leaping back to gain some distance, Stendhal waited for the perfect moment to unleash a move perfect for this exact kind of attack. Readying his blade in front of him in a sideways stance, just as both of them got within his metaphorical crosshairs, Stendhal surged forward in a leaping motion as he began to spin his blade at blinding speeds, like that of a propeller on a plane as he mentally exclaimed the attack's name. Blood-breathing, sixth form, blood petal scatter. And just like a propeller blade, the attack carved and tore through Popstep and Crawler, drawing a significant amount of blood that even most adults would find debilitating. It caused Popstep to tumble to her side, hitting a light post and halting her in totality as Crawler flew backward, slamming into the wall of a nearby building, crashing into the side of it with a cry of pain. Stendhal skidded to a halt, standing tall over the four bodies that were now in front of him. He glanced over at Popstep, her breathing slow and shallow, a non-threat. He then cast his attention to Crawler, who, despite the various gashes, slices, and cuts, came to his feet. Blood leaked from him like a leaky pipe. Determination gleamed in his eyes, and in that determination, Stendhal saw the look of a true hero in his eyes. It was sad, really. You don't know when to give up. Look around you, Crawler. An ocean of blood separates us. I have yet to even use my quirk. Do you truly think that you can take me on, knowing that? Stendhal questioned, cocking an eyebrow underneath his mask. Go on. Save yourself. Leave these fools to their fates. You needn't trouble yourself anymore. That is not acceptable, Crawler shouted, getting into a fighting stance. Just because I don't have a license does not mean I won't stop a villain like you. He has conviction, and an ample amount, Stendhal mused, steadying his blade. You truly are admirable, Crawler. Tell me, what is your name? Himawari Koichi. Kaizome Akaguro, Akaguro replied, readying himself. Himawari, I shall remember your name. Now come. Himawari got low to the ground as Akaguro lunged forward. The two charged at one another, and just as Himawari came close, he got out of his lowered, speeding stance and surged upward, elbowing Akaguro in the stomach, causing the wound in his gut to tear open more. Not that he would have been aware of that, causing Akaguro to cough up blood, losing his focus and interrupting his total concentration breathing. The force of the impact caused him to stagger backward. He quickly gathered his wits, continued his total concentration breathing, and blocked another charging attack with the flat of his blade. Koichi slugged punch after punch, each sloppier than the last as the adrenaline began to leave his body. This last stand, Akaguro knew full well it was out of pure desperation. Himawari's blood still stained his blade. He could, if he wanted to, use blood curdle and offer him mercy. But no. Akaguro knew that if he did that, all that would do would taint Himawari and turn him into a vengeance seeker. It would ruin his heroic spirit and turn him into another villain. Akaguro was the villain killer, not the villain maker. As the two exchanged blows, Akaguro felt pity for Himawari. It was in that pity that he decided to end things as quickly as he could. An opening appeared, and when it did, Akaguro capitalized on it. Blood-breathing, fifth form, Pulse Fang. With two, scarily accurate thrusts of his katana, Akaguro pierced both lungs of Koichi Himawari. When Koichi fell to the ground, gasping for breath, Akaguro did not feel triumph. He did not feel the thrill of victory. He did not feel good about himself. He felt awful. In Himawari, he saw himself. Akaguro saw before him someone who wanted to be a hero, but could not do so due to restrictions and a seemingly weak, or in his case, taboo quirk. But just as he killed that past version of himself, Akaguro readied to do the same for Himawari. Koichi Himawari, I grant you reprieve from your life of suffering. You will be known for what you were, a true hero, one who died in the line of action. And just as Akaguro was about to pierce Koichi's neck, Akaguro narrowly avoided a punch from a massive, brass knuckle-adorned black-gloved hand. You're wrong, jackass. A heavy, anger-fueled voice rumbled from in front of Akaguro as his eyes narrowed underneath his mask. 'Cause I'm here, and I ain't gonna let you kill my students. Standing before him, dressed in a dark green military-style jacket, black muscle shirt and sand-brown cargo jeans with a mask covering his face, Knuckleduster stood, a confident yet furious smirk taking up the uncovered portion of his face as the bandana mask covered the upper half. Another one? Those two then, Popstep and Himawari, They must have been the first wave of backup. That makes Knuckle Duster the last, Akaguro reasoned, adjusting the stance of his blade. Knuckle Duster, truly, I do not wish to fight you. You follow the path of justice just as Himawari did. We share a common goal. Like hell we do, Knuckle Duster spat, teeth gnashing. I'm an ally of justice. You're just a crazed butcher pretending to be. I see. Another who refuses to see reason. However, perhaps it is I who cannot see the truth. Akaguro murmured, readying himself. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I am merely pretending. But what I do know, Knuckle Duster, is that you cannot walk away from this alive. Then I guess I just gotta give you a knuckle sandwich, Knuckle Duster shouted as the two charged toward one another. Knuckle Duster threw a blindingly fast jab, and had Akaguro not been using total concentration breathing, he would have gotten hit. But, thanks to his use of the breathing technique, he was able to slip past the punch and counter it. Blood breathing, first form, hack and slash. Akaguro unleashed 8 slashes in varying directions, all of which were blocked by Knuckle Duster's forearms, blood seeping from the gashes. But Knuckle Duster did not relent. He surged forward, ducking to the left to avoid a horizontal slash. A 9th strike meant to cut his jugular, and sent a right hook aimed for the side of Akaguro's face mask. Akaguro reared back, the punch grazing his mask and scratching it, leaving a line just above where his nose would have been as Akaguro leapt back, giving himself distance. Distance that was quickly closed by Knuckle Duster, who unleashed a flurry of punches, all of which Akaguro used his katana to block. Had Akaguro's katana been a regular blade, it would have shattered. But Akaguro's katana was anything but normal. Akaguro's katana was made out of a legendary metal forged to withstand blows that would wipe out whole cities in a single go. Knuckle Duster's expression changed from contempt and rage to battle-lust-filled glee. Being the ravaging barbarian he was, Knuckle Duster enjoyed a fight when someone could keep up with him and not back down. But, at the same time, his students were bleeding out, and from the looks of things, one was already dead. Even if he didn't consider Moonsent a true student of his, he had given him the advice to train. Clearly, it either wasn't enough or he didn't train at all. But either way, he wasn't going to let anyone else die. So Knuckle Duster switched things up. Knuckle Duster stamped forward with enough force to shake the ground, causing Akaguro to falter briefly, and with the opening given, Knuckle Duster surged his right fist forward, aiming to punch Akaguro in the face. Only, blood-breathing, 7th form, vascular coil, Akaguro roared, slipped past the blow like a snake and slashed just below Knuckle Duster's bicep, cutting his brachial artery as blood spewed from the wound, coating his blade. Knuckle Duster went to turn and punch Akaguro, only for Akaguro to lick the blood on his blade, and upon doing so, Knuckle Duster felt a surge of something race through his body, causing him to collapse in the practical ocean of blood, most of which had dried up due to exposure to the air. Akaguro stared down at Knuckle Duster, sweat building on his forehead and face. Even while using total concentration breathing, he knew that if he continued for any longer, he would eventually tire, and once he did, the fight would be over. It was why he did something as dishonorable as using his quirk. Akaguro only ever used his quirk on those who he hunted. He never used it in a setting where he had truly met his match. For that, he typically only used blood breathing. But, due to his condition worsening, he knew that he couldn't fight for much longer. It's over, Knuckle Duster. You are paralyzed and will be that way for several minutes. You have lost, Akaguro said, reverence in his tone of voice. In the distance, he could hear sirens. The police and an ambulance no doubt had been called. In other words, that meant he needed to flee. You bastard. Cheating like that. Knuckle Duster spat as Akaguro frowned. For what it's worth, I feel the same. We will meet again, Knuckle Duster. Fair. Before he could finish his sentence, however, a black blur slammed a boot-covered foot in Akaguro's face. Akaguro was once again sent flying backward, slamming into a wall as he cupped his mask, dizziness taking up his visage. What they? Knuckle Duster muttered as Akaguro could not believe his eyes. It was impossible. It was beyond unrealistic. It should not have been. and yet he could not deny the truth. Standing in front of Knuckle Duster, Moonsent stood, Oni mask covering his face, Tanto in hand. "How?" Akaguro shouted as Moonsent hummed. "Truly? I do not know, but what I do know is this, Stendhal. This ends here and now." Moonsent spat as Akaguro sneered underneath his mask. This could not have been happening. He decapitated Moonsent. He watched as his head flung off his shoulders. He should not be alive. And yet, reality spat in his face as he was forced to accept that Moonsent was still alive. Was his regeneration really that powerful? Or was there something else at play here? Whatever the case was, Akaguro did not know, nor did he care. "No, we will continue this later, Moonsent. By far, you are the most intriguing individual here. You survived 2 things that should have killed any regular human. Clearly, you are not like us. No human being should have survived that," Akaguro said, his voice starting to shake. The pain of his wounds were starting to get to him, even through total concentration breathing. He needed to leave. "Before I go, Moonsent, I ask you one question. I expect an answer when we next meet," Akaguro said, before leveling his sword in Moonsent's direction. "What are you? Because it is clear to me you are not human." And then, just as Moonsent was about to lunge forward, Akaguro leapt backward, jumping off of a sign, and onto a nearby rooftop, before fleeing the scene, leaving Moonsent, Knuckle Duster, Soga, Crawler, and Popstep to their own devices. Before Moonsent could do anything, though, a figure emerged from the shadows. They wore a black tracksuit, had a large gray scarf around their neck, had piercing black eyes, and stubble on their chin. Along his waist was a utility belt, and his expression was one of curiosity and concern. "Saw the tail end of that. You've got a lot of explaining to do, Knuckle Duster. But first, I'll talk to the police and first responders," Pro Hero Eraserhead said as multiple police cars and 2 ambulances pulled up to the scene. Chapter 9. What is it to be human? Izuku was never one to ignore a question, no matter how uncomfortable the answer might have been. But, as he sat in a hospital bed for the second time in his life, the light of the moon once again shining down on him from an open window, he did not know what to do. His fight with Stendhal once again showed him just how weak he was. Once again, Stendhal cut him down. Once again, Stendhal had bested him. Once again, he had failed to kill Stendhal. Izuku Midoriya hated failure. The mere concept of failure made his blood boil like nothing else had before, whether it be failure on his part or failure of others around him. The fact that 5 decently skilled individuals could not best one man had ate away at Izuku since the moment he had arrived here. Was the gap in their skill simply that wide? Looking back on the fight, the fighting style that Stendhal had used seemed eerily familiar to him. Izuku knew not why that was the case, but the flow of Stendhal's blade had reminded him of something. What that something was, Izuku did not know. Just like those drawings he did back when he was little of mid-industrial revolution Tokyo wroth in battle between a monster and several swordsmen, he was plagued by a memory that made very little sense for him to have. Memories of swordsmen with unique battle arts. Memories of a boy with spiky black hair, a dual-colored Haori, one half yellow and green and the other half pure red, underneath which was a black uniform. The boy swung a sword that flowed eerily similar to that of Stendhal, except less violent and more relaxed. And then, he was pulled out of the memory when his head reattached to the base of his neck, and he flung back into action the moment he saw Stendhal looming over Knuckle Duster. Which brought him to now, maskless, dressed in a hospital gown with his yukata being taken, and with a handcuff on his wrist attached to the hospital bed. A handcuff that, if he strained hard enough against, he could more than likely snap the chain of, but he decided against it. He requested that his mother not be called, which thankfully Eraserhead granted his wish, but that didn't mean he was going to be able to explain to his mother why he wasn't at home in bed. Maybe he could lie and say he had been out on a walk? No. A walk that lasted several hours in the middle of the night wasn't going to cut it. Not to mention, he wasn't alone in the hospital room. Sitting across from him was Popstep, bandaged from the neck down. She was unconscious for the time being, and next to her was someone else that Izuku did not recognize. Short cut brown hair, a bland face with light brown eyes, and also unconscious with a breathing mask on his face. Next to Izuku was a turquoise-haired man with tan skin. He too had a breathing mask over his face, and much like everyone else, he was unconscious. Knuckle Duster was being kept in a different room, where the police and Eraserhead were interrogating him. The silence gave Izuku time to think on the question that Stendhal had asked him. "What am I?" Izuku narrowed his eyes as he looked at one of his hands, claws gleaming in the light of the hospital room. As much as he wanted to disagree with Stendhal, he couldn't help but feel that he had been right. Humans could not survive being decapitated. Humans did not have multiple hearts. Humans did not have multiple brains. Even in a world of quirks, Izuku was not normal in the slightest. So, if Izuku was not human, then what was he? His mother was human. His father, while a scumbag, was also human. So how could he not be human? Stendhal got away. That meant that he would no doubt run into him again, and Stendhal demanded an answer from Izuku when they next met. But, if Izuku did not know what he was, then how could he give Stendhal an answer? His stomach grumbled, and when it did, a wave of frustration washed over him. He had yet to have his bag of blood today. That meant that when he got home he'd need to have two. One for yesterday and one for today, seeing was at 2:30 in the morning. Izuku was at a loss for what to do. Frustration began to settle in his mind as he curled his uncuffed hand into and out of a fist multiple times, watching how his veins flexed, assessing how his claws barely scraped his skin, and how utterly frustrating this entire situation was. He was only pulled out of his thoughts when the sound of footsteps drew closer to his bed, and when he looked up, he was greeted with Eraserhead standing at the left-hand side of his bed. His left hand was in his pants pocket, and his other hand was at his side. The look in his eye reminded him of a tired, overworked office worker, but lurking deep within was both disappointment, curiosity, and interest. "Well, kid, seeing as you're the only conscious one here, and seeing as Knuckle Duster doesn't want to talk, I guess all I'm left with is you," Eraserhead began, pinching the bridge of his nose, seemingly at his wit's end. "For the record, seeing as you're a minor below the age of 15, you aren't in any trouble. At most, you'll be left with a warning. And no, I won't tell your mother. Man of my word." Izuku nodded in acknowledgement, before looking back down at his hand, staring at his claws once more, then looking back at Eraserhead. "Will the others be in trouble?" "That entirely depends on your testimony. Speaking of Tsukachi Simir," Eraserhead called out toward the doorway as a man dressed in a tan overcoat and a matching tan fedora entered into the hospital room. In his right hand was a notepad, and in his left was a pen. He had a tired look on his face, and his eyes also reflected that of frustration. The man, Tsukachi, took one glance at Izuku and frowned. "We're going to take the word of this child?" This child was also there. In fact, he was the one whose head reattached itself. "Remember," Eraserhead said as Tsukachi blinked, then looked back at Izuku incredulously. "Wait a second, you're the infamous Moonsent." "Yes, he is, and because he's a minor below the age of 15, there's nothing that we can do about it," Eraserhead added as Tsukachi's frown deepened. "You're kidding," Tsukachi deadpanned before sighing. "Well, the law's the law, I suppose, but this will go on your record, young man." "I understand." "Good. Now, from the moment you arrived on the scene, explain everything," Tsukachi instructed, and that was exactly what Izuku did. From the moment he showed up, to the moment Stendhal departed, Izuku recounted everything, and did so while attempting to frame everyone, excluding the strange girl and Stendhal, in a positive light. By the time Izuku finished, it was already nearing 4 in the morning. Tsukachi looked at the notes, then back to Izuku and then over to Eraserhead, before sighing. "Yeah, that checks out. According to all eyewitnesses, it's exactly as he explained it." "So you've got a vendetta against this Stendhal guy. Why?" Eraserhead asked as Izuku narrowed his eyes. "He spits in the face of vigilantes across Japan. He claims to stand for justice, but kills everyone he comes across. At least with most level-headed vigilantes like my cohorts, we report the people who we capture to the police. While we may not be licensed, at the very least we do not kill, Izuku replied, anger leaking into his tone as Tsukachi frowned. And yet, even then, it's still illegal. It doesn't matter what your reasoning is, Tsukachi stated as Izuku narrowed his eyes. That being said, you are right. This Stendhal figure seems like he's going to be a problem. But, from here on out, you're to stay out of this. With all due respect, he cut off. My head. I am not going to sit here and let him get away with embarrassing me in such a way. Izuku spat, glaring at Tsukachi, who met his glare with equal measure. I will not allow a child to endanger themselves, regardless of reason. You're lucky to be alive. It doesn't matter how powerful your regeneration quirk is, or if you were under the effects of trigger or not, whatever the case may be, if you run into him again, and he does that again, you could very well die. Tsukachi admonished, glancing over at Eraserhead, who hummed in agreement. Exactly. Without official hero backup, you would very easily get hurt or worse, Eraserhead said as Tsukachi blinked at him, before a look of realization took up his visage. Aizawa, don't you dare. Eraserhead glanced at Tsukachi, raising an eyebrow. What? I said nothing, Eraserhead continued, crossing his arms. Besides, I'm not going to put someone so young in that kind of danger. It would be entirely illogical and completely irrational. Tsukachi grumbled, side-eyeing Eraserhead before leveling a stern glare at Izuku. I mean it. If I find out that you go after Stendhal again, I will put you in a holding cell for a full day. You got it? And with a huff, Tsukachi left the hospital room, whereas Eraserhead lingered for a few moments before following after him, but not before scoffing. Not that he can do that without heavy reprimand. Izuku heard that as Eraserhead left. Frankly, he couldn't tell whether or not Eraserhead was encouraging him or just being flippant. But either way, it felt as if he was trying to railroad Izuku into encountering Stendhal again. Not that it mattered what either of them thought. Stendhal was his. He would not rest until Stendhal met his end by Izuku's hands. This was no longer about right or wrong. This was no longer about justice and the mishandling of justice. This was personal. And once something became personal to Izuku, he never let go until it was over. XXXX. Keen was not in a great mood. Ever since her run-in with Moonsent and Soga, she had been hung up on by the fact that Moonsent wasn't even in the least bit affected by her trigger B. No change in his physical appearance. No difference in his regeneration. No nothing. She had observed the fight from a distance between the group of vigilantes and Stendhal, so she would know. As brutal and as bloody as it was, it didn't seem all that out of the ordinary. Sure, Soga had changed, that much was obvious. But Moonsent? Nope. Nada. Zip, zilch, zero. And that was what frustrated her beyond anything else. In her time of using trigger to create instant villains all across Japan, this had been the first time, aside from the odd quirkless individual that she accidentally stung, that nothing happened. With quirkless people, it made sense. They had no quirk factor to target. But it was clear that Moonsent had a quirk. So then, why didn't it work? When Stendhal decapitated Moonsent, she was a little peeved that, at the time, she assumed he had died. But when his head was reattached by muscle strands that snapped forward toward his neck, needless to say, keen interest and frustration, with Moonsent had doubled, nay tripled. It was clear to her that Moonsent was not human. After all, no quirk functioned like that. Not even Rokuro's regeneration acted like that, and it was a direct copy of the boogeyman's 1-for-1, and his was the best in the business. Of course, Keen kept that tidbit of information for herself. She didn't want to spoil the surprise when and if Rokuro ran into Moonsent, which led Keen to lingering around where she was now. So, you don't think he's human? Keen asked, standing behind Stendhal. Akaguro, same difference really, who was busy wrapping bandages around his waist. A bright red stain had formed around the center mass of the bandage wrap, as Akaguro huffed. It's obvious. No human can survive having their head cut off. Not even you could keep your host alive if that happened. You would need a new one, Akaguro said, grunting as he tightened the bandage around his waist. Well, we can agree on that, Keen said, rubbing at her neck. a bit of uneasy whirling up within as she looked over her shoulder and out the window. I'm surprised you bested Knuckle Duster. By all accounts, he should have beat you. He's faster, stronger, and more durable than you. How? It's a family secret. Just because we're partners does not mean I am going to hand over familial secrets. Now, unless you have nothing else better to do, buzz off, you annoying insect. Akaguro spat as Keen feigned offense. Bah! I'll have you know, buzz off is basically a slur. Buzz off? Akaguro repeated, raising the tip of his katana at Keen's left eye, mere inches away from the hair that was hiding her real form. All right, geez, you're such a party pooper, Keen complained, huffing as she turned her back on Akaguro, stuffing her hands in her pockets, a scowl taking up her visage as she walked. When she exited the apartment building that Akaguro lived in, Keen began to walk down the street, grumbling as she dipped into an alleyway. The back streets were the best way to get around in Narahata. Nothing particularly happened at night, even as dusk turned to dawn. The city only really woke up around 5 in the morning, and right now it was just bordering on 4:30. She knew she had about 5 more trigger bees left before she needed to refill, but even then, that wouldn't be enough for anything fun. For someone with low blood pressure, it took 2 to get a decent effect. More if she wanted something really interesting. Rokuro wasn't going to be around for a few days. The boogeyman wanted to speak to him about something important, meaning that not only was she out of supplies till then, but she needed to keep on the down low. Keen knew just how relentless Moonscent could be. Word in the underground was that if Moonscent wanted your head, he'd have it. One way or another. Sure, Moonscent wasn't a killer, but that didn't mean he wasn't above mutilation. Many fellow villains lost limbs when they ran into Moonscent. Someone who she had a particularly close friendship when she was within a different body lost both his hands and one of his legs. Then again, said individual was pretty ruthless, so she guessed it wasn't undeserved. But, it's as they say, there are some fates worse than death, and she'd say being crippled would be one of them. Don't get her wrong. She had zero care for this body. It was just another skin suit. But that didn't mean the pain didn't transfer to her. Keen was attached to her flesh suit's brain, meaning any pain waves that went off transferred to her, and vice versa. She knew that the moment Moonscent was done with Stendhal, and now that Moonscent knew what her flesh suit's face looked like, she would be next. That meant that she could lurk around Aldera without being spotted. At least not physically. Well, I could just have a few of my children fly about. It's not like he'll know the difference between my regular bees and natural bees. Keen reasoned, smirking. She loved it when she had genius ideas, even if it was just basic reasoning. It wasn't like she was akin to the rat. She was just a bee given a quirk, not made hyper-intelligent, and further increased that intelligence by being given an intelligence quirk. In a way, she envied Nedzu. He got it easy, in her opinion. Her entire hive was experimented with, not just herself. Technically, she could replace it at any time, but the consciousness would remain the same. At the end of the day, Keen Hachisuka was just a face to a name. Just how she lived within human shells, the queen bee could be different each time, and her mind would still wind up being the same. Say what one will about the boogeyman's doctor and his team, but they were extremely smart and just about the only humans who she respected, which wasn't exactly a good thing because the more she respected someone, the more she wanted to be them. Too bad they were smelly old men. Up ahead, there was an apartment building that Keen had taken up residence. It was where she would switch hosts and leave the ones she was done with to either rot or she'd have her children eat. Keen specifically lived on the 5th floor, and no one else was any wiser, primarily because the only smell that came out of the apartment was the smell of honey. After all, bees were just that. Bees. And bees made honey. Honey smelt sweet, which covered up the smell of death and decay. One day, she would spread her bees so far spread that all of Japan would be one massive hive. And, better yet, she would have the boogeyman under her control. She would be unstoppable. What do you guys think? Keen spoke out to the pair of corpses that sat at the table, propped up by a few bees taking residence within, rocking their heads back and forth in agreement. A dark chuckle escaped Keen's lips. Well, of course you agree. What child doesn't agree with their parents? Although there was the issue of Moonscent. But he wasn't important. He was a fun prospect to mess with, but as a real threat, he wasn't much. Besides, what exactly could some pathetic small child do to her? That, and she knew exactly who Moonscent was. Izuku Midoriya. That was the true identity of Moonscent. The only thing she needed now was to find out where he lived, and that wouldn't be too difficult to do. So, really, if he tried anything, she'd simply find where he lived and kill his family in their sleep and steal everything as an act of revenge. "Oh, my sweet baby boy," Inko cried out as Izuku tried to push away from the overbearingness of his mother. "I was so worried," Inko cried, squeezing Izuku tighter as Eraserhead stood in their doorway, leaning against the frame, his expression neutral. Inko had been drop-dead petrified when she couldn't find Izuku anywhere in the house. She called the local precinct, but all they were useful for was further worrying her about him being potentially kidnapped. That was why she was relieved to have Eraserhead show up with her precious baby boy in hand, who looked more annoyed than anything. "Thank you so much, Eraserhead. Oh, how can I repay you? Do you want money? I can give you some food, too? You look tired. If you really need a place to lay your head, I can." "It's fine. Appreciate the offer, but I'm busy," Eraserhead interrupted, a bead of sweat trailing down the side of his face. He glanced over at Izuku, a smirk on his face. "You've got quite the caring mom, problem child." "Where was he, anyway?" Inko asked, keeping Izuku close as Eraserhead adjusted himself, standing up straight as he fixed his scarf. "Narahata." "Narahata?" Inko exclaimed, looking over to Izuku with wide eyes. "Izuku, how did you get over there?" "I walked." "You walked?" "Yes." "Anyway," Eraserhead said, getting Inko's attention again, "we found him poking and prodding at a crime scene. He didn't tamper with anything, but we did give him a warning. That aside, you need to keep a closer eye on your kid." "Yes, sir. I won't let it happen again," Inko said, before looking at Izuku with a disappointed look in her eyes. "Come on, Izuku. I know you're smarter than this." Izuku said nothing, his expression one of pure neutrality as Eraserhead sighed. "Well, if that's all, I've got to go back on patrol. Have a good rest of your evening." And with that, Eraserhead left, closing the door behind him, leaving Inko and Izuku by themselves. After a few more seconds passed, Inko let go of Izuku, stood up, and crossed her arms. "No more running off at night." "Mom!" "No, I mean it. Once it hits 10 p.m., you're not to leave home. If you do, I'll take away all your books and you'll lose TV privileges for a month. Do you understand me, young man?" Izuku grumbled, saying nothing. For a moment, Inko felt bad. Izuku was a naturally curious boy. He tended to get lost in thought, so it wasn't all that far-fetched to say that he walked from Mizudafu to Narahata. Even if it was a few hours away, he had been away for a while. But even still, for him to have said nothing about leaving when he did, it was incredibly irresponsible. Izuku never usually did something like that. Not unless he was hiding something. "Izuku, is there something you aren't telling me?" "No." "Izuku," Inko gained a sternness to her tone, but if Izuku was hiding something, he wasn't giving any leeway. "If I were to search your room, would I find anything I shouldn't?" "No." "Even if I were to go and do that right now?" "Yes." Inko shook her head and went to Izuku's room. She half expected him to stop her, but all he did was walk over to the fridge and grab a blood bag. She supposed he hadn't had any today. When Inko entered Izuku's room, it was just as it had been every other time that she had been in there. Bookshelf filled with books and journals. A dresser filled with nothing but various clothing. His closest was mostly empty save for a few boxes filled with paper and rough drafts for his manga. And it wasn't as if his laptop could be checked, seeing as it was still being repaired at the technology store in the inner city. Inko even went the extra mile and checked underneath his bed, having used her quirk to do so. She had been using it on increasingly heavier things to see if she could get it to lift heavier stuff. She was starting to get back pain and she didn't want to have to bend over as much as she used to. She searched the entire room from ceiling to floor and found nothing unordinary. When she walked out of his bedroom, she walked past him, staring at his phone with a glare in his eye. Using her quirk, Inko took his phone from his hand, breaking him out of his stupor to find that she was rereading over messages. Nakheim. Yo. Dude. I've been trying to reach you forever. Apologies. I had my phone shut off. Nakheim. Were you on one of your walks? When you put it like that, it sounds like I'm doing something criminal. Nakheim. Nakheim, well, it feels like it. Nakheim. Where were you anyway? Typing. Can I have my phone back, Mom? Izuku asked as Inko sighed. Reluctantly, she handed Izuku his phone, staring at her with that same neutral gaze that always had on, before looking back at his phone to continue talking to Nakheim. Inko shook her head and walked to her bedroom, got changed into sleepwear, and sat on the edge of her bed as she stared at the floor, her mind wandering to places that they hadn't since Izuku had been a tyke. A part of Inko was frustrated with how placid he seemed. Izuku had always been emotionally stunted. While she would never admit it to anyone, she had always been creeped out by it. That wasn't to say it changed anything between her and her son, but when she saw more parents with their kids are smiling, laughing, running around and having fun. But Izuku wasn't like that. Izuku stayed indoors most of the time, and on the odd occasion that he did leave the house, outside of going to school, it was hanging out with that troublesome Nakheim girl. Then, of course, his tendency to never sleep. Most children scratch that most people slept at least 8 hours a day. Those that didn't either had an energy quirk that kept them awake longer, and even then they still had to sleep. Ever since Izuku was an infant, he had never closed his eyes to sleep. At first, the nurses at the hospital thought it was some kind of injury in his brain, which was when they discovered the multiple hearts and brains. That was what the doctors chalked up his unwillingness to sleep to. Because of the amount of brains and hearts in his body, to them, the amount of circulation and refreshing of his blood and the constant firing of neurons had to have been the reason behind him not sleeping. In other words, he never ran out of energy. Inko knew that her little Izuku was never going to be normal, but a part of her wished he would just pretend to be. Then again, Izuku had gone on record saying that he hated pretending to be something he wasn't. Which was odd, because whenever Izuku went to the store with her, he would always hang around the girl section of clothing aisles, always asking for girl clothing on top of boy clothing. Inko had asked him about it before, but Izuku never gave her an answer. For a while, Inko was worried that her son might have actually been a daughter trapped in the body of a boy, worried that Izuku might have been transgender. Not that Inko would have been upset with that, but the mental anguish of that put on a person was bad enough as is. Inko knew someone who was transgender, but they took their life in high school due to all the bullying and the less than accepting nature of their parents. And so, Izuku had numerous styles of clothing, both boy and girl, and he would interchange between them from time to time while at home and only sometimes in public, but never at school. Worries and concerns aside, it only further went to show just how not normal Izuku was. That wasn't even mentioning the successful manga he had been writing since he was 9 years old. Sure, it wasn't making a lot of money, but it didn't need to. The fact that he had a foothold in the manga industry in such a competitive market, and in the romance genre of all genres, was insane to her. She was proud of Izuku, but, in the same breath, she was also concerned. Inko had finally gotten an answer out of her estranged family. It took them 6 years to finally respond, but they did by way of letter. To make a very lengthy letter short, no one in their family's history had ever had the same type of quirk as Izuku. No one, but a man by the name of Muzan Kibutsuji. But there was just one small problem. Muzan Kibutsuji was not only long dead, but had been dead since the Taisho era, an era before that of quirks were even thought to exist, which either meant that this Muzan Kibutsuji was the first human to ever have a quirk or her family was lying to her. Furthermore, her family refused to explain any further details regarding Muzan, saying he was a forbidden topic in the clan, but that if she were smart, that she would find some way to put down Izuku before, and she was quoting them directly. He becomes a danger to all of humanity. Needless to say, she tore up the letter and kept the pieces in the trash. The utter gall of her family to tell her that her child was going to be a danger. After they abandoned her, now they were trying to control her life? It made her want to scream. But she ignored it. She ignored them just as much as they ignored her. Besides, the idea of her son being some kind of imminent threat to humanity was not only unreasonable but completely insane. Sure, Izuku might not have been normal, but he wasn't some supervillain lying in wait. Not her son. Her son was good. Her son would never even think of hurting someone. Right? With that concerning thought, Inko laid her head down on the pillows, closed her eyes, and drifted off into a dreamless sleep. Volume 2, Chapter 1. The Sun Rises in the East. 2 months. It had been 2 months since Izuku had donned the moniker of Moonscent, and thusly 2 months since he had been to Narahata. He had kept his word to his mother, albeit begrudgingly, to not go out at night past 10 p.m. He would admit to only himself that he missed the thrill of hunting villains. It gave him an outlet for all of his less than appealing thoughts. Izuku Midoriya was a troubled boy, barely even 12 years old, and yet with a palpable urge to bring harm unto others. A very easily repressed urge, mind you, and one he had fed by playing the role of Moonscent. But due to his lack of playing the part, his thoughts and desires were left to curl into themselves and spill over during his regular life. If Izuku had been a lesser individual, he would have allowed for those thoughts to spill over. Thankfully, he had more restraint. However, just because he had not played the part of Moonscent in a long while, that did not mean that he had given up on perfecting his fighting capabilities. If anything, this bit of downtime gave him a chance to hone his skills. The sound of metal clashing against metal reverberated throughout a clearing in the forested park within the city of Mizudafu. Metal scraping against metal, creating small sparks as sharp edges collided. Speed mixed with precision combining to create an almost work of art. Tanto met carving knife at accelerated speeds as blurs of green and an almost dirty blonde clashed back and forth, each keeping up pace with one another almost to a T. Golden yellow eyes met crimson red, each with their own look of emotion, one of furious excitement while the other was a reserved calm. It all came to a head when Izuku's Tanto was able to slip past Himiko Toga's carving knife and land a small, shallow cut just below Himiko's eye, prompting Izuku to leap back and sheath his Tanto on his hip, causing Himiko to pout, shoulders sagging as she came to a halt. "Geez, Izuku-in, that stung," Himiko whined, waving her arms up and down like a petulant child. Of course, it was all in jest. Izuku knew that all too well, as Himiko smiled. "That was fun. We should do that again." "Not right now," Izuku said, sighing as Himiko put her knife in a pouch she had strapped to her left thigh, before sitting down cross-legged in front of Izuku, still pouting with her arms crossed. What was there to say about Himiko Toga? Well, for starters, Izuku had known her since he was 10 and she 12. Now he was 12 and she was 14. Himiko wore her hair down to chin length, and she typically wore a white button-up shirt with a short dark blue miniskirt that stopped just above the thighs, underneath which she wore a pair of shorts and black stockings and dark brown Mary Janes. Her golden yellow eyes had the same slit-like pupils as Izuku, though they were far less intense and way more relaxed. Less like a panther, but not like a cat like Nakheim. It was more like a mix between a cougar and a mountain lion. Gentle, yes, but if provoked, searingly deadly. As for Izuku, he was dressed in a pink girl's tank top, the kind with the thin straps instead of the thick shoulder bands that was typical for men's tank tops, alongside a pair of jean shorts that stopped just above the knees and a pair of white stockings that covered the rest of his legs, completed by a pair of black slip-on shoes. His usual messy green and black hair was brushed down and tied up at the back into a low-hanging ponytail. His claws were also painted a bright red, courtesy of Himiko, who had matching nails, although hers had hearts painted on them as well. Out of all of Izuku's friends, Himiko was easily the strangest. But Izuku saw beauty in that absurdity. She was wild, untamed, and a breath of fresh air compared to the others at his school. Honestly, he wished that she would just transfer to Aldera instead of that shoddy prep school her parents made her attend. Reaching into his back pocket, Izuku pulled out a bag of blood and tossed it to her. Himiko caught it, eyes sparkling and a giddy smile taking up her visage. "Make sure your parents don't confiscate it this time. I'm only able to give one up per month without it completely messing up my diet." "Thank you, Izuku-in," Himiko said, her tone genuine. "You have no idea how much this means for me." "I think I do," Izuku replied before pulling out a smaller blood bag. A sample bag that he had told his mom that he was giving to Himiko, when in reality he had always planned to give her the larger one. Himiko's parents were not the best. Oh sure, they kept a roof overhead, gave her all the clothes and food she could ever ask for, but when it came to her actual needs, her blood-related needs to keep her sane, they completely neglected her and even went as far as to prevent her access to any kind of blood. Sharp objects were prevented from being given to her in fear that she might stab a bird or rabbit or, God forbid, another person. She wasn't allowed to watch or read anything blood-related, just in case, and she was never allowed to be wild self in public or even at home. Her parents' reasoning? Because it's rude. Rude? No. The only thing rude in that scenario were the parents repressing their child, and it made Izuku's blood boil. The only time she was allowed to have any kind of blood was when Izuku gave her one of his blood bags, or when she was staying with her grandpa who, while not actually related to her family in any blood-related way, had adopted Himiko's mother at a young age. From what Himiko told Izuku of her grandpa, or Grandpa Sushi as she nicknamed him, was that he was a shut-in. He never went out during the day and only ever came out of his apartment at night. He was a chronic painter who only ever painted a single woman in various ways. With that woman, Himiko had said that her grandpa considered the greatest lady to have ever lived, and died far too young. It led Izuku to believe it might have been his wife or a lover that he had when this Grandpa Sushi was younger. That aside, as of recent, he had convinced Himiko into becoming something of a sparring partner to help him practice his skills with his tanto and overall ability with a blade. His primarily reasoning for doing this was because Himiko herself was well versed in using knives. Why? Because her parents, for as lousy as they were, had her take kenjutsu lessons as well as acrobatics. After all, the Togas were an affluent family, thusly leaving them open to attacks. So, of course, they would want their only child to know how to protect oneself. It also didn't help that her grandfather had expressly demanded them to do such. At least, that was what Himiko had told Izuku, so he was keen to believe her. Of course, Himiko was confused as to why he wanted her to help him, and so he told her it was because he had a vested interest in learning how to use a sword in combat, but his mother nor he himself have enough money to afford it. Himiko, though, didn't want to teach him kenjutsu, primarily because she saw it as too rigid and not fun, so instead she taught him better ways at using short blades for fighting and how to make use of his naturally gifted speed, reflexes, and physical strength alongside his blade rather than using them separately. As the two sat across from one another, admiring nature around them, Izuku sipped on the sample bag he was holding onto. Meanwhile, Himiko was moving the blood over to a canteen, a method to hide the blood from her parents, and one that Izuku had suggested to her when he first started giving her blood bags. "Hey, Izuku-in," Himiko began as Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Yes. My parents wanted to meet you," Himiko said as Izuku blinked. "Huh?" "They wanted to thank you for being my friend. I, don't have many of those, so when they found out I had a friend, a real friend, they, kinda got excited," Himiko explained, an embarrassed blush on her face as she scratched behind the back of her neck. "They also wanted you to stay for dinner." That was a problem on account of the fact that Izuku did not eat food. No, not just that, but he physical could not due to his quirk's bizarre drawback. And considering her parents' issue with Himiko drinking blood, they more than likely would not appreciate Izuku, her friend, also consuming blood. Still, this could pose for an opportunity to learn more about Himiko's home life, what it was like and how best to help her. For as aloof as Izuku was, he was not that aloof to not recognize abuse for what it was. Even if it was not a physical, visible form of it, preventing someone from using or doing something that would be otherwise necessary to keep peace of mind was mental and emotional abuse, alongside child endangerment. His run-in with the police after the Stendhal incident provoked him into learning everything there was about his country's laws. This could potentially be a blessing in disguise, Izuku said, prompting Himiko to tilt her head in confusion. "How? They won't let me hang out with you if you're like me." "Who's to say that they need to know?" Izuku countered as Himiko, now even more confused, looked at him as if he was speaking a completely different language. "I can simply tell them that my mother has put me on a very specific diet, and because of that, I am not allowed to accept food from others." I mean, that could work. But I don't see how this is a blessing, Himiko said as Izuku smirked. Himiko, you underestimate me and my plans. Put your faith in me, and I promise you this will all work out in the end. Himiko blinked, still just as confused as before, but the confidence in Izuku's tone convinced her to roll with it. She had known Izuku for 2 years, and in those 2 years he had drastically improved her quality of life. If Izuku believed he could continue to do that, then she'd trust him. After all, trusting him had never backfired before. Okay, Izuku-in, I'll believe in you, Himiko said, ruffling his hair as Izuku blinked, seemingly taken aback. Himiko giggled at his puzzled expression. And then, in a rare scene that Himiko had never seen before ever since meeting him, Izuku smiled. And what a radiant smile it was. It was as if he was at peace with not just himself, but with everything around him. For a split second, Himiko could swear he looked far older than he actually was. The sun broke out over top of the clearing. Its rays shined down on him, and his shadow extended out to a tree coated in the sun. And in that split second, his shadow did not match his appearance. His shadow looked like that of a man wearing a fedora, hand resting on his face and staring forward at her, but with no other details it was hard to discern the intent. And then, it changed to a regular blob of nothingness like most shadows. It felt so insignificant. Felt so surreal. And yet, why did it feel like she just made a deal with the devil? Himiko? Izuku's voice cut through her thoughts as she blinked, staring down at Izuku, whose head was now tilted and a curious gleam rested in his otherwise piercing eyes. When do they want me to be there? Oh, this weekend. You know, 'cause school. Okay. So, you want to run it back? Himiko asked, and for a moment, Izuku went to decline, before changing his mind, stood up, unsheathed his tanto, prompting Himiko to smile ear to ear. Unbeknownst to the two of them, however, a single lone bee hovered just in the tree clearing, silently buzzing overhead, before quickly leaving the forest clearing to return to its hive. XXXX. Katsuki wasn't normally one for remembering things about people. Hell, he had a hard enough time remembering names, or caring about remembering names for that matter. So tiny details never really mattered to him, especially about extras and losers. But no matter how hard he tried to cast it out of his mind, his fight with that freak kept haunting him. Katsuki hated him, loathed him utterly, always finding ways to make a mockery of him and looking down on him as if he was some lesser life form. It really pissed Katsuki off. It was why he constantly put that freak in his place. So, when he showed up to the gates and demanded to fight, at first, Katsuki waved him off, not wanting to waste his breath. Then, he taunted him, and being easily angered boy Katsuki was, he took the bait and proceeded to get his ass beat. Not to say he didn't land a few good hits of his own, and if that was all there was to it, he wouldn't have cared. But whereas Katsuki walked away with a sprained ankle and cracked rib that he refused to tell the hag how he got, the freak walked away unscathed. Which was impossible because he had popped him the stomach with a point-blank explosion. Katsuki wasn't a fool. He knew just how strong his explosions were. He could easily destroy walls or shake whole buildings if he really wanted to. It took an immense amount of control to prevent even the tiniest explosion from breaking something. So, when he fired off an explosion strong enough to blow up a wall point blank into the freak's chest, at first he was worried he killed the freak. After all, he still wanted to be a hero, and if he killed someone that would shatter his chances before he even had one. But, when the freak got up without so much as a bruise of a scrape, and responded by knocking him flat on his ass, to say Katsuki was caught off guard and immensely confused was beyond an understatement. In fact, Katsuki was pretty sure that even some D-list villains and heroes wouldn't have been able to handle an explosion like that, which was saying something since he had just turned 13 a few days ago. So, for someone who said he only had a hyper-intelligence quirk to not only have taken the hit, shrugged it off, and hit back with someone that felt like he got run over by a truck, but to also have not taken any form of damage from it, something wasn't adding up. Either the freak was lying about his quirk or he had been training. But training for what? What could a freak like him be training for? Unless he's trying to be a hero. He's trying to steal my spotlight, Katsuki thought, sneering as small crackles and smoke bellowed from his palm, causing a few people around him to startle and keep their distance. Currently, Katsuki was walking to the store to get some shrimp and rice for the hag. She wanted to make shrimp fried rice for dinner, and they were out of both shrimp and rice. Personally, Katsuki thought it was stupid. To decide what to eat without making sure you have the ingredients was just stupid. But then again, the hag was as much an airhead as the dunce, so frankly, he didn't know what he was expecting. As he walked, head down and hands in his pockets, Katsuki kept to himself as he journeyed to the store. The hag made it clear that he didn't need to pick a fight with random people, and his anger issues made it difficult. By the time he got to the store, and by the time got what he came for, he had nearly popped 3 blood vessels dealing with stupid people that, when he left the store, he barely noticed the person he bumped into. And it really set him off. For fuck's sake, Katsuki roared as he dropped the grocery bag. The person he bumped into grunted, and when Katsuki turned to meet the person who he ran into, his scowl stayed the same as it had before. Orange hair with bangs covering her left eye, wearing a post-medical patch, a bright green varsity jacket with a B insignia on the left side, a white dress shirt, a short blue skirt, and black and orange knee-high socks with brown Mary Janes. "Watch where you're going, you dumb bitch," Katsuki spat as the B-bitch smirked, revealing sharp teeth. "Well, aren't you interesting?" "Fuck off," Katsuki growled, turning to leave, but before he could, the B-bitch grabbed his shoulder, and for a split second, Katsuki considered blasting her into the stratosphere as he turned to face her again, but stopped when he saw the gleam of mischief in her uncovered eye. "Now, where's the fun in that? Say, you happen to know a guy by the name of Midoriya Izuku?" the B-bitch asked as Katsuki narrowed his eyes. How did she know about the freak? "Why?" "Well, let's just say he's played with my heart a little bit, and I want to get some revenge. Besides, I was passing by when he kicked your ass at that crappy school you two go to. Figured you might want in on this." On the one hand, he wanted to call her stupid for getting tricked by that freak. But on the other hand, the idea of getting payback on said aforementioned freak sounded like a wonderful idea. After all, the smug bastard deserved it and then some. Katsuki brushed the B-bitch's hand off his shoulder before giving a toothy smirk of his own. "Fuck ya. Whatcha thinkin'?" "I can't tell ya yet," the B-bitch replied, before pulling out her phone. "Gimme ya contact information, and I'll tell when I fully put my plan together. It's gonna take place in Narahata, so make sure you got some free time, and then you and me will have our fun." After exchanging contact info, the two went on their separate ways. But little did Katsuki know he had walked right into a trap. Blinded by his hatred, he was unable to realize the massive mistake that he had made, and the consequences therein. Volume 2, Chapter 2, Revelations and Epiphanies. Iwao wasn't one to mince words, so he meant this in as sincerely as possible. Moonsent was insane. Not insane in the needs to be locked up for his and society's own good insane, but insane to the fact that not only did he get his head cut off and come back up from it, but also because it didn't seem to affect him much. Of course, for a child, there's a lot of red flags there. The kid basically died, and that might have been why he hadn't popped up for the last 2 months. Still, though, he had to give the kid one thing, and that was the amount of determination he saw from the kid was intense. Then again, children weren't exactly pessimists, no matter how fancy they talked. Iwao was currently at Koichi's, sitting on the floor, drinking beer and watching TV as he usually tended to do. It wasn't out of disrespect to the kid. If anything, he just wanted to keep an eye on him, and for good reason. Ever since the Stendhal incident, Koichi had been down in the dumps, still doing vigilante work alongside Pop and him, but there was a noticeable tension in his posture now. He barely survived the encounter alongside that Soga punk, and Soga was still in the hospital due to the damage to his diaphragm and, on top of that, some of the trigger getting into his lungs and really tearing it up. What made things worse was that Stendhal was still out there. He was not captured. He had not vanished. And as recently as yesterday, a few more bodies covered in slashes and cuts proved that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Then there was also all that hubbub with that Captain Celebrity fool, alongside that Makoto woman, the annoying detective's sister. Don't get him wrong, Makoto was a good person. But the fact that she worked for that Captain Celebrity guy really rubbed him the wrong way. He was making a mockery of heroes and caused more damage than he protected. All muscle, no brains, and let the people who worked for him sweep issues under the rug. It really aggravated him. Fools aside, in about a week and a half's time, there was going to be an event sponsored by Captain Celebrity for the Narahata branch of the Maricane department store. Pop was going to be a performer, and it had been eating her up. Usually, in times like this, a supportive figure would help. He wasn't the best at that, though. Really, he wasn't. Asked Tamao for her opinion on that. Well, that would have been a possibility if she hadn't run away. To make a very long story short, Iwao and Tamao gotten into a heated argument, something that was totally his fault by the way, and it resulted in her running away. Not too long after that, his wife and her mother got hospitalized, and since then he had been on the hunt to try and find her. 7 months and 24 days spent tirelessly looking for Tamao. 7 months and 24 days spent failing to find her. 7 months and 24 days spent chasing false leads and ghosts. It had been eating away at him for a long time, how he failed Tamao, and was continuing to do so every second that she wasn't back home. God forbid something disastrous having happened to her, like getting kidnapped or worse. He held out hope, though. He had to. His personal failings aside, Pop had been cut up badly by Stendhal, leaving her with more than a handful of scars across her torso, her left shoulder, just under her right eye and across her forehead, and a couple on her legs and one across the palm of her hand. Koichi too, but it was mostly along his back, seeing as he took the blow low to the ground. It really messed with Pop's confidence, to the point where she nearly gave up street performing, had it not been for Koichi giving her a pep talk. It seemed to work, or at least enough to where she was willing to accept playing at the event. As for him, he wasn't too badly banged up. In fact, the only thing that bothered him was being cheapened out of a good fight, made to become paralyzed, all because Stendhal was running out of stamina. Young people were supposed to have a pep in their step after getting the snot kicked out of them. Though he supposed the guy's stomach was torn open so he could give him some slack in that regard. But that was beside the point. Stendhal needed to be put away for good, and, if possible, he could figure out what made a guy like him be able to block several of his full-force punches, and figure out why that sort of his didn't shatter upon being hit by him either. "Yo, master." Koichi spoke up as Iwao looked over his shoulder. "What's up, kid? Have you heard anything from Moonsent?" "Nah, why?" Iwao questioned as Koichi hummed. I just wanted to know if he was doing okay. I mean, you said he lived, right? He got his head cut off, too. That kid's probably messed up because of it, right?" Koichi said. Concern weaved into his voice as Iwao rumbled, taking another swig of beer. It was earthy, it was devoid of any real flavor, and it dried his mouth out, but damn if it wasn't good. "He seemed fine to me when he got back up," Iwao replied, adjusting where he sat before continuing. "Though I get what you mean. My guess is that his parents found out what he was doing and are keeping him locked at home. I don't blame him. If I was his parent, I'd—" There was a knock at the door, which was a little on the confusing side, because Pop was already here, and Makoto said she was busy. Speaking of Pop, she poked out from the curtains that she was hiding behind. "Practicing," she had said, tilting her head with a confused look in her eyes. "Which one of you gonna get that?" "I'm still applying makeup," Pop said as Koichi sighed. Standing up from the chair he was sitting on and walked over to the door. Upon opening it, he blinked in confusion, staring down at a child with dark green and black hair. In his right hand was a small bag. Before Koichi could say anything, the little kid walked past him, went into this apartment's bathroom, and came back out dressed in a now purple yukata with dragon iconography and a black oni mask with his hair kept up in a bun with 2 hairpins keeping it in place. "Moonsent, how'd you find out where I lived?" Koichi exclaimed as Moonsent huffed. "I had Popstep give me your contact information, and from there, I tracked your IP address, which led me to your house. I had no idea you lived on a roof. It must be rather lonely without these two here." "Gah, Pop." "What? Better to remain in contact, right?" Regardless, Moonsent cut the two off from arguing, which saved Iwao the headache. "I was able to regather my supplies. Granted, I needed to get a new Tanto, which has been frustrating. However, I figured because it was my fault I got all of you injured, I owed you all something. It might not be much, but... Moonscent then proceeded to pull out a box, and inside that box there was a seemingly homemade cake that said, "I'm sorry," scrawled across the top of it written in kanji. "You brought a cake?" Pop said, blinking as Moonscent adjusted his mask to stop covering his face before putting the cake on the table and removing the plastic lid. "For all of you, my quirk prevents me from eating regular food. Literally. I vomit if I try." Moonscent replied as Ueo barked out a laugh, confusing Moonscent. "What's so funny? Kid, you really didn't have to get us anything. We expect to get banged up every now and again. It's part of the job," Ueo said, ruffling the kid's hair, before walking over to the kitchen, grabbing a knife, cut a slab of cake, put it on a plate, grabbed a fork and dug in. "Oh? Chocolate and coconut? Nice." "Ah shucks. I'm allergic to coconut." Pop pouted as Moonscent hummed. "I can get you something later. Do you like ice cream?" "Do I ever?" Ueo watched from the spot where he was eating the cake as Pop and Moonscent talked about whatever it was that kids their age talked about. Seeing Pop smile and be genuinely happy was a nice change of pace. Her being down in the dumps and upset really offset everyone's mood, seeing as she was the morale support of the group. Koichi got himself a slice of cake and sat adjacent to Ueo, the two sitting in silence with the other two's conversation as white noise. It was only when Moonscent's stomach rumbled rather loudly, giving everyone pause as even he looked confused. "You okay, kid?" Ueo asked, eyebrow raised as Moonscent nodded. "Yes, but I shouldn't be hungry. I already had." Moonscent mumbled before frowning. "I suppose I am growing still, so my appetite is bound to expand over time. But still." "You said you can't eat normally. What do you eat?" Koichi asked as Moonscent sighed. "Due to my quirk's drawback, I can only consume blood. Human blood," Moonscent said as Pop blanched, recoiling as he spoke. "Huh. Relax. I get my blood from Vlad King's blood drive. It was made to help those with blood-related quirks like Vlad King's, all of which is ethically sourced from donators across the globe," Moonscent added as Ueo took another bite of the cake, swallowing soon after to speak. "And what do you normally have in a day?" "A single 2-pint bag a day. I've been able to make do with that for the last 6 years. This, however, has never happened before." As Izuku said that, Koichi wordlessly stood up, walked over to the kitchen, grabbed a glass then a knife, before hovering his hand over the cup and before anyone could interject. Koichi slid the knife across his palm as blood poured into the cup. "Koichi!" Pop exclaimed as the cup quickly filled to the top. Once it did, Koichi positioned his hand just right side up to stop the blood from pouring, calmly walked over a cabinet, pulled out gaze and an absorption pad, and tightly wound it together, putting pressure on the wound and stopping the bleeding. "You really did not have to do that," Moonscent said as Koichi smiled. "Well, you brought us cake, right? It's only right if I do something for you." "Yeah. But..." "It's like Master said, we expect to get hurt out there. You don't have to give us apology cake because we got hurt trying to help you," Koichi continued, hissing at the pain swelling in his hand. Moonscent bowed deeply, lowering his head in respect before walking over to the glass of blood. Took it, sipped it, and when he did, his eyes widened. It was at that moment that Izuku had an epiphany. Fresh blood was leagues better than days-old, potentially weeks-old blood. Its flavor was more rich. Its texture was smooth rather than slow and thick. It flowed like a proper drink, like water, and it went down just as easy. Greedily, he downed the whole cup in just a few gulps, and when finished, he exhaled. His pupils had dilated and the veins in his face, hands, and arms had surged. More. He needed more. He needed more fresh blood. He had never felt this level of hunger before. It was almost unsatiable. Moonscent. Popstep's voice snapped him out of his trance as he blinked. "Are you okay? You looked like you were about to have an aneurysm." As she said that, her voice came out with the same amount of worry an older sister would have toward their younger brother. Izuku cupped the side of his head, confusion quickly washing over him. "I'm fine. Izuku muttered, trying to pull himself together. What was that? Why did he suddenly feel more hungry than he ever had before? Why did he react that way to fresh blood? And why did he want more of it? So many questions, but no answers. I didn't hurt you, did I? And my blood. I mean, Koichi said as Izuku brushed his concerns off with a wave of his hand. No, if anything you helped me. Words cannot express my gratitude. Crawler. If you excuse me, I'm going to take my leave, Izuku said, straightening his mask and leaving the rooftop home. He was quick to vacate the area, leaping from the rooftop and quickly making his way through the backstreets of Narahata. It was taking all of his self-control to restrain himself from what? What was happening to him? Why was feeling this way? A small, animalistic growl seeped past his lips as he stopped in his tracks, standing in one of the many alleyways of Narahata. He stumbled forward a few paces, pulling aside his mask as he bared his teeth. The ends of his teeth pulsed, and his claws twitched with barely kept back restraint. In the back of his mind, he tried desperately to regain control of himself, but after tasting that fresh blood, he found it extremely difficult. He demanded more. Snickering echoed out behind him as Izuku straightened out. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw a lizard-looking individual standing next to a larger-looking one with a candlewick on the top of his head. Oh hey, ain't that the guy who saved Soga? The lizard-looking guy said as the larger individual nodded. Yeah, it is. Hey, you. Thanks for saving our friend, the larger man said as Izuku's eyes widened, still struggling to control himself. Kill. Devour. Consume. Izuku hissed, clutching the side of his head. No, why would he have those kinds of thoughts? Thoughts of killing, yes, he's had those thoughts before. But devouring people? Consuming flesh? Where was this coming from? Dude? Are you okay? You think he's on drugs? Nah, he looks too young. Izuku couldn't tell which one of them was talking, but he could hear their footsteps come closer. One of them was approaching his left, whereas the other lingered further back. He couldn't tell which one was which. He felt a hand grab his shoulder, and then, in a blink of an eye, there was a shout, a scream, gurgling, running, a thud, then a splat. A shout. The sound of cutting, slicing, and tearing. And then Izuku did something. His jaw moved, he felt something in his mouth, but he didn't know what. He sat there and did whatever it was he did for a few minutes before getting up and going away. Only when he left where he had been and in a different section of the backstreets did he regain control of himself and his faculties. When Izuku looked down at himself, he realized he was covered in blood, or at least the front of his yukata was. There were a few splotches of blood on his mask, and his hands up to his knuckles were coated in the thick red substance. He wasn't hungry. Panicked, Izuku looked over to where he had come, but he couldn't see much of anything aside from more back roads. He dared not reverse his steps, fearing what he'd find. Whatever it was that had happened, hadn't happened. He did not do what he thought he did. Yeah, it was something else. Someone else. Izuku was not a murderer. He was not a monster. Izuku bent over and tried to puke, to cleanse himself of what he had done, but no matter how much he heaved, nothing came out. He gripped at the wall, trying to force his body to discard of what he had put inside himself. Minutes of trying to make himself puke. Minutes of spewing up nothing but air and making the back of his throat burn and hurt. Minutes of forcing something and nothing happening made the guilt that was building up in his head even worse. Composing himself, Izuku shuddered, and he began to walk. He stumbled through alleyways, and on the way he discarded of his yukata, throwing it in a dumpster alongside his mask. Those were the only things that had blood on them aside from his hands and the corners of his lips. Despite the disgusting feeling welling up inside of him, he felt stronger. But it wasn't like when he drank from the blood bags. If drinking blood added, say, for example, a 0.5 enhancer to his strength, consuming flesh because that was what he did, He couldn't ignore that anymore and deny the truth, added a ×2 modifier. Of course, the whole modifier talk was purely hypothetical. One simply could not quantify power with numbers and letters. It was merely a thing to be witnessed, to be experienced. He couldn't tell anyone. Not his mother. Not Nakeim. Not Himiko. Not anyone. No one could know. Izuku had no idea how long he had been walking for. All he knew was that as time went on, the blood on his hands crusted, which crumbled off his hand when he flexed his fingers. By the time he realized he was standing across from his apartment building all the way back in Mizudafu, it was when the sun was now high in the sky. His mother was away in Shinjuku with Manuel for an annual meeting with sponsors and investors in the normal agency. She would not be home for a week and a half at the minimum, 2 weeks at worst. That was why he had left to go do vigilantism when he decided to stop by at Crawler's. Instead of protecting the innocent, he shut the memory out. Their screaming faces. The horror stretched on the large man's face. The fear and anger in the lizard man's eyes. School would be starting in just an hour. He needed a shower and he needed to get dressed. And that was exactly what he did. Izuku had a shower, got dressed into his school uniform, then made his way to school with a heavy conscience and conflicting emotions. Chapter 3. Something dark is brewing. Natsumi was what one might call a people person, the exact opposite of an introvert. In fact, she made it a personal policy to befriend as many people as she could. After all, sometimes all it takes is a really good friend to save a life. Heck, that was why she met Midori. Saving a life did not have to involve flying through the sky at ridiculous speeds, firing streams of searing flames at some arbitrary bad guy, or punching someone so hard their skeleton is an entirely different country. Sometimes, the only thing a person committing a crime could need is a conversation, a cup of chocolate milk, and a good snack. Sometimes, all they need is a hug or for someone to tell them that everything was going to be all right. Not everything needed to become a spectacle. Not everything needed to be a fight worthy of the ages. And yet, that was what happened most of the time. Oh sure, peaceful resolutions to villain attacks can happen, but most of the time it's a bunch of action-packed, cinematic slop that makes no sense. Well, no, it had to make sense because that was what happened most of the time. Maybe it was her worldview that was wrong, but she'd like to think that there's good in everyone, even the criminally insane, as some would say. And it all seemed back from when she was younger. When she was younger, around 3 years old, due to her have mutant aspects alongside her transformation quirk, she was often bullied for looking different. Sure, there were kids who looked like her, having mutations to go alongside their quirk, but even those people would pick on her because her mutations were basic and not cool. A lot of mean things were said, and, if Natsumi wasn't the bubbly, happy-go-lucky optimist that she had been for a majority of her life, there could have been a tragedy with her. But Natsumi wasn't like that. She always saw the good in those situations. That just meant that all those people who were bullying her weren't good people, so she could avoid them, and boy oh boy was Natsumi good at avoiding people. Even back then, she was really good at getting away. It was almost like she was made for slinking in and out of places. Maybe that was why she was born with the ability to transform into a cat. But even then, there were still days that the mean things those little kids would say would actually get to her, and it would really dampen her mood. Thankfully, she wasn't alone. During those days, her only respite was her older brother. He was quirkless, and he would often give her the same advice every time she was having a particularly bad day. Just smile through it. Smile through the pain. Endure. Endure for as long as you can. Because if you showed any amount of weakness, they would make it worse. Endure and ignore. Some would say that advice was cruel, and all it did would make things worse in and of itself. But Natsumi didn't see it that way. She saw it as her brother trying to help her. And it did. It helped her a lot, actually. It got her past the first few years of elementary school, where she was then just ignored by everyone. And any time someone tried to pick on her, smile. Endure. Ignore. She would repeat that in the back of her head as a mantra. It made Natsumi seem like a bulwark against bullies, and it garnered her a lot of attention. She made a lot of friends during that time, and it was made even better when she awakened to her quirk. Her older brother, Yitsuyo, was proud of her. Yitsuyo was never proud of things often. He barely had the time to be proud with anything he did. But he was a wonderful writer and an amazing artist. He wanted to be a mangaka and become super famous that way. After all, even if he was quirkless, he was her older brother. Older brothers were meant to last. But then, one day, Natsumi had walked downstairs late one night to get a cup of water, and her brother was crying on the couch. Natsumi didn't know why, but she tried to comfort him all the same. They sat down, watched their favorite TV show together, and Natsumi even got him his favorite candy from the super secret cupboard that she stored sweets in to hide from their parents. That was when, for the first time, Yitsuyo smiled, a genuine, happy smile. And then he gave her a goal. Yitsuyo told her that she should make 1,000 friends. That way, those 1,000 friends would be there for her whenever she needed them. Natsumi asked him why, to which Yitsuyo simply replied that, in case something bad happens to me, I want to know you're going to be protected. What she hadn't known when Yitsuyo told her that was that it was a subtle message to her. A 7-year-old Natsumi just thought it was her older brother once again looking out for her. But, oh how she was quickly made to look like a fool. Because the very next day, when Natsumi was sent to go wake him up when he hadn't come down for breakfast that morning, she had been given a front row seat to watching him hang from the ceiling fan. At the time, Natsumi had no idea what was happening. But, deep down, she knew that it was bad. The rest happened in a blur. One minute, she was alone. The next minute, she was sitting outside with her parents crying tears. A funeral was held. Yitsuyo Nakime, 17 years old, suicide. There was no note. There was no reason. None of it really mattered in the end. Her older brother had been taken away from her, and there was nothing that she could have done about it. But Natsumi didn't understand it. She couldn't understand that it was Yitsuyo who took his own life, rather than some unseen villain being responsible for it. Because there was no way that Yitsuyo would do that to himself, let alone anyone else. Unfortunately, that wasn't the last person in her life who would decide to walk away from it all. Her father was the next to go. She remembered nothing of his death, not even his last words. According to her mother, it involved her, not directly, but his reason for going out the way he did was because of her. It had nothing to do with her quirk. It had nothing to do with anything that she had done. But she had witnessed it. It had made her cry, apparently, and it took several weeks in a mental hospital with guidance counselors to help her through it. Somewhere along the way, she forgot what happened. So, she decided that it was for the best if she didn't remember. Then it was just her and her mom. That was when she started to make true to Yitsuyo's final request, to make 1,000 friends. After all, what kind of sister would she be to ignore his last request? That was a year ago, and she was still only at 3. No one really wanted to be her friend. She was too hyper, too frantic, and way too busy to do things with others. That was what made her friendship with Midori even more special. Not only was he her first real friend, but he introduced her to Himi-chan and Saito-kun. When Midori was busy, Himi-chan was always there to chat over the phone or hang out at the mall. Saito-kun was often busy with his father, so he wasn't available all the time, but that was neither here nor there. They hung out often enough, although maybe she wouldn't fully consider him a friend just yet. Still, the point was made. She wasn't making good word on her promise to Yitsuyo, but then again, she had a long time to do it. It wasn't like she had to do it right here, right now. She was only 13 and had decades of time ahead of her. That being said, another thing that Natsumi was really good at was being able to tell if someone was down in the dumps. And that was why today, when she greeted Midori at the front of the school, she felt something was off about him. Midori had 2 modes. He had super serious no fun time mode and goof off silly mode, the latter of which only really happened when it was just them alone by themselves, and even then Midori was still just as stone-faced, just with a bit more of an open, playful mind. But today was different. When Midori showed up to school, he seemed upset. Not just upset, but he looked, what was the word? Disgusted? Grossed out? Like he saw something that made him feel bad and it stuck. She tried greeting him the way she normally did, but he didn't react. And that was when Natsumi got a bad feeling that something really bad happened. Not just something really bad, but something super-duper omega bad. Badder than bad. But no matter how much Natsumi tried to talk to Midori throughout the day, he just ignored her, like she didn't exist, even when she tugged his hair and poked at the back of his neck. Heck, she even hung upside in front of him at the playground, and he didn't even tell her to stop or else all her blood would rush to her head. Right now, it was nearing the end of the day, and the only thing that Natsumi could think of was what could have possibly happened to make Midori all doom and gloom. She was barely even paying attention to what Mr. Kurisachi was saying, tapping her pen against her chin in thought, and she liked Mr. Kurisachi's lessons, so she usually paid attention to them all the time. There weren't many things that affected Midori like that. Did something bad happen to his mother? That would be awful. She had never met Ms. Midoriya before, but from what Midori told her about his mother, she seemed to be nice. Better than some other parents she knew, but that was beside the point. If something bad did happen to his mother, that would explain all the doom and gloom. That was when the bell rang, bringing an end to the day. Mr. Kurisachi handed out homework as per usual and dismissed everyone a few minutes. When she finished packing up her things at her desk, just as Natsumi was about to leave the classroom, her ears perked up as someone spoke near the back of the class about something that caught her attention. Did you hear? They found 2 half-eaten bodies in Narahata the other day. Wati? No way. You mean there's a cannibal in Japan now? Yeah. But you want to know the crazy part? Some press leaks happened within the police station, and apparently, when they checked out the bodies, they couldn't find even a tiny bit of DNA. Huh. That makes no sense. Natsumi stopped listening to the disturbing conversation her classmates were having, and decided to try and find Midori before he ran off again. Turning into her cat form, Natsumi slinked through the halls, tail waving in the air as she ran alongside a small little backpack on her back. After all, anything she wore also shrunk when she turned into a cat, and the fur on her body represented her clothes. She made it to the front gates just as Midori was about to leave, and when she saw him, a devious plan cooked up in her mind. Natsumi circled around for a second, and then ran full speed ahead toward the brick wall. Then, she leapt up, landed on the flat part of the brick wall, then jumped again before turning back into her full form and landed specifically on his shoulders with her legs wrapped around his neck and her hands placed on his head. Midori gasped in shock, nearly losing his balance as Natsumi cackled. It took everything Midori had to balance himself, and when he did, Natsumi took it a step further by smacking him on the side of the head and then jumping off his shoulders, flipping in the air, before landing in front of him. Her gymnastics class with Himi-chan had been really paying off, it seemed. Then she inhaled deep, and as soon as she did opened her mouth again. You big dummy. Midori blinked, seemingly taken aback as Natsumi jabbed a finger at his chest. You've been ignoring me all day, and I've been trying to talk to you and you haven't said anything. I even asked if something was wrong, but no, you didn't tell you were all upset and sad. Why? I ought to drag you down to pool and make you do laps. En Neikheim. Don't you Neikheim me, mister. B but nothing. We're going to my place now, and there's no getting out of it. And then, not giving Midori any time to explain or even protest, he was dragged against his will to Natsumi's house. And, furthermore, the rumors that they were in fact dating doubled that day. XXXX. Naomi Tsukachi was having a rather rough day, and to those who knew about what it was he was dealing with, they would know full well that it was for a good reason. He remembered the call like it had been burned into his mind. A young girl, probably no older than 12, called the police in a fit of hysterics, screaming and crying that her older brother was killed. The operator had sent a few officers out to the location in Narahata, and it wasn't too long afterward that he had been called to give his opinion. In his short time while working with the police as an independent detective, he had seen several grisly homicide cases, burn victims, victims of poison or radiation-related quirks. He had seen acid attacks and bombing attacks. He was even a lead detective in a missing child case that, thankfully, led to the safe return of a son to their mother. Out of all the things that he had seen, though, none of them even compared to what he to bear witness to, and a lot of those things he had seen were pretty gruesome. But none of them beat this. Death, as a rule of thumb for a detective, was to be treated with reverence. It was to be treated as what it was, a tragedy that needed to be avenged. But that didn't stop Naomasa from nearly vomiting when he saw the pure carnage on display for him when he arrived at the morgue in the police station. First, starting with the first victim and the one the police call had been about, Rapt Tokeage. From the initial description of Rapt, a young man who had the appearance of a lizard but was still very much a human. He had stood at 5 foot 5 inches, a small tail, and aside from that, there wasn't much else uniquely interesting about him aside from his turquoise scales. But now, the only reason they were able to identify him was because of his younger sister, someone named Setsuna, identifying him based on his favorite beanie and jacket, which had been completely stained in blood. For starters, his right arm, the entire thing, was gone, cut off at the shoulder and, aside from a few strands of muscle, was either destroyed or, as Naomasa had been forced to accept, devoured. His stomach had been ripped open, and as a result, most of his entrails had been removed, and his entire bottom jaw and half of his snout had also been taken. His throat was ripped out, the first injury, according to the mortician, and his left eye had been plucked out clean. And that was just the first victim. The second victim, a man by the name of Moyoru Tochi. The first wound inflicted was, yet again, his jugular being ripped out, but immediately after that, his entire face, the whole thing, was ripped off, and half of his skull had been devoured, as was evident by the bite indentations. Then came the rest of his body, or at least what was left. His chest cavity had been hollowed out, only leaving behind bits of cracked rib and spine. His right arm had been completely severed, as was his left arm and left leg. The carnage had been so devastating that half of the police force that showed up thought that it had been a wild animal attack. But when no animal DNA showed up anywhere on the bodies, a chilling thought that made Naomasa's blood chill below zero hit him like a truck. Someone, a fellow human being, was responsible for the attack. When they scanned for human DNA, however, they similarly found none. The saliva found contained no DNA, as did the black hair follicles they found, which obviously made next to no sense. The mortician was confused, and the DNA specialist also couldn't make any sense of it. Which brought Naomasa to what it was he was tasked with doing. He was tasked with figuring out how someone could leave behind zero DNA evidence. What made it worse was that his quirk would be useless here. His quirk, lie detector, acted a lot like his sister's quirk. The individual had to not only know that what they were saying was either a true statement or a lie, but he also had to have enough information to confirm if it was a true statement or a lie. He wasn't omnipresent. He wasn't all-knowing, much to his chagrin, because truly, that would have made his life a whole lot easier. At least with his sister's polygraph quirk, it only relied on the person speaking to know if it was true or not. As Naomasa sat at the table of his favorite cafe, Mos Eisley, which was just down the road from Mizutofu train station, Naomasa had several documents and folders all laid out in front of him with a few other notepads sat down across from him, each of which full of details they already knew about the victims, as well as a list of potential people who could potentially want them dead and had the criminal background to do it. As it turned out, Soga, Moyoru, and Rapt had put a massive target on their backs, having attacked and robbed not only several people who were affiliated with the Yakuza but also a few locations that were tied back to them. They had even targeted one of more notorious storefronts prior to their becoming of instant villains, the Shai Hisaikai, whose ranks included someone who had a quirk that allowed him to eat anything. To any regular, sane detective that wasn't named Naomasa Tsukachi, that would typically mean that therefore had to be that individual Sorimitsu Tabe, but that was just the thing. Naomasa had met Tabe before, and Tabe's quirk did not leave bite indentations like the ones that were left behind by the person who had done this. Tabe's quirk, food, made his jaws strong enough to bite through solid steel. A very powerful quirk indeed. If he truly wanted to, Tabe could more than likely eat a lot of people very rapidly, and the only thing that could stop him would be a hail of bullets. But the issue here was that when Tabe ate something, he devoured it in one bite due to how his quirk functioned. There was no tearing and there was no chewing, just a single chomp, and whatever came into contact with Tabe's mouth was simply gone. Here, though, specifically with Moyoru around his neck and facial areas, there was evidence of ripping and tearing with either very sharp teeth or claws. Tabe had neither traits, therefore it was impossible for him to be responsible for it. His second suspect was Moonscent, After all, he had the claws needed for such an action, and while Naomesa hadn't seen the boy's teeth, given that Moonsent was prone to mutilating people, it wasn't as if he could have potentially been above cannibalizing people. The only problem was that theory fell flat on its face when one considered the fact that the individual who did this had enough physical strength to overpower two near fully grown men who, in records past, had been able to tussle it out with albeit low-ranking heroes. Moonsent struggled with someone like Stendhal, who was about as strong as a low-ranking hero according to the information that Naomesa had. Moyuru and Rapt were able to handle their own against several low-ranking heroes before, and come out with barely a scratch. Granted, they weren't in any head-on fights, but that was beside the point. Not to mention, Naomesa had spoken to the kid. Despite his faults, he had a very clear line of justice that he adhered to. He despised the act of killing just based on his opinions of Stendhal, and further than that, they took away all of his supplies. In other words, Moonsent was not a true suspect, but if he didn't include him, then the board would be all over his ass for not considering it. However, his main suspect was a man by the name of Watsuki Akakawa, or as he had labeled himself, Moonfish, a serial killer whose whole modus operandi was to kill individuals, then consume them. A true cannibal who had actually been recently spotted in Narahata posing as a dentist, of which he was trained in the field of, so either two things were happening here. Option A. Moonfish was trying to re-enter society and had given up his ways of cannibalism. Or Option B. Moonfish was merely using that as a front to continue preying on people. What made Option B more appealing was that, even looking back at his other cases, when his victims were found beaten, battered, slashed, and partially consumed, they too had no traces of DNA on them, primarily due to how Moonfish's teeth were replaced with metal implants that he could control. It took police 2 years to finally nail him, and when they caught him, arrested, and sent him to trial, his lawyer was able to get him out of facing jail time citing the insanity plea, which somehow worked. Moonfish then went on to serve a measly 1 year and 6 months in a psych ward and came out a changed man, but Naomesa didn't believe it. Those were his primarily suspects, and frankly, he was more in the belief that it was Moonfish over Tabe and Moonsent. Now, what would have been really nice was if they had security footage to work off of. The only problem was that any place with a security system had been either too far away to catch the perp in clear lighting or any real defining detail aside from smudges, and the surrounding areas that could have possible clear footage said that those cameras hadn't functioned for months. Naomesa had told Makoto that he was going to be busy all night, so she ordered takeout and left some for him when he came back. Perks with living with one sister, they knew you in ways not even a spouse could, not that he was married or even looking into that prospect at the moment, and specifically they knew what you liked. That chicken teriyaki couldn't come quicker. He had been foaming at the mouth for it since he was told it was there, but stuff at Mos Eisley's until he finished getting his notes together and until he came up with someone to focus on. The bell to Mos Eisley's cafe rang, which was odd given how late it was, as footsteps approached the same booth that Naomesa sat in. A few moments later, someone sat down across from him, and when Naomesa looked up, he had a look of confusion written all over his face. Sitting in front of him was a young-looking man with mint-green hair that faded into black, ashen-pale skin, and lavender-colored eyes. He was dressed in a white haori with blue spider lily motifs covering the whole thing. Underneath the haori was a gray tunic, and below that he wore a pair of black hakama pants kept up by a standard white belt with a black buckle. Naomesa knew who this man was. He was extremely notorious for living as a shut-in just south of the border between Mizudafu and Tokyo. The man was a painter, which was what he had been famous for, but he was also an informant of the police from time to time, and had taken special interest in the Moonfish case for personal reasons. And now that same man was sitting across from him. "Tsukachi-kun, long time no see," the man said, his tone of voice still as sharp as the day Naomesa had met him, which unnerved him even more. "Yamamoto-san, what a pleasure to see you again." "Save it, detective," the man Yamamoto interrupted, narrowing his eyes. "I told you to get into contact with me as soon as another cannibal case came up, and you didn't. I only found out because of the news. Did you forget? Or did those rats at the top tell you not to?" About that. Damn it, Tsukachi." Yamamoto slammed his right, clawed, fist down on the table with enough force to shake the whole building, which gave Naomesa pause. Clawed? Yamamoto also had clawed hands? In fact, it was just like moon scent, too. Were they perhaps related? Naomasa pushed that thought into the back of his mind for later, as Yamamoto glared daggers at him. This is important to me. If it wasn't for the fact I came here to get my granddaughter something to eat, I would sit here and berate you some more. You're lucky I'm on a tight schedule. Yamamoto spat, still glaring daggers at Naomasa as he stood up. I expect you to contact me tomorrow night. You know I can't be out in the sun, and I want whatever the police station has in terms of evidence. I don't care how against protocol it is. You either give it to me or I take it by force. And with that, Yamamoto left him alone. The entire time, Naomasa held his breath. Yamamoto was not someone you got into an argument with. You simply let him berate you, otherwise it got worse. But it never came out of a place of malice more than it came out of a place of frustration. Contrary to popular belief, Yamamoto was a very old man, despite his looks. Some even claim to have seen him since the pre-quirk era, but that was impossible. It was impossible because no one could live for that long. That aside, he really didn't want to involve Yamamoto. After all, he was a busy man. Yamamoto also tended to complicate things. For example, during the moonfish case, Yamamoto had mentioned something about man-eating demons. It was complete lunacy, and was to be expected from someone who stayed inside 16 hours of the day, painting the same woman over and over again like a lunatic. Irregardless, the point was that Yamamoto was trouble, but he meant well. If Yamamoto wanted in on something, he was in, no matter how much the board complained. He would give Yamamoto the copies tomorrow, fully unredacted, and he'll come up with his own conclusion which Naomasa would more than likely dismiss, before going after moonfish. After all, man-eating demons were a bunch of nonsense. There was no way that could be real. Right? Chapter 4. Rivers of Blood, Mountains of Sorrow. It was the dead of night. Everything was still, even the air. Nightlife in Narahata was not as active as a place like Tokyo, Shinjuku, Shibuya, Akihabara, or even Yokohama. But, for the locals, it was pretty hectic. After all, Narahata was dubbed the city of villains for a reason. What little night activity there was, it was primarily composed of villains and ne'er-do-wells. Thankfully, it wasn't particularly dangerous. The worst that could happen to the average person in Narahata was getting mugged. Things like rape, murder, and other nefarious crimes weren't all that common. It was thanks to the presence of the vigilantes, and with those 2 cannibalized corpses that came up 2 nights ago, most criminals, as well as regular people, were too scared to step outside. But that didn't mean that everyone wanted to stay indoors. And those that didn't were typically the ones that didn't have a choice, either because of obligations or because they were being hunted. Dipping and ducking through alleyways, a sharp-dressed man was running for his life. A low-ranking yakuza from the Shai Hisaikai. Someone who owed the villain factory a large sum of money and was late paying it back by 2 months. And now his life was forfeit. The man tripped and fell, face hitting the concrete with a sharp thud. The force of the fall broke his nose as he screamed. Blood seeped down his face as he scrambled to stand, only for a shadow to loom over him. Panic filled his eyes as he raised a hand. Pleading, begging. Wait. We can talk about this. Aye. Akaguro's blade sliced through the man in front of him like a hot knife through butter, blood and ichor spraying like a shower of ritual and death. Crimson fluid decorated the floor and walls of the alley, painting it a thick sheen of red. The smell of iron filled the air, as Akaguro felt a sense of conflict ion. Another villain slain. Another devil killed. And yet, Akaguro could not find the same joy that he once had when taking down scum like this one. Another instant villain was dead, or at least that was what he had been told, and the chuckling hive that sat above the rooftops yet again was appeased. Had it not been for the fact that the real pest lived solely within the left eye, he would have cut her down long ago. But until the hostage she wore like a bodysuit was set free or removed from the picture entirely, Akaguro was given no choice but to stick by her. It was both a way to keep an eye on the villain known as Kin Hachisuka, and also the girl that she had invaded. Akaguro might have been willing to kill Popstep and Koichi. Both of them were minors, but they did what they did willingly. They got in his way with a purpose in mind of making sure he was defeated. So he met their resolve with his own. He was the victor, and he would have delivered them to their ultimate fate, had Knuckleduster not shown up, and had Moonscent not come back to life. Where he drew the line was with true innocence. Civilians dragged into a mess they never wanted to be a part of. That was the state of the host that Keen resided within was put into. Unconscious and unable to make her own choices. A child stuck between a rock and the rest of the world. Who was he, a vigilante, to decide the fate of an innocent soul? Someone who had yet to be corrupted by either world. It simply wasn't his, and it never would be until she made her choice of remaining a civilian, or going down either path. There was also the small tidbit that Keen knew about his true identity. Contrary to popular belief, he only moonlighted as Stendhal. During the day, he worked as a janitor at an elementary school. While it didn't make him a lot of money, it was enough to afford his apartment. He made a decent living. He enjoyed the antics of the little children, even if their messes were annoying to clean up. There was also the fact that he acted as a secret warden. He helped the downtrodden of the children, and in turn, he was praised by them. It was low, he knew, but it made him feel like the man he wanted to be, instead of the man he needed to become, for the sake of others and the sake of Japan. If he was outed as the vigilante Stendhal, then he would lose everything. He would lose his job. He would lose his apartment. He would be forced to live on the run, and furthermore, he'd lose the one friendship he had. A friendship that even he hadn't expected to gain. A friendship with one Todoroki Fuyumi, daughter and heiress of the Todoroki fortune. A respectable woman who was quite nice to be around. If she knew what he did at night, that friendship would be shattered beyond repair. Fuyumi was too much a gentle soul, and he knew that well. For a while, before he knew what Keen was, he had half the mind to cut her down all the same. It was only until he had cornered her on a particularly frustrating day that he learned of the whole situation. It was what put him in his current predicament, and he hated all of it. The more that Akaguro thought about this situation, the more screwed it got, so he put it in the back of his mind for now, sheathing his katana before looking down at the next grouping of photos. 2 more former instant villains. 2 more bodies to sit on his mind. 1, a girl who looked no older than 13, a chipper smile on her face, bright and happy, gilded eyes that radiated life and joy, the whole world ahead of her not knowing that Stendhal was put on her trail. And the other, a dark and brooding guy, cigarette dangling between his lips with cold blue eyes and patchy white and black hair. He didn't know if he could bring himself to do it. Knuckleduster's words had struck a chord with him. They are not of the same caliber. He wasn't an ally of justice, just a strange masked murderer. But wasn't he? He was taking out the bad guys all the same, wasn't he? He was killing villains. Wasn't he? Or, oi, Stendhal, stop lollygagging. The parasite's voice ripped through his thoughts, forcing a snarl to surface. We've got one more for tonight. I reserve the right to do what it is I please, Akaguro retorted, eyes narrowing underneath his mask. And if I say that I am finished, then so be it. All of his life, Akaguro believed in a single thing, that heroes and villains were the only way the world worked. For every hero there were 2 villains, and those villains needed to be stopped. No matter what, he wanted to be a hero to cleanse the rot. But then he was told he couldn't be a hero. His quirk was too evil for that. Akaguro tried to get people to see reason, tried to get others to see him for more than what he could be, more than a potential weapon. But that failed. He was cast away, called a monster for his quirk and ostracized. And now he found himself in the exact same situation he didn't want to be in, where he was a weapon for someone else, where his talents with the blade were used against his will. Now that he was seeing things for what they were, he knew that he needed to flee, but he wasn't going to flee without finishing the job. He still had one more villain needed killing. Akaguro would wait, of course. He would wait until the situation was either unsalvageable, or for when Keen's back was turned. He would strike her down, non-lethally, of course, to preserve the host, and then he would rip that damned bug out of the girl's head. Then, once it was done, he would bring her to a hospital and hope for the best. but that was best saved for another time. Keen glared at him from above, unaware of his current thought process. Both knew, or at least one of them knew, that neither of them wanted to get on the other's bad side. Working together was strictly that. Working together. One was not to command the other, lest it cause a rift deeper than the one that already existed in the criminal underground. It was already bad enough that Keen's plans were being delayed. It was even worse that somehow Stendhal hadn't been defeated. Rokuro had more uses for him though, so at least there was that. But Stendhal was proving to be more of a nuisance than an ally. Keen was the type of person who demanded usefulness out of her allies. If, for even a moment, they proved themselves anything less than, she would do them in. It was just her nature. To keep a hive running at peak capacity, you needed to cut the chaff. But, when said chaff was strong enough to overpower you with a single sweep of their blade, it suddenly became a lot harder to cut. To put it simply, Stendhal was that guy, and there was nothing that Keen could do about it. Frankly, Keen had banked on him losing to Knuckleduster. After all, from the memories of her host, she knew that Knuckleduster was one unit of a man, strong enough to break through walls like they were made of cardboard, and fast enough to keep up with speeding bullets even without his old quirk. Realistically, all things considered, Knuckleduster should have won. He should have beaten in Stendhal's face. Keen knew it would have been cathartic to watch, especially given how pretentious the asshole was. But, to Keen's surprise, Knuckleduster did not win. Stendhal had won, albeit cheaply with the use of his quirk, but still. Keen knew that Stendhal was a master swordsman. There was no denying that. She would be stupid to disregard a blade powerful enough to take a full-powered blast from Knuckleduster, the same man who you could probably convince her could turn a street into a torn-up line of rubble with enough force, and the blade didn't even bend. She would admit that she was interested in finding out how that was the case, but at the same time, she was too lazy to actually look. Keen also had a feeling that Stendhal was going to try something stupid sometime soon, and so, she decided to go out of her way to seduce that explosive boy, Bakubo or something like that. Well, seduced wasn't the correct word. More like effectively bargained, and it was quite easy as to how she did it. Both of them hated Moonscent for one reason or another, and they both wanted to see him fall from grace or straight up die. She was set to meet him some point this week, either before or after the big attack she planned on that department store. Total pandemonium. It would be wildly fun, that much she knew. However, with Stendhal around, it could complicate things. And if it complicated things, Rokuro would have a bit of a fit. And if Rokuro had a fit, then the boogeyman would need to get involved. Getting the boss man involved was a strict sign of failure. Failing him was like pissing off a dormant god. As much as Keen liked to have fun, she also knew when things needed to be kicked into gear. Keen watched Stendhal disappear into the darkness. She had half the mind to throw an explosive be his direction and blow him to bits. But she decided against it at the last second. It would be a waste of time and resources. Oh well, I'll just have to think of some other way to do him in. Maybe I can drag that explosion boy to the department store, trigger him up, then send Stendhal in to deal with him. It could lure out Moonscent and all three of them can kill each other. Ahaha, I'm brilliant. With her mood elevated, Keen turned around, smile on her face as she practically skipped toward the emergency exit door on the rooftop she was standing on. These next few days would prove themselves interesting, to say the least. All she needed to do now was bide her time. XXXX. Izuku was hungry. That statement, while typically normal, was not normal anymore. His hunger had expanded. His need for blood had spiked, and he knew why. Ever since he had gotten a taste of fresh blood, his mind demanded it. The stale, old, refrigerated blood made him feel disgusted. He didn't know why, especially when it had sated him before. Now, though, it was more like a morsel. His appetite had become richer. He hated it. He hated all of this. He just wanted to maintain a normal life, but by the gods. When he felt the flesh between his teeth be ripped apart, when he felt the fresh blood pour down his throat like the nectar of the gods, as if it were a blessing by the god of the moon, it made him shiver with anticipation just thinking about it. And he hated it. His mother was also getting worried. His newfound hunger had made him more irritable, it seemed. He found himself becoming more snippy, more aggressive. Even during his time hanging out with Nakime, he found himself unable to handle most of her usual antics. And it was concerning. Concerning because if this kept on any longer, and if his hunger became worse, he feared what he would do. The frenzy he had found himself in with those two individuals, he didn't want it to happen again. He didn't want to devour again. He thought about his mother. He thought about what would happen if, in a frenzied, ravenous state, he might tear her apart. Izuku shuddered at the sheer idea of it. Defiling his mother like that, he could never even stomach the idea. It made him sick. And now, as he sat in his room, huddled on his bed, Izuku knew what needed to be done. If for nothing else but to keep his family and friends safe. If he needed to consume one of the villains he ran into as Moonsent, then he would do it. For my mother, that's what this is for. And so, he quickly donned his attire, after finishing up this week's chapter, of course, before making a beeline for Narahata. Stendhal was still his prime target, but he had a feeling he wasn't going to run into him. Even if the idea of ripping his jugular out of his throat made a part of him ripple with excitement. It didn't take him long to reach Narahata, an hour at most, which meant he was getting faster. Consumption seemed to boost his physical abilities much more than blood. It was concerning, but he didn't put too much thought behind it. He had a few villains in mind. Most of them were scum, some of the rare garbage that washed up on the normally calm streets of the city. One in particular was someone he had his blade pointed at for a long time, even before Stendhal. The villain's name were the Hata brothers. They were drug traffickers, specifically the traffic trigger, the same drug that he knew Knuckleduster had a specific disgust for. They were also connected to the Yakuza and other villainous organizations, and while he would like to give them the benefit of the doubt, being linked to any of those kinds of groups, you became culpable in their actions. Not to mention, the Hata brothers were very, very dangerous on their own. Their quirk allowed them to transform into grasshoppers, and they were very strong. One wrong move and it would spell the end for their enemies. But Izuku was different. He was strong, but more than that, he needed to feed. He needed to consume. And while he could go to a different city and find a different villain to consume, he wanted to stay in Narahata. Typically, they were located at Hopper's Cafe. The place in question was in a low-rise building on the east side of Narahata, and right now it was probably closed. Which meant that he could break in, get done what needed to be done, and leave before the police show up, if they show up at all. The mere thought of cannibalizing someone felt wrong. Yet, he justified it as the safety of others. Those who he was more close with. His hunger was brewing, and he'd rather eat someone who wasn't close to him rather than accidentally eat someone who was. Approaching the building, Izuku stared at its entrance. It was a regular cafe, themed on cats. If he recalled correctly, he knew that Nakime liked to come here from time to time. Of course, doing what he was about to do would more than likely shut it down. It would make Nakime upset, and it made him feel bad. But at the same time, this was for her. For his mother. For his allies in Knuckleduster, Crawler, and Popstep. For their safety, he did this. To sate his hunger, he would need to kill. With a powerful kick, he shattered one of the front windows. No alarm sounded, which was odd. Maybe they didn't arm the security system? Stepping inside, he drew his tanto and kept it close by his side. The interior of the cafe wasn't anything special. There were cat trees everywhere, and he didn't doubt that there were actual cats somewhere in the building. Or perhaps they were elsewhere? Either way, he wasn't keen on finding out. The rest of the cafe, while nice-looking, wasn't what he was here to look at. Thusly, he advanced further into the building, and as he did, and as he stepped past the counter, a fist came swinging in his direction. Izuku intercepted the fist with shocking speeds. Even to him, grabbing the wrist and using the momentum of the swing, he slammed his assailant into the counter, shattering it to bits, made even more impressive seeing as it was a granite and concrete counter and not a standard wooden one. "Gra!" his assailant shouted, hissing as he reeled from the counter. They didn't look that old, perhaps in their 30s, if that. He had short dark hair, a goatee, and sharp eyes with small pupils. He was rather physically impressive, and he had a twin-point mustache above his upper lip. He was dressed in the attire belonging to the cafe, that being an apron with the cafe name on the front, alongside a black shirt and pants. Izuku didn't give the man a chance to give up. With lightning-quick precision, he stabbed the man in the jugular. He choked, sputtered, and coughed up blood. But in the span of a few seconds, his eyes glossed over and he died. "Brother!" Someone behind him shouted, but Izuku didn't even bother to register them. He didn't even look at who they were. He knew by the addressing of the person he killed as brother that it was the other brother. And so he lunged. It happened so quick that the other brother couldn't even get out of the way in time. In a single horizontal slash, Izuku slashed the man's throat open as blood spewed all over in front of him like a fountain. The brother choked on his own blood, falling to his knees before collapsing, dead. It was quick. It was mostly painless. And now it was time to do what he came here to do. When he approached the brother he had downed first, and as he removed his mask from his face, having it sit atop his head, he thought that he would hesitate. But he didn't. Like a rabid dog, he bit into the man's neck and teared. It was messy. It was animalistic. In that moment, he abandoned everything that made him seem human. His hunger and instincts kicked in, and he tore as viscously as a starving lion would to a successfully caught elk. Bones crushed underneath the strength of his jaw, muscle tore as easily as peeling meat off a cooked chicken bone, and all the while his face became drenched with blood as it surrounded his lips. By the time he was done, the first brother's face was gone. Only his skull was left behind, and his eyes were plucked out like grapes. His shoulders and the front of his chest was torn up badly, like a tiger had ripped him apart. When Izuku regained his wits, he assumed disgust would be at the forefront of his mind. Instead, it was nothing. He felt nothing for what he had done. He knew he should have felt something, anything, but he didn't. He didn't feel a thing. At most, he felt annoyed he could stomach enough to finish the corpse in front of him. But he also knew he needed to save enough room for the other corpse. Something that, upon a quick reflection, was deeply disturbing. A part of him wondered why his mind was functioning the way it was. Was there something that he didn't know about himself? He knew he wasn't human. Was that it? Was that why he looked upon another person as if they weren't even real? No normal human should feel the way he did. But then again, he wasn't human. As for what he was, Izuku wasn't quite sure. But whatever he was, it made him feel as if humans were nothing but prey. Which was wrong. He was taught that it was wrong. The law said it was wrong. So then why did he feel fine doing what he was doing? Whatever the case was, Izuku didn't really care at the moment. He needed to finish what he had started. Then he could leave, and when he did, he would wait until his next bout of hunger to consume. Of course, he still had other things he needed to do tonight, and so he wanted this to speed up. He had already spent enough time here as it was. He needed this to get over and done with. And as he turned to look over at the other individual, bald with no facial hair wearing the same attire as the first, and just as he was about to do it all over again, he heard someone walk in. Light footsteps, concerned, possibly confused and scared. Izuku froze, not moving a muscle. Even as the flashlight of a phone was put on him, it illuminated him completely, showing all the blood dripping off his form. He dared not move as the phone dropped. Then, there was a gasp, the sound of someone stumbling backwards, followed by a shrill scream. Feminine, shrill, horrified scream. And when Izuku turned to look at who had entered, his blood turned ice cold. For the person who stood in the doorway. Volume 2, Chapter 5. Me and the Devil. Fear. Dread. Anxiety. 3 of the most oppressive emotions, and they were most common amongst those who had witnessed a terrifying or traumatic event. Emotions like that would writhe and cause turmoil for the one afflicted, like an illness, spreading deep, ravaging all rational thought and distilling the mind into nothing but pure instinct. Izuku had never once felt those kinds of emotions until now. Fear of being caught, dread of the consequences, and anxiety due to who had caught him. Popstep, otherwise known as Kazuho Hanayama, fellow vigilante, and also fellow student of Aldera Junior High, one of the last people who he ever wanted to have catch him, and on his second hunt no less. The terror etched onto her face, and the fear that coursed through her eyes like shining, betrayed jewels was immense. The way her body shook, and the unmistakable sheen of tears made it very clear to Izuku that it was over. He had been caught. He glanced at the body beneath his feet, its ravaged appearance and the horrible stench of death that no doubt attracted her attention. It made him wonder if she had met up with the other two yet, or if she simply happened to pass on through on her way to meet them. Whatever the case might have been, it did not matter. "Hanayama," Izuku whispered as her breath hitched in shock. "I know how bad this looks, but please, I can explain." What? There was palpable sense of anger in her voice. Or was it justice? No, justice was not that cold cut. It was not an emotion. It was paired with a sensation. He knew that well enough. It was hard to discern what coded her tone. Righteous fury? Perhaps? Yes, it would make sense. As Popstep blinked away the tears, her stance changed to a more guarded, but still terrified one. "Why you? You can't explain any of this. You killed them, and, oh my God, you ate one of their faces." A strike of realization washed over Popstep's face as dread filled her expression, all color draining from her skin. You killed Moyuro and rapped, didn't you?" "I didn't want to," Izuku muttered, clenching a bloodied clawed hand into a fist, his eyes narrowing sharply. "I had no choice. I lost control over myself." "Nah, no way. That's bullshit," Popstep shouted, glaring at him, before frantically shifting her eyes down to her dropped phone. She went to reach for it, but before she could, "Stop, please," Izuku shouted, halting her in her tracks. She glanced up at him, eyes still narrowed, knit together in a fury. "Please, don't escalate things. The others, they don't know you're here, right?" For what felt like forever, the two stared at one another. Slowly, Popstep crouched next to her phone, hands on her knees, prone to grab the phone whenever. A concession. It was the best he could ask for right now. "Yeah. I was on my way to meet them." Okay, Izuku murmured, sighing out of relief. "Please listen to me. I know this looks awful, and it is. It really is. But ever since Crawler gave me his blood, something in me changed. Snapped. I dunno. The reason I left early when I dropped off that cake was because I felt this hunger rise within me. Those two, Moyuro and Rapt, they were at the wrong place at the wrong time when I lost control." "Lost control?" "Yes, I couldn't control my actions. Felt like I was starving, and my body went on autopilot. When I came to my senses, and when I saw what I had done, I was horrified. I didn't mean to do what I did. Really, I didn't, but ever since that day, I've had this aching feeling in the back of my head. If I don't consume flesh, then I might just snap again. Could be anyone. Could be my mother. Could be at school. Could be, God forbid, if I was patrolling and with you guys, or some random civilian." "And you think that makes whatever this is okay?" Popstep shouted, causing Izuku to flinch. But that flinch gave way into something more primal. Frustration. They were trigger dealers. Criminals. Better them than an old lady across the road. Or maybe no one at all. Did you think about that? "So you want me to starve?" Izuku snarled, and in that, he found nothing but contempt behind Popstep's eyes. She didn't speak, seemingly attempting to gather her thoughts. He watched as her hand drifted closer to the phone on the floor. He needed to convince her. He needed to find a way out of the situation without causing any more unjust conflict. And then she spoke. "You were fine with drinking blood months ago. Why not go back to that, huh?" "I can't. It's not enough. If I could, I would. Do you think I want to eat people? Do you think I like knowing that I have to rip apart the people who I wish to protect, all for the sake of ensuring I don't rip apart a child because I hadn't eaten? You don't know what it's like. You don't know the feeling. But I do. And it hurts," Izuku replied, clutching at chest as he poured his heart out. He hated this. He hated all of this. Why did he have to be born like this? Why did his mother birth him into such a cursed form? Why couldn't he be normal like everyone else? Izuku let out a shuddered breath as he felt a guttural urge in the back of his mind. Strike her down. Get rid of her. It would make things so much easier if she was dead. There wouldn't be any conflict anymore, because conflict could not exist within a corpse. But, at the same time, the idea of killing someone he knew was worse than what he had just done. The Hada brothers were strangers. He did not know their strugglers. He did not know their beliefs. He did not know if they had families or lovers. All he knew was that they were criminals and criminals needed to be rid of. And while he wished he could have dealt with them more peacefully, he figured it was better to deal with them like this. If only he had known that their deaths and one of their consumptions would have led to this. Can't you see, Hanayama? I don't want to do this, but I have to. I don't have a choice. I beg of you, just turn the other cheek. Walk away. This doesn't need to get messy. I don't want to hurt you, but... Izuku paused, and suddenly, the air in the building shifted, from fear, dread, and anxiety to frustration, and it filled the air like a toxic gas. Enough to suffocate even the strongest of men and women. Popstep flinched, hard. Izuku knew Popstep to be brave, but she also wasn't foolish. He planned to play to that strength of hers. He knew that he was faster, stronger, and more skilled than she was. She knew that too. Truthfully, he had all the power in the situation they were in. Sure, she could call forth the rest of her friends, but would she even have the time to open up the app before he sliced her hand off? Of course, he didn't want to think like that. He wanted this to end peacefully. But, you know who I am outside of this life. You know where I go to school. You know my name. Frankly, you are my biggest threat right now. However, I'm willing to give you a chance. All you have to do is walk away and pretend this didn't happen. Put this out of your mind and forget it happened. That's it. I'm not asking you to be my friend or help me cover up this mess. You just need to forget that it happened. But should you pick up that phone the instant you do, I will kill you. The seriousness in his words were enough to strike fear into anyone with a functioning brain. And it seemed to do just that with Popstep. Her eyes widened, and the hand hovering above the phone shifted back. There was a moment of consideration flickering through her eyes, but her resolve seemed to double back. However, before she could make her choice, Izuku spoke again. Let's not forget that I'm faster and stronger than you. Suppose you do pick up that phone, and you try and contact your friends, you won't be able to before I reach you and do you in. It would be a waste of your life. What makes you think I won't just double-cross you, huh? Popstep said, a hint of nervousness hiding within her tone filled with faux bravado. Didn't think about that, did you? Are you saying you would? Izuku questioned, raising an eyebrow as his right hand flexed, his claws gleaming in the reflection of the moonlight. Blood dripped freely, collecting at the ground underneath his feet. The sharpness in his eyes somehow sharpened, and for a split second, nothing but fear began to suffocate Popstep. It was as if the very air was rebelling against her, as if the presence of this monster who she thought had been her friend was manipulating the very oxygen she breathed. Gasping for breath, sweat began to build up on her face and body as she crumpled to the floor, hands and legs bent in such a way that it appeared to be as if she was prostrating herself in front of a king. Izuku walked over to her, each footstep akin to a judge's gavel slamming against the ground. When he approached her, he knelt, if only slightly, to gently cup her chin and force eye contact. Tears welled in her eyes as she was made to look into the eyes of one Izuku Midoriya. And what stared back was nothing but judgment. Answer me, Kazuho Hanayama. If I give you the chance to run, to return to your family, and in repayment for my generosity, would you truly betray my kindness? His voice was cold, bereft of compassion, filled only with malice. She tried to speak, but it was too difficult. Not with every emotion in the whole world fluttering in and out of her mind like a swarm of noise. You are at my mercy, Hanayama. Do not forget that. In this moment I am your king. Do you understand me? I do not wish to bring harm to you or your family, and it would not be difficult to find them either. One quick search and that would be all it takes. I would have your address and that would be that. Do you want your family to die, Kazuho? Something inside Izuku felt disgusted for what he was saying. Why was he saying this? Why did it feel like second nature to him? It was as if the mere utterance of betrayal had set something off within him, as if it had awoken something deep, dark, and old. And he liked it. Kazuho, are you listening to me? Izuku demanded, and the only thing that Popstep could do was whimper as the tears in her eyes began to fall. Good. Very good. Kazuho, now then, what is your answer? If I let you go, will you betray me? And no. Good. Excellent. Kazuho, you've done well. Thank you, Izuku said, letting her go as he walked back over to the set of bodies, picked up his tanto, and turned back to face Popstep, who was now standing, her head bowed. For a moment, Izuku was confused. Why haven't you left, Kazuho? I didn't finish, Popstep said, before lifting her head up to look at him, and within her eyes was nothing but hate. I said no, because I already did, while you were off yapping and threatening. They're gonna be here any minute, and they know exactly who we're up against. Now what are you gonna do? It happened so fast. Faster than it would take for someone to blink. Pop could barely even register it had happened when it did. But she knew it did, when her hands instinctively went to her throat, and when she felt her breathing suddenly get cut off. When thin lines of blood trickled down the sides of her lips and when it began to pour out of her neck. The sudden rush of pain as she collapsed to her knees, coughing up globs of blood. And behind her stood Izuku, his claws flexed and sheening with new blood as the rays of the moon fell down upon him. His eyes, cold and callous, peered down on Popstep's soon-to-be lifeless corpse. When she fell to the ground, head woozy, as if wading through fog, the last thing that she ever heard were 5 chilling, terrifying words. 5 words that rocked her mind, body, and soul, and would now and forever be the last thing that she would remember in the fleeting moments of her remained existence. You shouldn't have done that. And then, there was nothing. When Koichi got the urgent and sudden SOS message from Pop, followed by one of the most chilling audio he had ever heard, the voice sounded foreign, deep and menacing, unlike anything that he had ever heard. East Narahata was where it was located, and he knew that if he didn't get there fast enough, something bad would happen. He knew it deep in his bones. He made sure to contact Master before he left, as well as message Ingenium. After all, a professional hero needed to be in the mix in case something big was happening. It would have been foolish of him to not. But that audio. Good, very good, Kazuho. It was just those words. Kazuho. That was Pop's real name, it must have been. Whoever she had run into knew her outside her being Pop, and if that was the case, it could potentially be someone very dangerous. And if it was someone dangerous, which it most certainly was, then he needed to hurry. East Narahata Hopper Cafe. That was the address he was given. He made sure to get there as fast as possible, and with enough luck, he could probably save her. At least that was what he thought. Because when he arrived, and when he saw the state of the building, and when he saw her laying on the floor in a pool of blood with no culprit in sight. No, Koichi whispered, the quietest thing in the whole world, filled with so much dread and terror that he could possibly muster. Pop, Koichi continued, but he dared not approach. Further in, he could see 2 more bodies. One of them was partially consumed. The cannibal had been here. That was who she had run into. His phone buzzed. No doubt Master getting back to him and saying he was on the way. But now what was the point? Pop was dead. Pop was gone. He was too late. He couldn't save her. Tears welled up in his eyes as he fought the urge to collapse. He fought the urge to cry. Pop was his friend, albeit an conventional friend, but a friend nonetheless. Someone who he had saved and befriended, and someone who he had quickly gotten close to. Pop had been someone who brought a certain kind of atmosphere to his home. And now she was gone. Slowly, he approached her body. Maybe, he thought, maybe she could still be alive. He knew it was silly. She was clearly dead. What else could it have been? As he approached, he put a hand next to her throat, only to notice how deep the cut across her neck had been. Her head was only hanging on by a thin layer of skin. He nearly puked at the sight, staggering back as he gasped in shock. He wanted to shout. He wanted to cry. But he was in too much shock to do either. "Kid! Pop!" Master's voice cut through his silence and thoughts as he turned to look at the entrance, only to see the mortified look on his face. His usual haphazard expression was twisted into a look of total shock and dread. "Oh shit! No, not like this!" Koichi was shocked that Master had gotten here first before Ingenium. "Kid, what happened?" Master asked as Koichi tried to speak, but instead, all he could get out was a squeak of confusion and desperation. He tried to speak again, but all that came out was a babble mixed with a choked-back sob. And then, the reality of everything hit him like a ton of bricks. Tears fell freely, as he came to the crushing realization that his best friend, Pop, no, Kazuho, was dead. He stumbled forward, and when he did, he was met halfway by Master, Knuckle Duster, who put a hand on his shoulder. "Oi, kid, it'll be all right. She ain't gonna die for nothing. We're gonna find the bastard who did this, and we're gonna pound his face into the pavement. Got it?" Knuckle Duster said as Koichi grit his teeth, sucking back his tears as he nodded. Right. Right now, he didn't need to cry. He could save that until after Pop was avenged. "You too, what's going on?" A boisterous voice shouted from across the street. Koichi looked up to see Ingenium, decked out in his hero costume. "Nice guy. I got your message. Where's the villain?" "Gone. They left before we got here," Koichi muttered, stepping out of the building. Knuckle Duster turned to face Ingenium, his expression taut with impatience. "Ingenium? Knuckle Duster?" The two stared at one another, but there was no animosity for the other. It was more like a begrudging acceptance of the situation. Neither of them liked what was going on, and while it was illegal for vigilantes to do what they did, Ingenium wasn't the type of person who would rat on them. That was why Koichi had contacted him in the first place. They knew one another, and that was that. "What happened?" Ingenium asked as Knuckle Duster grunted. "One of the people I work with, one of my students, died." Ingenium visibly flinched. "Oh, my condolences for your loss, Knuckle Duster." "Thanks, but we have a villain to catch, and I want to beat him up first," Knuckle Duster said, cracking his knuckles. Ingenium went to speak, but stopped as the sound of something crunching echoed around the surrounding area. Koichi blinked, and for a split second he felt fear stab him in the heart. Out of instinct, he slowly turned to look over his shoulder behind him. Maybe the villain had come back, hoping they wouldn't turn around. But what he saw instead was something way worse than that. It was a sight he never would have thought he'd see. Ever. Looming over one of the corpses in Hopper's cafe, biting into a severed arm was impossible. Couldn't have been real. His eyes must have been playing tricks on him, because there was no way what he was seeing was real. And yet, pink hair, a neck suspiciously not cut, off-white skin with claws stained with blood. The tiny wings of the costume that was being worn seemingly looked real and larger. The tips of her fingers were a dark shade of blue, bordering on black, and as she tore away from the arm, she slowly turned to look at the trio. Pink scara, black, sharp, cat-like pupils. Drool and blood dripping from her mouth. And a feral, almost guttural hiss like a cornered animal. Somehow, someway, Pop was alive. But Koichi had a sinking feeling that she wasn't Pop anymore. Pop dropped the arm, but kept the crouched stance that she was in, her hands, claws, splayed out as they now dripped with blood. Her teeth were bare, revealing abnormally large canine teeth, and with a mix of what sounded like a shriek and a hiss, Pop stood her ground. Knuckle Duster, Koichi, and Ingenium could only stare in abject horror at what stood before them. Whatever it wasn't Pop anymore. But what neither of them knew was that this represented much more than they could ever dream of. Because this signified something. After 212 years. Volume 2, Chapter 6. Skin of a Saint. Koichi Himawari would freely admit that he wasn't the bravest person out there. Anyone who said that they were instinctively brave was a liar. That was a trait one grew into, not born with. Small tangent aside, there were a lot of things that shocked him, but this topped the list. Koichi did not know if what he was looking at was a trick of the eye, or if he was simply hallucinating. The person that was before him, it had to be Pop. Couldn't be anything else, but at the same time it wasn't Pop. It looked like Pop, but it wasn't. The whole thing was confusing, and it made his head hurt. And as he stared at her, he couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and fear. Relief that Pop wasn't dead, and fear because she was acting like a rabid animal who hadn't eaten in days. What made things worse was the stance she was taking. Crouched and hissing like a cat, claws spread out in a defensive yet offensive manner, and her eyes were pointed at him like he was a threat. No, not as if he was a threat, as if he was prey. Pop? Koichi whispered, looking at her as his eyes focused on her. Pop, it's me. It's Koichi. Do you remember me? Koichi asked, but he got no reply. Not a true one, anyway. All he got in response was a snarl. What the fuck? Knuckle Duster rumbled, staring at Pop, as if the world had twisted in on itself. Pop, what the hell happened to you? Knuckle Duster asked, his voice carrying a hint of disbelief as Pop's eyes snapped in his direction. Bloody teeth still bare. Then, her eyes trailed over to Ingenium, who had taken a defensive stance. Knuckle Duster, nice guy, step back. Ingenium demanded, only to earn a sharp glare from Knuckle Duster. Oi, why the fuck are you treating her like a villain? In case you two forgot, she was eating someone. Ingenium snapped, and that was when it sank into the pair. It was Pop, or at least the creature in front of them looked like Pop. But it was no longer Popstep, otherwise known as Kazuho Hanayama, was gone. This thing had taken her place. And as much as Koichi wanted that to be false, the evidence was quite clear. What do we do? Koichi questioned, concern laced in his voice. Ingenium lowered his head slightly as he adjusted his stance, preparing to run straight ahead. A tackle attack, effective and powerful, especially from someone with super speed like him. And then, just as he was about to attack, Pop lunged forward incredibly fast. Faster than Koichi ever thought she could move. Her claws slashed against Ingenium's armor and pierced through it, leaving behind a score of blood flowing in the air from the attack. Both Koichi and Knuckle Duster were taken aback as Ingenium staggered backward, pressing an armored hand to his chest as he coughed. Huh? How? This armor is reinforced, Ingenium declared, confused. Just as he looked up, Pop was already on him again, except this time, she was aiming for his throat. Knuckle Duster stepped in, reeled an arm back and slugged her hard in the side of her head, sending her tumbling down the road, skipping every few feet before crashing into a parked car, its horn blaring. The sound of the impact echoed throughout the empty street as Koichi gasped in marvel at how strong his master was. Just then, Knuckle Duster turned to face him, his teeth gritting. Kid, get out of here. I can help. Maybe we can convince her. Remind her that it's us, Koichi declared, as Knuckle Duster nodded, before looking back over to where she was flung. Assuming she survived that punch, Knuckle Duster grunted, getting into an offensive stance, legs spaced out and arms in front of him with a glare in his eyes. From a distance, Pop came stumbling forward, clutching the side of her head. Her head had been split open, blood streaming down her face, but it seemingly repaired itself back to normal, the blood fading away like ash in the wind. That's impossible. That should have killed her, which of course is bad. But, still, Ingenium mumbled as Knuckle Duster scowled. Reminds me of Moon Scent. He had his head cut off and he came back a minute later. Ha! Ingenium shouted, but Knuckle Duster waved him off. Later, we've got more important things to deal with, hero. Just as Knuckle Duster said that, Pop dropped to an animalistic crouch, snarling as she propelled herself forward, completely avoiding Koichi and lunging directly at Knuckle Duster. Guttural screaming howl reverberating throughout the dark as Knuckle Duster adjusted himself to avoid the incoming swipe. In turn, Koichi activated his quirk. A tiny ring appeared in the palm of his hand, a new facet of his quirk he figured out thanks to the cat bus incident a week ago, and slammed it into Pop's side. The impact sent her flying to the left, right where Ingenium was, who came in with a kick, knocking Pop to the floor as she hit the ground face first. "Nice teamwork, nice guy," Ingenium said as Koichi nodded. Once again, Pop got up as the wings on her waist flapped. He did notice how they looked real ever since whatever happened had happened. When they did, she seemingly gained flight, using her quirk to boost her up into the air. It was a sight to behold, but Koichi didn't linger on the sight. "Oh, no you don't," Knuckle Duster grunted, getting into a crouched position. "Kid now." With a serious gleam in his eyes, Koichi ran up to Knuckle Duster, who lowered his hand down to boost him up. The moment he stepped onto Knuckle Duster's hand, he was launched into the air. Using those air rings, he jumped above Pop, balled both of his fists together and lifted them above his head as he began to descend. The second her got close to Pop, she looked up at him with wide, feral eyes, mouth wide in what looked like shock, as if she hadn't expected him to reach her. And with a loud, demanding cry, Koichi shouted, "Give her back! Give Kazuho back!" And as he shouted to the heavens, his fists collided with the top of her head. The force added onto the rings of air his hands generated, sending Pop into the ground with enough force to crater the ground they landed in. Koichi descended, nearly falling to the asphalt without any way of stopping, only to be caught by Ingenium. "Thanks," Koichi said as Ingenium chuckled. "It's my job, nice guy," Ingenium said before letting him down. Knuckle Duster walked over to the crater as Pop laid inside it, her head and upper body a complete mess. Blood drenched her body, and Koichi felt really, really bad for what he had done. Even as she began to regenerate from the damage, that didn't mean it felt any pride in what happened. "Stay back, kid," Knuckle Duster said, stepping into the crater. He reached out to Pop, but just as he did, she rocketed forward, slashed him across the face with her claws, before appearing behind him. "Shit," Knuckle Duster grunted, holding his face for a split second. He turned to face Pop, went to punch her, only for her to catch the punch with a single hand, twist his arm upward prompting his elbow to break, before throwing him into the ground as if it was second nature. Koichi watched it all happen, baffled as she licked the blood off her claws. Once she did, she turned to look at Koichi, that feral look in her eyes gone. "P-Pop? Is that you?" Koichi questioned, only for Pop scoff. "Who else?" Koichi stared at her and she stared back, before looking down at Knuckle Duster. She blinked, huffing. "Old man." "Pop," Knuckle Duster grunted, holding his broken arm. "What the hell happened?" "Dunno. I just woke up, in a crater." "Oh," and with a strange thirst for blood, Pop said, her tone oozing with sarcasm. "I think I remember. Yeah, I think I was attacked by, what was his name? Or whatever, doesn't matter. Pretty sure I died, at least I think so. Then I woke up. I've got wings now and claws and, well, night vision is pretty awesome." "You attacked us," Ingenium stated bluntly, to which Pop waved him off as if he meant nothing. "And? What's your point?" "Pop, what happened to you?" Koichi murmured as Pop smiled. It was an honest, real smile, and it reflected nothing but coldness. "I realized something, that you're weak. All of you. When I woke up, I felt powerful. You saw just how easily I manhandled the old man, right? Whatever he did to me, it made me stronger. Also really hungry. But if I'm anything like him, I know how to fix it." Pop paused, frowning. "Weird. Usually I'd be up in arms about that sort of thing. Now though, I can't really find myself caring all too much. Anyways, see ya." "You're not going anywhere, Vi." Before Ingenium could finish his sentence, Pop appeared in front of him and socked him in the face. The helmet crumpled under her newfound strength as he was sent flying into a random building. "Pop, wait." "Bye, Koichi. We won't be talking. Oh, and next time you find me, I'm gonna eat you." And with that, she leapt away, leaving Knuckle Duster and Koichi alone. As she left, the only thing that Koichi could feel was dread. Kazuho was gone. Whatever fleeting hope he had that she might have been still in there was dashed away. Whoever had done that to her, whoever had changed her, "I'll find them, and I'm going to make them pay," Koichi said, palpable fury engulfing his words. Knuckle Duster didn't say a word, for he also felt that way. Koichi looked at Knuckle Duster, then blinked in shock. "Oh, I'll call an ambulance. Kid, I'll pay for it." "Ugh, fine." Everyone would later make a full recovery, for better or for worse. The evening came and went, and Izuku was left annoyed and frustrated. Annoyed because of what he had to do to Kazuho, and frustrated that he had been caught in the first place. He thought he had been careful to ensure he hadn't been followed, but then again, it wasn't like he was perfect. He wasn't some mastermind plotting out something massive. Still, it was frustrating. Frustrating because now he had a bit of a guilty conscience on his mind. He had killed someone who he had been otherwise friends with, and now it was going to haunt him, at least for a little while. "So, Midori, did you hear that Hopper's Cafe got sacked?" Nakime asked, an upset gleam in her eyes. Izuku glanced over at her with a curt nod. "Yeah, a tragedy. I've never been there myself, but I heard it was a good spot for coffee and sandwiches," Izuku replied as Nakime hummed. "I like it for the cats. The owner's pretty pissed. Said he was going to put a bounty out on who killed his friends. A shame too. The security footage did catch something, but it wasn't for long enough to identify who it was. Just a guy in a mask, and that could be anyone," Nakime said, glaring at the ground. "When they find out who did it, I hope they get locked up for life. The person who killed those two shouldn't be able to walk again." "Wait, two?" Izuku questioned. Nakime nodded. "Yeah, there were two bodies. Jiro Hata and Ichiro Hata. Jiro Hata had his head, shoulders, parts of his chest, and an arm eaten, and Ichiro had his throat slit," Nakime said as Izuku blinked. "That wasn't right. There were supposed to be three bodies. The Hata brothers and Pop. Did that mean that Koichi and Knuckle Duster took the body? That would make sense. That was the only real explanation because otherwise—" "Heya!" A chipper, feminine-sounding voice called out as Izuku snapped in the direction of where it came from. Much to his shock and confusion, dressed in the Aldera uniform, although with a much longer skirt that reached her ankles and less stylized, puffy hair and sunglasses, was Kazuho. Which made no sense because last he checked, Izuku killed her. "Wah! Oh, hiya Hanayama-senpai. What's up?" Nakime asked as Kazuho flashed a thin-lipped smile. "I hate to bother you too, but can I borrow your boyfriend?" Kazuho asked as Izuku sputtered, and Nakime paled. He's not my boyfriend," Nakime declared as Kazuho smirked. Sure. I believe you. Millions wouldn't, but I do," Kazuho said, before snagging Izuku by the wrist and dragging him away. Izuku, still taken aback, struggled against her admittedly strong grip as Kazuho waved to Nakime. "I'll bring him back in one piece, promise." Kazuho proceeded to drag Izuku a fair distance away from the cafeteria where he had been sitting with Nakime, all the way outside and behind the school before Izuku finally got his wits about him to wrestle himself out of her grip, and when he did, he glowered at her. "How are you alive?" Izuku demanded as Kazuho frowned. "I thought you would know, seeing as you did this to me," Kazuho said, lowering her sunglasses to reveal her eyes. Pink scara, sky blue irises, and cat-like pupils. Izuku was taken aback once more. "He did this? What the? But how? I slashed your throat. How does that translate to you changing? Wait a minute. Do you feel the hunger that you described when we talked?" "Yeah, I do. I can't eat ice cream anymore. And I'm pretty sure I told Koichi I was going to eat him." "Did you?" "No," Kazuho shouted, incredulously, before sighing and crossing her arms. "But I did eat someone. I didn't want to. It felt wrong. But it was so good," Kazuho groaned. "It was like I hadn't eaten anything in weeks. I didn't finish it, though. Got too full." "I see," Izuku said, frowning. "That has me curious. This morning, when I got home, I felt something jolt in the back of my head, like a connection of sorts. Does that mean?" Izuku snapped his fingers, and when he did, Kazuho's left arm jolted at her side, freaking her out. "Gah! Don't do that!" Kazuho exclaimed as Izuku's eyes widened, finally sunk in. He had turned Kazuho Hanayama into what he was. He could spread his condition like a virus, like a zombie movie, or a vampire to another vampire. He could also remotely control those he infected, too. It was interesting, to say the least. The possibilities this showed him were vast. And yet, I can turn other people into what I am. But how? What causes it? Is it mere physical contact? Or do I need to stab them with my fingers? Or perhaps it's something else entirely. Izuku mused as Kazuho cringed. "You're not thinking of making more people like us, are you?" Kazuho asked wearily as Izuku hummed. "Perhaps, but not at this very moment. I want to see what will happen with you. This goes beyond anything that I knew about myself before. The fact that I can turn other people into what I am shows me that I have more experimenting to do, and I plan on doing so. I just have to find the right people, willing or otherwise," Izuku said as Kazuho shivered. "That's dark. How else am I supposed to figure this out? I am a deeply curious individual at heart. Speaking of which, what else changed for you, aside from your eyes and noticeable claws?" Izuku asked as Kazuho sighed. "My prop wings that I wore on my costume fused with my body and became real. I have them tucked underneath my skirt, but it's gonna be a problem for the rest of wardrobe," Kazuho said, pouting. "All my cute clothes are gonna have to be cut up just so I can wear them now." "I see," Izuku drawled, before frowning. With this information at his disposal, he needed to find a way to figure out how this worked. Tonight, he needed to return to Narahata. He needed test subjects, but his question would be where. "You look conflicted," Kazuho said as Izuku nodded. "Yes, I am. I want to test out this new ability of mine, but I do not know who to test it on," Izuku said as Kazuho smirked. "Well, I think I know a way you can test it. Let me ask you something. Have you ever been to Marikame department store?" "No, I haven't." "Why?" Izuku asked as Kazuho smiled. "Well, before I went and, died, I was supposed to perform there on behalf of the CC Corporation tonight. It was a really big gig. I was really nervous, but that nervousness is gone now. Might have to do with the whole supernatural turning into a vampire zombie thing, but whatever. No one else but Knuckle Duster and Koichi know what happened so far as I'm aware. I can get you free access to the event, and there'll be a lot of people you could freely test on if you want." As Kazuho finished her explanation, Izuku paused in thought. The idea was rather villainous, but then again so was eating people, so it wasn't as if he wasn't acting out of turn. His morals, though, complicated the issue. Morally, what Kazuho was proposing was vile, disgusting, and repulsive. But his curiosity screamed at the research that could be done. And he'd have free access, assuming Kazuho could pull her strings right. That, and such a massive event would no doubt attract Stendhal to keep an eye out for villains to kill. It would be knocking two birds with one stone. "I see. That is rather convenient. However, what if Koichi and Knuckle Duster arrive? Then we'll deal with them. I've already cut ties with them, so why not? Besides, if Koichi shows up, I can make good on my promise. I wonder how he tastes," Kazuho said as Izuku raised an eyebrow. "You know how awful that sounds, yes?" "Oh, shut up." Just as Kazuho shouted that, Izuku narrowed his eyes, before swiftly turning around and snagging a bee behind his head. The insect squirmed in his hand, and notably it had a vial attached to its rear, or more rather, its rear was a vial. "I see, so you've been stalking me. I do not know your name, but you have been following me for quite some time, and I've seen you multiple times. I know who you are. Relay this back to your master. When I find you, I will kill you and devour your corpse." Izuku let the bee go as it buzzed away. When it fled, Izuku snarled. He would add a third thing to that list. He was going to kill the bee user.